Class, we have a new student joining us today. Let's all give her a warm welcome, Mr. Uemura announced, stepping into the classroom with a girl by his side. The girl had long, fiery red hair that shimmered under the classroom lights. Applause followed as the teacher began to clap, urging the others to do the same. Go ahead, he encouraged her gently. Introduce yourself to the class. With a deep breath, the girl stepped forward. Hello everyone. My name is Kushina. Uzumaki Kushina. It's nice to meet you. Please take care of me. But the warm reception Kushina had hoped for never came. Instead, it was met with murmurs and hushed snickers. Look at her hair. It's so red. Totally weird. Yeah, no one in Konoha looks like that. Is she cursed or something? She looks like a chili pepper. Kushina's confidence wavered. She turned pale, the words of her new classmates echoing louder than her own heartbeat. They're saying this while I'm right here. Mr. Uemura's expression darkened. The air in the room shifted as he slammed his hand onto the desk. Enough. That is not how we treat our classmates. The room went still. Turning back to Kushina, he offered her a gentler tone. Find an empty seat and sit down. Don't pay attention to what they said. They didn't mean it. He smiled warmly, an expert at switching expressions. Kushina gave a small bow. Yes, sir. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Scanning the room, she found a seat near the back. The window seat was already taken, so she quietly moved to the one next to it, avoiding eye contact. If I want to fit in here, I need to make friends. Just like Mito told me. Her heart ached at the thought of the woman who had been like a grandmother to her. Hello, I'm Kushina, she said to the boy beside her. He glanced at her, uninterested. Takuya. What's with him? So cold. She sat down anyway, trying not to be discouraged. Takuya turned back to the window. So this is the Ninetails Jinchuriki. I better keep my distance. As the lesson dragged on, sleep crept in. Kushina hadn't slept well since arriving in Konoha. But peace was short-lived. Red-haired demon. Little red pepper. Freak. As soon as class ended, a group of boys turned on her, shouting cruel names. Eyes snapping open, Kushina's face flushed, not with embarrassment but fury. You brats are seriously pushing your luck. Takuya leaned back in his chair, watching with disinterest. They have no idea what they're messing with. She's not just a girl, she's the red-hot habanero in the making. Kushina clenched her fists. Her chakra flared unconsciously, red hair lifting like it had a life of its own. Why you freak? One boy said, right before she decked him across the room. Terrified screams echoed as the room erupted in chaos. One by one, the bullies were knocked to the floor. Takuya just sighed. Same Ninetails, completely different level of ferocity. Inside his mind, his own white Ninetails yawned lazily. Thankfully, his tailed beast was hidden, undetectable unless he chose otherwise. Mr. Uemura stormed back into the room. What happened here? Teacher. Kushina hit us. She's lying. They called me names. Kushina shouted, voice fierce. Enough. Mr. Uemura barked. Everyone involved, to the office. Minato, Takuya, you too. Why me? Takuya stood up without a word, Minato following behind with a resigned expression. As they walked, Minato whispered, Kushina's terrifying. Good luck being her seatmate. Takuya chuckled. You should be more worried about yourself. Ha. Minato looked up, only to meet Kushina's fiery glare. I'm dead, he muttered. In the office, Mr. Uemura rubbed his temples. Takuya, please don't insult your classmates. They insulted her first. What else do you call people who act like that? He said coolly. The room went silent. No one dared argue. Eventually, Mr. Uemura turned to Kushina. You'll need to bring a guardian tomorrow. Pfft. Takuya burst out laughing. Call a parent? Who's she gonna call, Tsunade? Sure enough, Tsunade stormed into the academy the next day, the smell of alcohol still faint on her. So you're the one who told my sister to bring a guardian? Mr. Uemura stood frozen. Lady Tsunade. These kids bullied her first. If this isn't resolved properly, she'll be waiting for them after school. Got it. No one dared speak. Minato, watching from afar, whispered, Is that Tsunade? The Tsunade. Takuya yawned. You should be more worried about surviving the day. Kushina returned to class like a storm had passed. Minato didn't dare say a word. Takuya, as usual, stared out the window. She passed him a note. "Why do you always stare outside during class?" He wrote back. "Because I already know this stuff. Try it sometime." She blinked. Takuya Yagami. Kushina Uzumaki. Mr. Uemura snapped. "No notes in my class." Kushina flushed. Takuya remained stone-faced. From afar, the ANBU watched. "She's passing notes to him?" "Keep an eye on that boy," the Hokage instructed. "If they get too close, intervene." Kushina froze, the gravity of her actions sinking in. What was she doing here, on a battlefield, tangled in matters of war? She was a kunoichi, yes, but not a strategist. She had allowed herself to be manipulated by the Ninetails. And for what? Jealousy? The fear of losing Takuya to someone like Pakura? TCH. Pathetic, she scolded herself internally. She's just inside cleaning up, Kurama's voice echoed in her mind, a sigh of irritation and disappointment coloring his words. Could you be any more obvious? Aren't you Uzumaki supposed to have some of the best sensory skills in the world? Kushina flinched. Meanwhile, in the command center, voices pulled her attention back. Since Lady Tsunade personally dispatched Kushina as reinforcements, I trust her judgment, said Shikashige, fingers lightly tapping a map laid across the table. Tsunagakures already scattered their forces in search of the third Kazekage, he continued, and we've confirmed multiple reconnaissance teams fanning out across the borders. They're vulnerable, Tsukumo Hataki cut in, arms folded. With their chain of command in disarray, it's the perfect time to strike. Konoha's top minds were divided: strike immediately and capitalize on the enemy's chaos, or wait until the full demoralization set in. Tsukumo, ever the combat pragmatist, wanted to strike hard and fast. Shikashige, the cautious tactician, argued that a few more days of Tsunagakure's floundering might tip things decisively in their favor. The two veterans turned to Takuya. I say we attack, Takuya said calmly, decisively. Tsunagakure is scattered. We strike now and push them out of fire country entirely. Maybe even back into the land of wind if we're quick enough. In the adjacent resting room, Pakura silently exhaled, her thoughts muddled. Takuya's response hadn't surprised her. He was never one to let opportunities slip. Shikashige unrolled a second map, this one marked with red lines and notes scrawled in crisp calligraphy. Then it's decided. 2 fronts, Tsukumo will strike here. He tapped the southern border. And Takuya, you and Kushina will flank from this direction. Without the third Kazekage or Sasori, and with Pakura captured, they've lost their mobility and elite combat support. He looked up, tone sharper now. Lady Chiyo will react to Tsukumo. That leaves your side open for a devastating flank. Takuya didn't respond immediately. He agreed, but he was already planning something extra, something even Shikashige and Tsunade hadn't accounted for. I have no objections, he said at last, hands resting behind his back. Tsukumo nodded, a faint smirk playing on his lips. You sure you two will be fine? Before Takuya could speak, Kushina stepped forward. Tsukumo-senpai, don't underestimate us. Takuya fought in the Second Shinobi War, and I'm no rookie either. We'll tear through them. There was a brief silence. Shikashige raised an eyebrow but didn't argue. He and Tsukumo weren't worried about Takuya's power, only about the chaos he attracted wherever he went. Takuya reached over and ruffled Kushina's hair. Don't worry. I might not like meetings and paperwork, but I know how to lead. Shikashige packed away the maps. Then I'll begin assembling the squads. Just remember, Tsunade is putting her name on the line for you too. I'll help, Tsukumo added, already turning to follow him. Besides, I'd rather deal with logistics than stick around for the atmosphere in here. Once they were gone, Kushina blinked. Wait, that's it? No council? No debate? Takuya laughed and pulled her closer. Shikashige already did all the hard work. If he weren't here, we'd be stuck in a room full of jonin arguing over formations for hours. Kushina giggled but suddenly went quiet, noticing the shift in his chakra. Her smile faded. It's the Ninetails, isn't it? Takuya didn't reply with words. The next moment, both their consciousnesses slipped into the sealed space. The space was vast, shadowed by iron bars that stretched endlessly in all directions. Behind them loomed the Ninetails, Kurama, its crimson fur and seething chakra barely contained. The great fox turned away with a growl, eyes narrowed. What do you want? Takuya's Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan glowed faintly as he stepped forward, gaze locked with Kurama's. I never thought I'd see the mighty Ninetails resort to whispering in Kushina's ear. Manipulating her. convincing her to leave the village and follow me to the front lines. Kurama bared his fangs but said nothing. You knew she'd listen. You exploited that, Takuya said, voice calm but sharp enough to cut steel. The silence was oppressive. Kushina's hands clenched at her sides. Kurama, why? Finally, the fox spoke, more subdued now. Because I didn't trust them. The girl from Tsunade. The battlefield. The things left unsaid. I didn't want you to be left behind again, Kushina. The words surprised both of them. Kurama rarely explained himself. But that wasn't your call to make, Takuya replied. Kurama turned its gaze to him now, eyes flashing. And what would you know about it, boy? I know enough, Takuya said. I know what fear looks like when it's disguised as arrogance. Kurama snarled but didn't deny it. Takuya softened slightly, still watching him. If you want to protect Kushina, then trust her. Stop trying to steer her with fear and jealousy. Kushina looked between them, her mind swirling with emotion. Takuya turned to her. This is your life, Kushina. You decide who you want to fight for and what path you'll walk, not Kurama, not me. For a long moment, the only sound in the sealed space was Kurama's slow breathing. Then finally, the great fox lay down, tail curling around itself. TCH. Do what you want. Just don't get killed. Kushina smiled faintly, wiping at her eyes. I won't. Not when I have people to protect.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Those eyes. Those eyes. Kurama's heart skipped a beat, reminding it of the first time it had faced Uchiha Madara. It was exactly those eyes that had controlled it effortlessly, binding it with a summoning contract. The proud Ninetails, the strongest of all tailed beasts, had been forced into a summoning contract, a complete humiliation. And it had no power to resist. What made it worse was Madara using it in his battle against Hashirama Senju. Two gods fighting while it, the mighty Ninetails, was caught in the middle. It was pure misery. Although Takuya's Sharingan was different in design from Madara's, the trauma Kurama had suffered was deeply ingrained. Just seeing the Mangekyō Sharingan made it panic. Kid, what do you want? Kushina was worried about you. Do you really think she was deceived by just a few words from me? Kurama said, trying to sound confident. Kurama, afraid? Kushina found it unbelievable. The Ninetails always seemed fearless, but here it was, clearly intimidated. Takuya remained silent, simply staring coldly at the Ninetails. Damn it. What is this brat up to? Was he planning to teach it a lesson? Or was he just trying to issue a warning? Being stared down by the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan was truly nerve-wracking for Kurama. After all, it had been at the mercy of these eyes before, and the memory still filled it with unease. Takuya, this is all my fault. Please don't blame the big fox, okay? Kushina quickly stepped in, wrapping her arms around Takuya's and shaking them slightly, trying to calm the tension as she saw Kurama getting more and more uncomfortable. Next time, don't act on your own like this, understood? At least inform Tsunade first. Takuya finally spoke, deactivating his Sharingan and with a sigh, led Kushina out of the sealed space. Phew, Kurama exhaled heavily as soon as Takuya left. It noticed that the ceiling space had been closed off again, preventing it from seeing the outside world. Not that Kurama cared, as long as Takuya was gone. Those eyes staring directly at it had made Kurama's fur stand on end, leaving it terrified that Takuya might try to use a genjutsu on it as well. If that happened, Kurama would truly be humiliated. For all beings, whether human or tailed beast, the prouder one was, the more they feared disgrace. Kurama was no exception. Looks like I shouldn't mess with Kushina again so carelessly. You're so bad, scaring the Ninetails like that, Kushina pouted, giving Takuya's arm a light smack. Takuya laughed. I was just giving it a little warning, letting it know not to try anything. Were you really worried that I might harm that big fox? But from now on, no more sneaking off without permission, alright? Kushina's presence on the front lines clearly wouldn't have happened without Kurama's help. This was why Takuya felt the need to give Kurama a slight scare, just to keep it in check. Okay, I promise I won't do it again. Kushina lowered her head in mock defeat, pouting slightly after being scolded by Takuya. Alright, just make sure to let Tsunade know next time you want to leave the village. Since you've already come this far, it'll be easier to get permission in the future, Takuya added. It might have been reckless, but it was a pleasant surprise. Kushina had indeed chosen a good time to make her move. Konoha was currently dealing with conflicts on two fronts. Tsunade was holding down the fort of the village, Danzo had been stripped of his rank, and the third Hokage was still at the daimyo's residence. Given all this, her leaving the village wouldn't cause too much uproar. Once you leave once, it only gets easier the next time. Kushina nodded, a smile returning to her face, knowing that Takuya was looking out for her rather than just scolding her. By the way, about Pakura.
Takuya. Ouch.
Rubbing her forehead, Kushina gave Takuya a pitiful look, as if asking, "Why did you hit me?" Takuya sighed and shook his head, chuckling, "Drop whatever little plan you've got cooking in your head. Pakura is with me for reasons other than romance. If that were the case, I'd be with you or Mikoto, not some woman I barely know." He then raised his voice, "Pakura, you've been listening long enough, haven't you?" From the resting room in the back, Pakura finally stepped out after being called out, nodding slightly toward Kushina, who eyed her with obvious hostility. Turning to Takuya, Pakura asked, "Are you trying to force me into making a decision now? What do you think?"
Takuya replied.
The plan had changed, and with the counteroffensive about to start, it wasn't possible to give her unlimited time to decide. Pakura furrowed her brows, finding herself facing a difficult decision. She knew she couldn't return to Tsunade. Takuya had been trying to recruit her all along, and she was fully aware of that. But Tsunade was her home, the place she was born, grew up, and pledged her loyalty to. The thought of defecting was painful. Yet reality forced her hand. Takuya wasn't going to let her stay neutral forever. She had two choices, either swear loyalty to Konoha or continue to resist, holding on to her loyalty to Tsunade. The latter, however, would inevitably lead to something terrible, the outcome of which no one could predict. "I'm sorry, but I can't decide right now," Pakura said, shaking her head. Her face was pale, and she let out a heavy sigh. "Tsunade is my home. My entire life is there, along with my loyalty. Even if I can't return, I can't easily change my allegiance," Pakura said, her gaze towards Takuya filled with complex emotions, part frustration, part resignation. "I understand your intentions, I know what you're trying to do. But until the war ends, I can't give you an answer."
Takuya wasn't surprised.
It would have been strange if Pakura had agreed so easily. "How about this? Once Tsunade has been pushed back to the land of wind, you'll decide." While he could empathize with her, Takuya also understood the importance of acting decisively. Some matters required a clean cut. "All right," Pakura nodded after a brief silence, accepting the condition. She knew there was no going back. If Tsunade was pushed out of the land of fire, it would mean they had lost this war, making her choice inevitable. "All right, go take a walk around. As long as you don't leave the camp or do anything suspicious, I won't restrict your freedom," Takuya said. "And if you think you can escape, you're welcome to try," he added. With that, Takuya dismissed Pakura. He needed some quiet time with Kushina. Having an oversized third wheel around didn't bother him, but he knew Kushina wouldn't be able to relax. Kushina had been openly hostile toward Pakura. Even if she hadn't said anything, Takuya could sense it. Without another word, Pakura left the command center. For her, being dismissed was somewhat of a relief. As a single woman in her 20s, the last thing she wanted to do was watch a young couple in love. Watching her leave, Kushina suddenly said, "I kinda feel sorry for her. She reminds me of myself when I first came to Konoha."
"It makes sense.
You both ended up having to live in a village that wasn't originally yours. You had no choice, and neither does she," Takuya replied, pulling Kushina closer, inhaling the soft scent of her hair. "I thought you were going to tear into her," Takuya teased. Kushina had arrived with clear hostility, yet she hadn't said a word against Pakura. Instead, she now seemed to sympathize with her. Takuya couldn't quite figure out what went on in Kushina's mind sometimes. "I wouldn't do something so embarrassing," Kushina replied, her face turning bright red as she wrapped her arms around Takuya's neck and shook her head. Yes, I know, Kushina is the most understanding," Takuya said, chuckling.
"Ha ha ha. Don't laugh. Ha ha ha."
Pakura wandered alone through the camp, aware that ANBU members were silently trailing her. Even without Takuya's direct order, they would monitor her. Just because Takuya gave her some freedom didn't mean ANBU would simply let her roam unchecked. She felt like a lost beast without a home, while the gazes of those around her, ranging from surprise to outright hatred, were automatically filtered out of her thoughts. With the current conflict between Konoha and Tsunade, her presence, still marked by the Tsunade forehead protector, inevitably drew attention in the Konoha camp. War breeds losses, and the Konoha shinobi who had lost comrades couldn't help but harbor resentment towards her, a shinobi from the enemy village. Kushina had originally come in brimming with hostility, intent on driving away her supposed rival. But after spending time with Takuya, her jealousy faded, replaced by a sense of sympathy towards Pakura, who seemed to be going through the same struggles Kushina herself had faced. Finally, the counteroffensive plan began. Orders were issued, and countless Konoha shinobi gathered as small squads were organized and deployed. With Kushina's arrival, Pakura anticipated some uneasy times ahead, but she was surprised. Besides the occasional affectionate exchange, Takuya and Kushina didn't do anything extreme or make her presence unbearably awkward. The anticipation of battle weighed heavily on the camp. Even before dawn, well-prepared shinobi teams were swiftly moving out, including Takuya, Kushina, and Pakura. The forces split into two groups, one led by Tsukumo Hatake and the other by Takuya, both advancing towards Tsunade's encampment. However, Takuya's side was smaller, consisting of just a few hundred shinobi, while Tsukumo's division was significantly larger. Nara Shikashige had hoped to divide their forces more evenly, but Takuya had refused. To him, it didn't make much difference whether he led hundreds or thousands. Besides, Tsukumo's front would likely face heavier resistance, and the additional manpower would provide more room for maneuvering since Tsunade's forces outnumbered them.
Kushina, don't feel pressured.
This battle will be your chance to shine, a moment to prove yourself and to secure the freedom to come and go from Konoha as you wish. You're already strong, and with the Ninetails aiding you, and me supporting from behind, you have nothing to fear, Takuya reassured Kushina, noticing her anxiety.
Pakura, listening in, looked perplexed.
She couldn't believe Takuya was actually letting Kushina take the lead in the battle against Tsunade's camp. What was even more astonishing was how simplistic their plan seemed. Kushina would charge in and wreak havoc, while Takuya and the rest would clean up afterward. It sounded utterly reckless. Is Takuya underestimating Tsunade that much? Pakura thought, feeling an urge to curse. Even if Kushina was a Jinchuriki, there was a limit to how arrogant one could be. Sarutobi Shirji, who had been specifically summoned by Shikashige, was just as dumbfounded.
Takuya's battle plan left him stunned. Who fought a war like this?
It was madness. He had protested, but his objections fell on deaf ears. Takuya simply dismissed his concerns, telling him to save his comments for after the battle and just follow his lead for now. Takuya had long grown tired of the old-fashioned thinking that many senior village members clung to. Sometimes, taking complete control wasn't such a bad thing. At least it meant there was no need to argue endlessly with people who couldn't see reason. Lord Takuya, we have reached the enemy's forward positions. Should we proceed further? Reported a shinobi in charge of scouting the area.
No need.
Let's rest here for now. Once the battle starts on the other side, we'll begin our assault, Takuya ordered. They would wait for Tsukumo to initiate the attack. Once Tsukumo engaged Chiyo and drew out the bulk of Tsunade's forces, it would be the perfect moment for their group to strike.
Understood.
Following Takuya's orders, the few hundred shinobi settled within the dense forest, resting and hiding. Though fighting on home soil was an unpleasant reality, the forests of the Land of Fire provided ample cover, something they wouldn't have had in the Wind Country, a land dominated by endless sand. The third Kazekage still hadn't been found, leaving Tsunade in chaos. Even Lady Chiyo was struggling to keep her composure. Fortunately, aside from sending out scouts to locate the third Kazekage and Sasori, she had also deployed a number of sentries to watch Konoha's camp. She was determined to prevent Konoha from exploiting their current turmoil. The massive mobilization from Konoha did not go unnoticed. It wasn't something that could be concealed, such a large movement couldn't be hidden. Konoha intends to strike during this chaos. I will handle Tsukumo Hatake.
Ebizo, stay here and assist Raza. Keep the camp steady.
The more chaotic things become, the closer Tsunade will be to defeat, Chiyo said. She was eager to face Tsukumo, her hatred for him ran deep, ever since he had killed her son and daughter-in-law. This was her chance for revenge. Don't worry, sister, I will support Raza, Ebizo agreed, though he couldn't help adding, but sister, be careful. If Konoha chose this moment to attack, they must be prepared. Be wary of Takuya Yagami.
I understand.
It won't be easy for some kid to kill me, Chiyo responded confidently. She wasn't going to be taken down easily, even by someone who had killed the third Kazekage.
Phew.
Raza exhaled deeply, his eyes bloodshot from lack of rest. Elder Ebizo, do you think Sensei is really? I don't know either, Ebizo thought to himself. Since the news spread, Raza hadn't rested at all, and neither had Ebizo. But with his age catching up to him, even his once black beard and eyebrows were now white. Rest wasn't a luxury they could afford, not with Konoha about to attack. But about the battle. Before Raza could finish, an ANBU shinobi hurriedly entered the command post. Lord Ebizo, we have detected enemy forces approaching from the southern perimeter.
What?
Raza and Ebizo were both taken aback. But weren't Konoha's forces advancing from the north? How could they also be? Wait. This is bad. Ebizo's eyes widened in realization. If Konoha had a large army attacking from the north, why couldn't there be another force advancing from the south? It was clear. Konoha was splitting their forces.
I'll.
Let me handle it, Raza interrupted, getting up. Ebizo wasn't suited for direct confrontation. His skills were in intelligence and managing the camp. Raza needed to take charge of the southern flank himself. The third Kazekage was dead, Sasori had defected, Pakura had been captured, and Chiyo had been drawn away by Tsukumo Hatake. Tsunade was now in an embarrassing situation where there was hardly anyone capable of leading. In these circumstances, Raza had no choice but to personally lead the force. Even Konoha would struggle under such conditions. No matter how many shinobi a village might have, it's tough to find people capable of leading after so many casualties or deployments. That was why the power of individuals capable of leadership mattered in a war. After the Third Shinobi War in the original timeline, Konoha's strength had plummeted, and they were bullied by others. Why was that? It was simply because there were few left who could take charge. Some had died, some had left in despair, others refused to fall into the vortex of politics, some defected, and some were never given the chance to rise. For all sorts of reasons, Konoha lost most of its strength. Sure, individual strength rarely changes the outcome of a war unless it's absolute power, but whether or not there is someone capable to lead can make all the difference to a group of shinobi. That was why Raza himself was now heading to the battlefield. You can't leave the village. Ebizo instinctively wanted to stop him, but when he met Raza's resolute gaze, he swallowed his words. After a long silence, Ebizo let out a bitter laugh.
I understand.
I will take care of things at the camp. I'll leave the battlefield to you. Raza didn't say anything grand or heroic. He didn't think he had the right to do so. Without another word, he left the command post. This is such a mess, muttered Sarutobi Shirji, clearly exasperated. All eyes were on Takuya, but he seemed utterly unconcerned, which was a headache for Shirji. Even when Tsunade scouts approached and gathered intel, Takuya made no move to deal with them. He let them watch and deliver their findings back. What on earth is he planning? If given a choice, Shirji swore to himself he'd rather die than accept Nara Shikashi's suggestion again. Following Takuya was likely to kill him, not from an enemy attack, but from sheer frustration. It had gone from an ambush to an outright, open attack. As he stared at the tiny silhouettes forming on the distant horizon, Shirji made up his mind. If he made it back, he would definitely lodge a strong complaint against Takuya. This man is impossible to rely on. To top it off, Kushina had enthusiastically agreed to take on the Tsunade forces by herself. Takuya actually wanted her, the Jinchuriki, to go solo against the enemy. How could one even describe this absurdity? The Hokage was always trying to keep the Jinchuriki safely within the village, and yet here was Takuya, sending her alone into battle. Shirji couldn't find the words to describe his feelings. Finally, they're here. I'm really curious who's leading them, Takuya remarked casually, glancing at Pakura. She kept a cold expression, remaining silent. Shirji was frustrated, and Pakura wasn't much better. This was the last thing she wanted to see. As for who was leading the Tsunade forces, it hardly needed guessing, it had to be Raza. Chiyo despised Tsukumo Hatake and would inevitably pursue him whenever he showed up. Besides, Tsukumo had the larger force and required her presence to balance the scales. With Chiyo gone and Ebizo handling the camp, Raza was the only remaining capable commander left, even if he was the person Chiyo despised the most. Suddenly, Pakura's eyelid twitched, and she turned sharply to face Takuya. Your target is Raza, isn't it? She had found Takuya's tactics too absurd to even complain about. Like Shirji, she thought he was just making things up as he went along. But now she saw the real reason. Takuya's target was Raza. To end this war that Tsunade had started, there were two paths: either defeat Tsunade decisively, breaking their will to fight and forcing them to surrender, or take out their key leadership. The third Kazekage was dead, Pakura captured, Sasori had defected. Raza was the only remaining leader in the mid-generation of Tsunade. If Takuya could capture Raza, then Chiyo and Ebizo would have no choice but to pull back. They wouldn't risk the village's future on a gamble. They didn't have enough time to train another suitable leader. Both were getting old, and no one knew when accidents might happen. If the new leader wasn't ready when such a thing occurred, Tsunade would truly be finished. Given the choice between an uncertain victory and trading for the village's future, Chiyo would choose Raza without hesitation. Takuya Yagami is the one person in Konoha who should never be underestimated. Now Pakura was also beginning to worry. The Konoha shinobi following Takuya were stunned. They had thought, like Pakura, that Takuya was just fooling around. But now, this was brilliant. If the opportunity arises, I won't mind taking him down, Takuya said, smiling at Pakura. The sunshine-like smile made her shiver. Even the third Kazekage couldn't stop Takuya. What chance did Raza have? Pakura had witnessed the Kazekage's death with her own eyes. She knew there was no way Raza could match Takuya. I'll give you a chance. If you pledge loyalty to us, I'll spare Raza and protect Tsunade's future. Are you a devil? Pakura's pupils shrank. As she watched the approaching enemy force, Takuya continued, I know someone like you would never easily defect, even if the war ends. So I'll help make the choice for you. Lucky for us, it's Raza. As the enemies drew nearer, Takuya's smile widened, while Pakura felt her heart sink. Kushina, it's up to you now. Got it. Although nervous, Kushina wouldn't allow herself to back down. She knew that defeating Tsunade meant not only helping Tsunade, but also herself. Konoha had to win this war, and win it decisively. Takuya, I'm going in. Kushina didn't look back as she charged toward the enemy. Worried, Shirji asked, Lord Takuya, shouldn't we provide some assistance? I think you might have misunderstood Kushina's strength. The second strongest in Konoha, and you think she needs assistance. Takuya stood there, arms crossed, speaking calmly. Save your worries. I'm not the Hokage, I won't keep Kushina hidden in the village.
Then who's first?
Sarutobi Shirji was a bit taken aback.
Kushina, the second strongest in Konoha?
What did that mean for the Sannin and Tsukumo Hatake?
And who held the top spot?
Great Fox, please help me. On the outside, Kushina appeared determined, but inside, she was panicking. She was already seeking help, or rather, begging the Ninetails for support. In the sealed space, the Ninetails groaned, raising one paw to cover its face. After trying to hold it in, it finally couldn't, and it roared out, That brat Takuya Yagami is right, you're so unreliable.
Damn it.
After everything I've taught you, have you forgotten it all? Are you scared of just this many enemies?
Use my chakra.
Cloak yourself in the tailed beast's power and crush them completely. As an Uzumaki, Kushina possessed all the advantages of her clan. Massive chakra reserves, strong sensory skills, and mastery over powerful sealing techniques. With the Ninetails, if no Kaga-level opponent showed up, no matter how many enemies there were, Kushina could handle them all if she cloaked herself in the tailed beast's chakra. Once enveloped in the tailed beast cloak, Kushina's strength would rise dramatically. Not to mention, the Ninetails chakra could restore her stamina and heal her wounds. Kushina didn't need to do anything fancy, she just needed to charge straight ahead. As for entering the Ninetails chakra mode, well, frankly, against this caliber of enemies, it wasn't necessary. This was complete overkill. Alright, here I go then. After receiving a scolding from the Ninetails, Kushina actually calmed down. A dark red chakra shrouded her body, and one tail after another emerged behind her. Covered entirely in the tailed beast chakra, Kushina looked like a humanoid fox, walking upright in an ominous dark red form. Though she lacked much combat experience, her power was overwhelming against the forces led by Raza. The sheer chakra capacity combined with the presence of the Ninetails made her unstoppable. Otherwise, Takuya would never have let her take such a risk. Lord Raza, only one enemy is charging at us.
Damn it.
Raza was nearly apoplectic with rage. How much did Konoha look down on them? The entire force remained idle, sending just one person. No, sending a woman. In the world of shinobi, strong female ninja were not uncommon. For example, Pakura, whom Raza disliked greatly, was one such powerful kunoichi. Still, strong female ninjas were rare when compared to the overall shinobi population. Seeing Kushina charging alone made Raza believe Konoha was underestimating him, underestimating Tsunade. This is bad. As Kushina got closer, her body began emanating dark red chakra that covered her completely, with multiple tails extending from her back. Seeing this scene, Raza's eyes widened. It's a Jinchuriki. The Ninetails Jinchuriki from Konoha. Had Konoha lost its mind? They actually deployed their Jinchuriki to the battlefield. Wasn't it Konoha's policy to keep their Jinchuriki hidden away at all costs? Once he identified Kushina, Raza was stunned. All of the 5 great shinobi villages had tailed beasts, but they rarely sent their Jinchuriki to the front lines to fight. Among the 5 great nations, it was only Iwagakure and Kumogakure that would send their Jinchuriki on regular missions, and even then, not directly into war. Kirigakure had set a precedent by deploying their Jinchuriki to the front lines and even releasing the tailed beast, creating havoc and causing significant damage to Orochimaru. But that was a drastic step, something Tsunade was wary of attempting. Who could have guessed that Konoha would do the same? Wait. Suddenly, Raza thought of Kirigakure and realized something. His face changed dramatically as he yelled, "Everyone spread out. Do not approach the Ninetails Jinchuriki." If Kirigakure could pull off such a stunt, who could guarantee Konoha wouldn't try the same thing if pushed to the limit? Normally, Konoha wouldn't resort to this tactic, but there was always a risk. Konoha wouldn't usually send their Jinchuriki into battle, yet here Kushina was. What if Konoha wanted to end the war quickly by sacrificing her?
Hiss.
Just picturing the Ninetails going berserk, chasing down Tsunade shinobi, Raza shuddered. So cunning, so very cunning. No wonder they only sent in the Jinchuriki while the rest stayed back. Raza suspected that part of the seal had already been undone on the Ninetails Jinchuriki, and as soon as she reached their lines, the seal would fully break, giving the Ninetails control. What was happening? Raza's sudden shout had left the Tsunade shinobi confused, but even if they didn't understand, they followed orders. They spread out, avoiding clustering in a single area.
Go, Kushina.
With the pride of an Uzumaki, break their defenses. The Ninetails roared in excitement. Finally, it was time for some real fighting, something it hadn't experienced in far too long. The Ninetails had always been a being that thrived on chaos. It had been locked away inside Mito Uzumaki for decades, practically suffocating from boredom. Then along came Kushina, who, unlike Mito, was willing to live in harmony with it. Now, it had a chance to fight again, even if it was merely supporting her from the sidelines. This was enough to get the Ninetails riled up, roaring in the sealed space. "Let's move forward too," Takuya said, watching Kushina advance toward the enemy lines. Only then did he lead the rest of the forces at a leisurely pace.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
As the distance between both sides closed, the ground trembled. A golden wave of sand surged toward Kushina. Although Raza had never directly fought a tailed beast or a Jinchuriki, he had witnessed the third Kazekage subdue the one-tail using magnet release. Even without such experiences, most magnet release battles followed a similar pattern, starting with a wave of sand. But Tsunade's successive magnet release users were declining in skill. The third Kazekage could at least pull off a few impressive feats, while by Raza's time, the moves had become rather basic. And by the time of Gaara, things were even more pitiful. He couldn't even create a proper sand wave.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
Golden sand formed a tidal wave that rushed toward Kushina. Pouting slightly, she shouted defiantly, "Stop underestimating me." Wearing her tailed beast cloak, Kushina's combat style turned fierce. As the wave of gold sand surged toward her, she didn't dodge or retreat. Instead, her hands, shaped like claws, met the attack head-on. Yes, that's the way. Tear apart that annoying sand. The Ninetails laughed heartily. It was clear that Kushina's battle style was exactly to its liking. A large group of sand shinobi retreated quickly, keeping their eyes fixed on the battlefield, ready to jump in at any moment. At the same time, they were also on guard against the approaching Konoha shinobi forces.
Crush her.
The golden sand enveloped Kushina as Raza raised his hand and clenched his fist. His plan was to compress her until she was crushed into pulp. With all that gold sand, just the weight alone would be enough to crush most shinobi into a pulp, let alone the compressing pressure of the chakra-infused golden sand. If Kushina didn't have a way to break out, she would be turned into nothing more than a bloody smear. Lord Takuya. Sarutobi Shirji was on edge, feeling his anxiety spike. Kushina was already engulfed by the sand, and if no action was taken soon, the consequences could be dire. "If I'm not worried, I don't see why you should be."
Takuya watched him, baffled.
Could he not just have a little patience and wait to see what would happen? Raza's face suddenly changed dramatically. How is this possible? With a loud shout, the golden sand that had been compressing Kushina exploded, and a blinding beam of energy shot straight toward Raza. The unexpected attack forced Raza to abandon his compressing technique, using all his chakra to form a shield out of golden sand to protect himself.
Boom.
The beam collided with the shield, causing a massive explosion, scattering the gold sand across the sky like a golden rain falling to the earth. As the light faded, Kushina emerged, still cloaked in her Ninetails chakra. Her goal was crystal clear: Raza, the one using magnet release against her. The magnet release was indeed powerful, but Raza had yet to reach his peak. Even at his peak, his abilities weren't extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been taken down so easily by Orochimaru. The truth was, Raza wasn't as powerful as many believed, and currently, he wasn't even at his strongest. Naturally, he was no match for Kushina. Protect Lord Raza. The explosion enveloped Raza, and the surrounding sand shinobi panicked, rushing toward Kushina to block her advance. They couldn't allow her to get to Raza. Get out of my way. Wasn't this supposed to be a one-on-one fight? How come they were all jumping in to assist now? This was so dishonorable. Kushina, clearly irritated, extended several golden chains from her body, which shot toward the enemy shinobi. Ah! With a chorus of screams, a number of sand shinobi were impaled on the chains, looking like a gruesome string of skewered snacks. Typically, sealing techniques weren't offensive, but Kushina's adamantine chains were an exception. They were not only immensely strong for sealing purposes, but also incredibly lethal, capable of binding even the Ninetails. Taking down regular shinobi was no issue for her chains, as demonstrated by the macabre display. Seeing Kushina's overwhelming power, the Konoha shinobi began to understand why Takuya had allowed her to fight alone. Her power was excessive, enough to rival that of any shinobi army. Is this an Uzumaki clan technique? It looks incredibly strong. Upon seeing the adamantine chains in action, several of the Konoha shinobi unconsciously touched their own chests, imagining what it would be like to be pierced through by those enormous golden chains. It must be excruciating. Cough, cough. Amidst the battlefield, a coughing sound echoed. Raza, his clothes disheveled, managed to stand up, visibly shaken as he looked at Kushina. Just a bit closer, and he would have been finished. Was that a tailed beast bomb just now? Damn it. Since when was Konoha's Jinchuriki this powerful? Wait, something's not right. Sensing an overwhelming sense of danger, Raza's eyes widened. With no time to think, he manipulated his gold sand into a thick wall before him. Boom! A second later, Kushina's fist slammed into the golden wall, which cracked and shattered upon impact. Although the wall absorbed some of the power, her fist still managed to strike Raza, sending him flying like a cannonball. Seeing this, Takuya couldn't help but grimace. It reminded him of the sparring sessions with Kushina, those sudden, ferocious punches. Her raw power was monstrous, and combined with her incredible physical strength, her punches were no joke. It wouldn't be surprising if Kushina could rival Tsunade in sheer strength. While they hadn't tested this, Takuya believed that in a battle, the only edge Tsunade might have over Kushina would be experience. Even with her seal unleashed, Tsunade might struggle, especially since Kushina had a certain nine-tailed fox on her side. After punching Raza, Kushina could sense that several of his bones had broken. Looking at her own small fist, she murmured, "I thought he would be tougher." Damn it. Protect Lord Raza. Seeing Raza sent flying, the sand shinobi grew even more desperate, charging toward Kushina, despite the fear that her chains would impale them. At this moment, they were willing to die if it meant protecting Raza. They could die, but Raza must survive. Kunai were thrown at her, many of them with explosive tags attached, while other shinobi began launching ninjutsu toward her. Yet, none of it could affect Kushina. Covered in the Ninetails chakra, her speed was simply too fast. Moving like a blur through the battlefield, her attacks were brutal, leaving broken bones, deep claw marks, and fallen enemies in her wake. With the Ninetails chakra shrouding her, Kushina's hands had turned into something akin to sharp beast claws, and a swipe from her could leave deep cuts. Unfortunately for the enemy, despite her lack of experience and softer personality, many of the sand shinobi ended up with severe injuries rather than fatal wounds. Had Takuya been in her place, there would be nothing but corpses and blood all over. Facing weaker but numerous foes, Takuya wouldn't bother stabbing through the enemy's heart. Slitting their throats would be much faster and more efficient. Lord Takuya, should we step in and assist? The Konoha forces had come to a stop once again. Under Takuya's command, the Konoha forces halted, watching from afar as Kushina fought on her own. She moved effortlessly through the enemy's ranks, hunting down the injured Raza. Poor Raza had broken several ribs and was clutching his chest, desperately evading her pursuit, looking exceptionally pitiful. No need, Takuya said, smiling slightly. Kushina lacks combat experience. Having great power isn't enough, sooner or later, she will face more enemies. It's good for her to gain more fighting experience. He continued, noting the exasperated looks from Sarutobi Shirji and the others. Alright, stop giving me those looks, Takuya added, shrugging innocently. You all underestimate Kushina and overestimate these enemies. Don't forget who Kushina is. It's not just Raza and a few hundred Tsunade ninjas. Even if the third Kazekage came back to life, he wouldn't necessarily be able to deal with her.
Takuya wasn't exaggerating.
Kushina had the strength to back his words. Even if the third Kazekage outclassed her in combat experience, it wouldn't matter. She had the Ninetails at her disposal. Once she unleashed that power, it wouldn't matter if it was the Kazekage, she could just overpower him. Instead of worrying about Kushina's safety, they should consider how high a price the enemy would need to pay to push her to the point of using the Ninetails mode. Compared to the third Raikage fighting off 10,000 Awagakure soldiers, Kushina's opponents were a minor skirmish. Giving her some assistance wouldn't be a bad idea, though. Sarutobi Shirji hesitated before continuing, trying to convince Takuya to stop fooling around and act seriously.
You're right.
Some help is indeed in order. Takuya nodded, seemingly in agreement, before slapping his forehead as if he had suddenly remembered something. Just as Sarutobi Shirji thought he had succeeded, Takuya turned and said, "I forgot. My pet hasn't eaten in a while." Before everyone's stunned eyes, Takuya summoned Manda. Pointing at the battlefield, he commanded, "Manda, go help Kushina. That girl is too soft-hearted, she's made a lot of noise, but hasn't killed many enemies. You can clean up after her, and don't be shy about eating your fill." The battlefield was filled with free self-service meals in the form of enemy corpses. Takuya wasn't going to bother dealing with them, nor would he leave them for the enemy to recover. He might as well let Manda benefit from it. After all, following Takuya hadn't been easy for the giant snake. No offerings, no comforts. Letting Manda feast now seemed like a fair deal. When it came to enemies, Takuya had no mercy. The saying went, "The only good enemy is a dead enemy." And an enemy without even a body left behind?
Even better. Hiss.
Manda hissed in excitement, its massive body lunging toward the battlefield. Ever since it started following Takuya, Manda had been living poorly compared to its time with Orochimaru. Orochimaru would provide offerings, whereas Takuya only used it as a tool. Demanding offerings from Takuya? That was asking to get its head smashed in. Manda was resentful but powerless, forced to endure, and it seized every opportunity for an extra meal. Watching Manda charge in, many shinobi gasped, "How powerful!" Sarutobi Shirji rolled his eyes. Was this worth being shocked about? Manda had once been Orochimaru's summon, and only later followed Takuya. While Manda might appear submissive around Takuya, in truth, it was strong. It might not be able to kill jonin as easily as chickens, but it was certainly formidable enough that ordinary jonin couldn't deal with it without a considerable numerical advantage. Yet, despite its strength, Manda was just a tool in Takuya's eyes. If Snowy hadn't been in deep sleep, Manda wouldn't have had a role to play. Manda's behavior also starkly contrasted with its past. It acted like a puppy around Takuya, whereas it had always demanded offerings from Orochimaru, threatening to eat him if not satisfied.
Block it. It's Manda.
Takuya Yagami's summon. You go protect Lord Raza. Everyone else with me, stop Manda. Under Kushina's relentless assault, Raza could barely protect himself. Seeing the chaos, several Suna Jonin stepped up to direct their forces. Without proper coordination, they would only give the enemy more openings. "This is getting bad," a Suna shinobi muttered. With just Kushina, they were already struggling. Now with the addition of a giant snake, things looked bleak. On top of that, Konoha's main forces were still observing from afar. The Tsunade ninjas were growing increasingly desperate, and could only think of ways to support each other while sending up signal flares, hoping for reinforcements from their camp.
It was a miserable sight.
Any Suna ninja who got too close to Kushina shared the same fate, sent flying as quickly as they'd approached. The unlucky ones were struck dead on the spot, either from a slap, a punch, or a vicious claw swipe that left them torn apart. "It seems Kushina still lacks combat experience," Takuya noted. Though he, Nawaki, and Minato had sparred with her frequently, real battles were different. Because of her temperament, Kushina was holding back. Most of the enemies she fought ended up wounded but not dead. "Lord Takuya, shouldn't we?" Sarutobi Shirji hesitated. He wanted to say that if they charged in now, they could make the enemy flee. But he also knew that Takuya wouldn't necessarily agree. Takuya seemed intent on giving Kushina the chance to improve her combat skills. "No rush," Takuya shook his head, dismissing Shirji's request.
"Just enjoy the show."
"Why the hurry?" Kushina was tearing through the Suna forces like a lion through sheep, regardless of their numbers. Once you reached a certain power level, sheer numbers became irrelevant. Even if Tsunade had thousands of shinobi, it wouldn't change the outcome. Kushina wasn't like the third Raikage, who could be worn down to death. If she got tired, the Ninetails would just take over, and then things would really get ugly for the enemy. One-tailed beast bomb and their will to fight would vanish instantly. One Kushina was bad enough, add Manda, and it was almost overkill. Unlike Kushina, Manda was ruthless, it killed then devoured. The sight of Manda devouring enemies alive had a far greater psychological impact than Kushina's overwhelming power. But if Kushina gets hurt, the Ninetails might go berserk, Sarutobi Shirji argued anxiously. Takuya shot him a cold look, his tone stern. I said no rush. If you're not happy, you can leave. I won't accuse you of desertion, and you can even complain about me later. But right now, I'm in charge. Thanks to the third Hokage, the Sarutobi clan had always enjoyed a certain level of privilege in Konoha. But with Takuya, such privileges didn't apply. You either followed his orders, or you left. How can this be? Raza muttered, starting to doubt everything. He couldn't even handle a single Jinchuriki. The worst part was Kushina's lack of battle experience. She wasn't using tactics, she was just charging at him with brute force, and he still couldn't keep up. Magnet Release, a famed ability in the ninja world, seemed ineffective against her. With her Ninetails cloak, Kushina's destructive power was too much. His gold sand couldn't hold up against her sheer force. Vast chakra reserves, unmatched vitality, the additional chakra from the Ninetails, plus the Senju clan's monstrous strength technique, all these factors combined had turned Kushina into an unstoppable force on the battlefield. The flare that had been fired for assistance had already been spotted by Tsunade's forces, and the news had promptly reached Ebizo. Upon hearing it, Ebizo's face darkened. You three, guard the camp. I'll lead reinforcements to save Raza. I hope we aren't too late. The third Kazekage was gone, Chiyo was preoccupied by Tsukumo Hatake and unable to leave, Sasori had defected, and Pakura had been captured. If Raza were to be killed or captured now, Tsunade would be thrown into chaos. Ebizo felt a cold sweat drip down his back as he considered what a state of disarray Tsunade would fall into. There would be no suitable candidate for the position of Kazekage, leaving a dangerous power vacuum. The others could be lost, but not Raza. He was too important for the village's future. I hope we're not too late, Ebizo thought, taking a team of shinobi with him, his heart full of unease. Raza needed to hold on until they could arrive. What had started as a controlled battle for Tsunade had turned into an uncontrollable mess after the capture of Pakura, the death of the third Kazekage, and Sasori's defection. Their plans had completely unraveled, and Ebizo had no choice but to try and protect their last hope. On the other side of the battlefield, Tsukumo Hatake and Chiyo were locked in a heated battle. Though Chiyo wasn't quite Tsukumo's match, she was fighting with the support of Tsunade's renowned puppet brigade. Tsukumo couldn't afford to be reckless. He wasn't about to end up like Danzo during the Second Shinobi War. Back then, Danzo had overestimated himself and gotten cornered, ultimately losing an arm and an eye. Konoha's individual strength might surpass Tsunade's, but Tsunade had more shinobi overall. This had led to a deadlock, with both sides constantly fighting for every bit of advantageous terrain, never giving an inch. That old woman Chiyo is really tough. Tsukumo cursed, shoving back the puppet brigade again. He looked at the wound on his arm, grimacing as he swallowed an antidote. Even though he was the worst possible opponent for a puppet master, the sheer number of puppets made it challenging, and all their weapons were poisoned. Thankfully, Chiyo hadn't developed a new type of poison recently, or Konoha's casualties would have been even worse. Meanwhile, back on Takuya's battlefield, Raza was growing increasingly desperate. Magnet Release, raging waves. Since he couldn't outright defeat Kushina, he aimed to wear her down instead, both her chakra and her stamina. He doubted that Kushina's chakra reserves were limitless, Jinchuriki or not. How much chakra could she possibly draw from the Ninetails? Boom! Golden sand waves surged towards Kushina, continuously disrupting her attacks, making her stomp her feet in frustration. Despite having overwhelming strength, her lack of battle experience was showing. In the sealed space within her, the Ninetails was laughing so hard it almost hurt. Kushina had the strength to crush Raza, but because she lacked experience, she ended up being repeatedly repelled once Raza changed his strategy. The Ninetails found this endlessly amusing. Damn fox. Why are you laughing? Help me. Kushina shouted in annoyance. These waves of golden sand were driving her crazy. Do you really want my help? The Ninetails was genuinely surprised. It had expected Kushina to go into Ninetails chakra mode, but instead, she chose to ask for its assistance directly. Just do it. I'm getting tired. High-intensity battles drained one's mental energy quickly. It was Kushina's first major battle, and after a while, she began to feel exhausted. Since you're so sincerely begging me, fine. I'll graciously grant your request, the Ninetails said smugly, folding its arms. Can you not imitate Takuya's tone? Kushina retorted, feeling a headache coming on. It was just a big fox. Why was it mimicking people? Kushina's relentless attacks were starting to falter. The waves of golden sand Raza was manipulating were taking their toll on her, and she was no longer able to push forward. What a pity, Takuya murmured to himself. Magnet release had potential, but the users in Tsunade always seemed to have limited chakra reserves. If a member of the Uzumaki clan wielded magnet release, the sight of endless waves of sand covering the battlefield would have been incredible. Ice release was another underutilized power. With a massive chakra pool, freezing the entire landscape would have been nothing short of awe-inspiring. Takuya sighed, recalling the third Mizukage's supposed ice release, which looked more like someone playing with snowflakes and ice cubes. Seeing Kushina panting and pausing in her pursuit of Raza, Takuya knew she was exhausted. It wasn't that her physical stamina had given out or her chakra was depleted, it was mental fatigue. After all, it was her first proper battle, one where she was thrown directly into a confrontation, surrounded by hundreds of enemies, trying to harness her full power. Mentally, this kind of stress was bound to be draining.
How will this end?
Kushina had reached her limit, which meant the Ninetails would be taking over. And if the Ninetails took over, the battle was as good as over. Konoha's shinobi perked up at Takuya's words, bracing themselves.
Roar.
Under everyone's watchful eyes, Kushina, who had paused her attacks, suddenly changed. The dark red chakra cloak she had been using vanished, replaced by a gigantic golden Ninetails enveloping her. Kushina wasn't Naruto, and she hadn't yet perfected her bond with the Ninetails. But with control now handed over to the Ninetails, it decided to fight in the style it preferred most. A colossal golden Ninetails appeared on the battlefield, whipping up fierce winds that swept across the area. The ground beneath it cracked and shattered from the sheer force, forming a massive crater as terrifying chakra surged upward. Every shinobi on the battlefield was stunned. Even Manda, the massive snake, seemed to remember something. It shivered, and in the blink of an eye, it undid the summoning jutsu, slithering back to Ryuchi Cave as fast as possible. It had no interest in sticking around to be collateral damage. What? What kind of monster is this? Raza's expression went blank as he stared at the golden fox. If given a choice, he would rather continue being chased all over the battlefield by Kushina in her chakra cloak than face this golden beast. A tailed beast rampage? No, this wasn't exactly that. A monster. Many Tsunade shinobi were so terrified that they collapsed where they stood, staring wide-eyed at the Ninetails, whose tails whipped around like gigantic pillars. It wasn't just the enemy that was terrified, even Konoha's shinobi were taken aback. They had just been preparing for battle, but now they were dumbfounded, instinctively looking back at Takuya, wanting to ask, "Sir, are we still going to charge in?" What in the world was this? Could a Jinchuriki do something like that? Pakura and Sarutobi Shirji were equally stunned, their eyes wide open.
Wait it out.
Wait until everything settles before advancing, Takuya said. The Ninetails had taken over the battle, so charging in now would be suicidal, better to wait for it all to end. Since Kushina entrusted the Ninetails with the fight, it was time to let it vent its pent-up frustration. Having been sealed for so long, the giant fox was clearly eager to unleash its rage. Its dramatic entrance left no doubt, the Ninetails was ready to make the enemy pay. Lord Takuya, why is the Jinchuriki? Sarutobi Shirji asked, bewildered. This is one of the abilities of a Jinchuriki, Takuya replied casually. Being a Jinchuriki doesn't just mean using the tailed beast's chakra. If you gain the beast's trust and become a perfect Jinchuriki, you can wield a nearly invincible power. Does this mean Kushina has gained the Ninetails' approval? Shirji asked, his tone colored with astonishment. As a member of the Sarutobi clan, he understood very well the implications of the Ninetails recognizing Kushina. It meant that the Jinchuriki would become uncontrollable. With a wry smile, Takuya shrugged. Not completely, but she's close. I think it will only take a few more years for her to become a perfect Jinchuriki. The Ninetails still has some lingering grievances. The Ninetails grinned, raising one massive paw as its gaze locked onto Raza. It mocked, pathetic insect, how would you like to die? I can fulfill that wish. This wasn't Kushina's voice, it was the Ninetails speaking directly. Raza's situation had just gone from bad to worse. Though he wasn't sure how Kushina had transformed like this, Raza understood that he was in serious trouble, and by extension, so was Tsunade. Stubborn fool. Raza shouted, controlling a wave of golden sand to attack the Ninetails. With a sneer, the Ninetails easily swiped through the sand, destroying the onslaught without any effort. Two of its long tails shot forward like spears, piercing through the golden sand and slamming into the ground, shaking it violently. Many Tsunade shinobi fell to the ground in terror, entirely losing their will to fight. Raza barely avoided being skewered. He was quick, but the Ninetails didn't mind. It was playing with him. To the Ninetails, Raza was just a slightly tougher ant, something to toy with until it got bored. Ninetails, leave him alive, Takuya ordered. Play if you want, but don't kill him. Raza might have been ambitious, but keeping him alive was more beneficial to Konoha than killing him outright. Takuya doubted Chiyo would dare continue fighting if Raza was captured. If Raza died, Tsunade would face a dire shortage of capable leaders. Understood. The Ninetails roared in annoyance. Though it didn't like being restricted, it wouldn't defy Takuya. Instead, it vented its frustration on the surrounding Tsunade shinobi. Its Ninetails lashed out, striking those nearby, sending bodies flying and breaking bones. The Ninetails' spiteful nature was evident as its long tail swung through the battlefield, exacting its displeasure. Takuya remained unfazed. As long as the Ninetails didn't kill Raza, it could do as it pleased. He knew how to deal with the Ninetails' rebellious streak. Once Hakuryu awoke, it would have plenty of time to play with the Ninetails in the ceiling space. Hakuryu was excellent at putting the Ninetails in its place. What is that? Ebizo, leading a group of reinforcements, stared in disbelief at the massive golden Ninetails in the distance. The towering beast looked like a living mountain, and at its feet was Raza, being mercilessly toyed with. Ebizo couldn't believe his eyes. Wasn't Tsunade at war with Konoha? How had this gigantic fox come into play? It looked an awful lot like the Ninetails that was supposed to be sealed in Konoha. Raza, meanwhile, was in a pitiful state, being completely dominated by the Ninetails. His clothes were tattered, and several of his bones were broken. The slightest touch from the Ninetails brought excruciating pain. Ninetails! Raza screamed in fury and humiliation. Despite his injuries and depleted chakra, the fox refused to kill him. This mockery was perhaps the most painful wound of all. Noisy. The Ninetails yawned in boredom. After playing with Raza for a while, it had lost interest. Raza was simply too weak to be worth its effort. Remembering Takuya's warning, the Ninetails didn't kill him. Instead, it used its tail to swat Raza aside, rendering him unconscious. Not good. Ebizo cried out, seeing Raza fall. His heart nearly leaped out of his chest. Forgetting the danger, he led his men toward the battlefield, desperate to reach Raza. The Ninetails, having already noticed Ebizo and his reinforcements approaching, gave a derisive look in their direction. With a twisted grin, it began gathering chakra, forming a tailed beast bomb. Since it couldn't kill Raza, it would vent its anger on the others. In this battle, Tsunade would undoubtedly suffer immense losses. Facing the Ninetails was a nightmare, far worse than when Konoha encountered the Three Tails and Six Tails on the coastal battlefield. During that battle, Jiraiya and Orochimaru had managed to hold off the tailed beasts, but even so, Konoha had suffered significant casualties. The Ninetails, however, was an entirely different beast. And this time, there was no one capable of restraining it. For a tailed beast bomb was a standard attack, something as common as any shinobi's jutsu. Of the 9 tailed beasts, all but Shikaku and Matatabi frequently used tailed beast bombs as their go-to technique. The Ninetails, with a manic gleam in its eyes, opted for a close-range blast, swallowing the tailed beast bomb and firing a devastating energy beam from its mouth, sweeping it across the Tsunade reinforcements rushing toward the battlefield. Boom! The ground shook violently, debris flying in all directions as explosions erupted across the impact zone. Many Tsunade shinobi never had a chance to react, reduced to nothing more than lifeless bodies in mere seconds. For the Ninetails, wiping out hundreds of ninja was a simple task. If it wanted to, it could even amass a massive tailed beast bomb, decimating an entire village like Konoha in just a few blasts, turning it into a wasteland. Such was the terrifying might of a tailed beast bomb. Of course, the power of the attack depended on the strength of the tailed beast. In that regard, the Ninetails was unmatched, except perhaps by the Eight Tails. Still, even the Eight Tails would struggle to withstand the Ninetails' raw power. The Ten Tails, of course, was on another level entirely, with tailed beast bombs that could bring about true cataclysms. The sheer difference in power was staggering. And now, with the battlefield in chaos and the Tsunade forces decimated, Ebizo could only stare at the destruction, horror and disbelief etched on his face. It was over, nothing was left. A vast section of the forest vanished, leaving the ground flat and bare, wiped clean by the power of the tailed beast bomb. The explosion's sheer might obliterated everything, even preventing the enemy from leaving behind so much as a corpse. Just like the trees and soil, everything had been erased. A few lucky survivors stood in a daze, like puppets whose strings had been cut, staring blankly at the scene before them. Why are we even here on this battlefield? Can we even make a difference in this kind of fight? The Konoha shinobi were just as stunned as the enemies, staring in disbelief at what had unfolded. Their initial reaction wasn't joy or cheering, it was terror and awe. Did I really cause this? Kushina murmured, lost in thought as she looked at the forest, now flattened. The Ninetails yawned back in the sealed space, clearly unbothered. This is nothing special. If you'd seen the Battle of the Valley of the End. The great beast abruptly cut itself off, its face falling as it quieted down. Though it had been controlled back then, it still retained those terrible memories. The sheer scale of the destruction brought about by Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha dwarfed anything the Ninetails could do by itself. Even now, it seemed this kid Takuya was approaching that same level of power. The thought unsettled the Ninetails. For just a moment, a bizarre idea flashed through its mind. Maybe being sealed wasn't so bad after all. At least no one would come after it, not someone like Takuya. With Takuya's strength, controlling the Ninetails wouldn't be hard. If Madara had managed it, Takuya certainly could too. The difference was that being sealed inside Kushina kept Takuya from trying. Besides, the boy already had his own tailed beast. Why would he need the Ninetails? It wasn't as beautiful or as powerful as Snowy. Snowy's slumber was probably nearing its end. As Snowy's master, Takuya could feel subtle changes. Its chakra was becoming more active. It was a clear sign that the sleep was coming to an end. Ignoring the dazed Konoha shinobi, Takuya walked over and wrapped Kushina in a hug. "Don't let it bother you," he said softly.
This is war.
"You did nothing wrong, and neither did the Ninetails. If we hadn't eliminated the enemy, it would have been our comrades, our village, lying dead." Though Kushina was kind-hearted, she wasn't someone who would go easy on an enemy. This was just her first experience with this kind of devastation, and it had shaken her. She just needed a little time. "I'm fine," Kushina smiled, resting her head on Takuya's shoulder. "I was just scared. I never realized the fox could be that powerful." Takuya chuckled, releasing her and giving her nose a playful tweak. "Once you become a perfect Jinchuriki, you'll be even scarier. This is just child's play. Only as a perfect Jinchuriki can you fully harness the true power of both the beast and its host."
Let's go home.
"This war should be ending soon. I believe Tsunade will make the wise choice." The best outcome from this battle was to force Tsunade to surrender. If not, they'd drive them back into the Wind Country. They'd lost nearly 1,000 shinobi in this battle, and their village's future pillar Raza had been captured. Takuya was confident that Chiyo and Ebizo would make the sensible choice. After all, Chiyo wasn't a fool. As for Ebizo, he had been lucky enough to escape. Had he been any slower, he would have been caught in the tailed beast bomb's blast like everyone else. "Yeah," Kushina said, feeling a sense of pride. Finally, she could be of help to Takuya. Her earlier unease began to fade, replaced by a bubbly excitement. She skipped alongside him, her earlier fears washed away. Even as they made their way back, the Konoha shinobi continued to cast fearful glances at Kushina. It didn't go unnoticed. Takuya tossed Raza, tied up, over to Sarutobi Shirji, before sweeping his gaze across the group. "I know you are afraid. I understand your fear. But please, get your emotions under control. Ninetails may be terrifying, but it is also Konoha's strength. And Kushina, as its Jinchuriki, is our strength. The stronger she is, the safer you are. The stronger she becomes, the stronger Konoha becomes." He let his voice rise, commanding their attention. "If you can't even understand something as simple as that, then I suggest you write up a resignation when you get home, have your memories sealed, and live as an ordinary villager. Because if you fear your comrades more than your enemies, you have no business being a shinobi." Takuya didn't want Kushina's incredible power to end up alienating her. Fear was natural when faced with the unknown, or something overwhelmingly strong. But that fear should be reserved for enemies, not comrades. "We won!" Shirji shouted, trying to turn the mood around. He knew he needed to lift everyone's spirits, to steer their feelings away from fearing Kushina or the Ninetails. "He's right," thought the shinobi. "The Ninetails is terrifying, yes, but its power is on our side. Why should we fear it? We should be celebrating. Without the Ninetails and its Jinchuriki, many more of us would have died today. Surviving is a blessing, not a curse. A powerful comrade isn't a monster, they're a gift. The realization washed over them, and one by one, the fear vanished, replaced by determination and excitement. They began to cheer loudly. We won! Ha ha ha, those Tsunade bastards must have wet themselves. Kushina is unstoppable. Hundreds of voices joined together, chanting Kushina's name in admiration. Hearing her comrades cheer for her, Kushina felt overwhelmed. Just moments ago, she had felt like a monster in their eyes. But now they were chanting her name. She felt tears welling up, her heart full of emotion. The Ninetails, who had been preparing a long-winded lecture for Kushina, now found itself speechless. It seemed its planned talk about the flaws of fearing power was now unnecessary. Still, hearing people cheer for it and speak its name with reverence gave the Ninetails a strange feeling.
Was it excited? Humph.
The Ninetails scoffed internally. As if I would be swayed by something like this. You can praise me all you want, but it won't change my opinion of you humans. Yet the slight smile on its face suggested otherwise. Looks like our Kushina is about to cry from all this attention, Takuya teased with a laugh.
You stop that. Kushina huffed, her face flushed.
Everyone laughed, the warmth spreading through the group, dispelling the lingering tension. No one was afraid of Kushina anymore. Instead, they were wondering if their next opponents might just faint at the sight of her power, of Ninetails' terrifying might. Sometimes, changing a person's mind isn't all that difficult. Once a thought takes root in someone's mind, they tend to keep drifting back to it, unconsciously believing it's the right path. And since the Ninetails hadn't yet gone on a rampage within Konoha, there was little resistance to accepting Kushina. If this had been after the Night of the Ninetails, however, things would have been different. As for the events of the Battle of the Valley of the End, how many people even remembered? Moreover, the village had purposely sealed that information. The common villagers, even most shinobi, including the third Hokage's generation, had only a vague understanding. This meant that Kushina and the Ninetails being accepted by the village wasn't such a difficult task. Just like how, in the original storyline, Gaara had been treated as a monster, leading to his emotional isolation and insanity. Later, after being defeated by Naruto, and due to Tsunade's lack of capable leaders, Gaara had no choice but to step up and protect everyone with his strength, gradually changing people's perception of him. He eventually became the fifth Kazekage, earning everyone's respect. If Gaara, who'd had the one-tail rampage multiple times, causing endless tragedy, could gain acceptance, why couldn't Kushina? As long as no one sabotaged her image from behind the scenes, Kushina and the Ninetails' acceptance was just a matter of time. And if anyone dared try, Takuya would make sure they understood the meaning of regret. Takuya's forces had achieved a resounding victory, and the news spread quickly. Narashikashige couldn't stop smiling, already convinced that Tsunade's decision to send Kushina for reinforcements had been entirely correct. Tsukumo Hatake was also pleasantly surprised and immediately ordered a retreat, unwilling to continue clashing with Chiyo. If he could avoid it, he didn't want Konoha's shinobi to lose their lives on the battlefield. While Konoha celebrated, the mood in Tsunade's camp was incredibly bleak. When Chiyo heard that over 1,000 of their shinobi had been annihilated and that Raza had been captured, her vision darkened, and she almost passed out. The death of over 1,000 shinobi was an unbearable loss for Tsunade. But what was even worse was the capture of Raza. The entire new generation, the village's future pillars, was gone. Although Chiyo had struggled with the capture of Pakura, she had still managed to accept it. On the battlefield, anything could happen. But with the third Kazekage dead and Sasori having defected, Chiyo felt as if the sky itself was crumbling. And now, with Raza captured, her emotional defenses shattered completely. Are you sure it was the Jinchuriki? Chiyo finally spoke after a long silence, her voice raspy and heavy. Ebizo lowered his head, guilt clear in his expression. Yes, it was Konoha's Ninetails Jinchuriki. We were hit by the tailed beast bomb as soon as we reached the battlefield. Only a handful of us, including myself, survived, the rest vanished along with the forest. Shinobi were known for their high attack power but low defense, except for freaks like the third Raikage. Against an attack capable of vaporizing entire forests, rock and earth, leaving behind a corpse seemed impossible. There wasn't even a body left to recover. I understand. Go rest now, I'll take care of what's next, Chiyo replied, her voice tinged with exhaustion. She seemed to have aged overnight, her once straight posture now slightly hunched. The battle had dealt her a severe blow. Raza's capture had shattered her remaining composure. Though she still held considerable authority over the village, she knew she couldn't lead forever. While the Konoha camp erupted in celebration, the Tsunade camp was eerily silent. Chiyo sat quietly in the command tent throughout the night. Early the next morning, she set out with a few guards, approaching Konoha's lines. I am here to announce, on behalf of Tsunade, our desire to end this war. We hope Konoha will grant us the opportunity for peace talks. Chiyo's personal appearance was a clear sign. Tsunade could no longer continue the fight. Negotiations were inevitable. Whatever terms Konoha proposed, no matter how harsh, Chiyo would have to accept them. She couldn't allow Tsunade to remain bogged down in the quagmire of war, nor could she allow Raza to be lost to them.
So soon.
Takuya looked a bit puzzled when the ANBU came to report. A lost battle, along with the capture of their future leader. Unless Chiyo had lost her sanity, there was no way they could continue this war. The display of strength by Kushina and the Ninetails had left Tsunade with no other option. Surrendering now would allow them to preserve at least some of their power. The longer they dragged this out, the worse it would be for them. No one could guarantee that Raza wouldn't be harmed during the war. Konoha's interrogation department was already very interested in Raza. If Takuya hadn't explicitly ordered them not to interfere, Raza would probably have been in their clutches by now, already undergoing their methods. Takuya had thought Chiyo would hold out a bit longer, but here she was, requesting peace talks after just one night. Could this be a trap? Tsukumo Hatake questioned, also finding it unusual. This didn't seem like Chiyo's usual way of handling things. Even Nara Shikashige, the brilliant strategist, was a bit stumped. Sometimes, the more intelligent a person was, the more they overthought things. Like now, for instance, Shikashige had spent the night trying to analyze Chiyo's motives until his thoughts had gotten all tangled. Unlikely, Takuya said, sipping tea with a calm smile. Instead of thinking it's some sort of trap, it's more likely that Chiyo's spirit has been broken. She's tired and doesn't want to see Tsunade's foundation destroyed. She doesn't want Raza to be returned to them as a broken shell. Once Raza ended up in the hands of the interrogation department, even if he came out in one piece, his mind might never be the same. That kind of place wasn't for humans. Ahem, Shikashige coughed pointedly, glaring at Takuya. After all, the interrogation department was mostly run by the Yamanaka clan, who were part of the Ino Shikacho trio. Takuya's comments had essentially roped the entire trio into the critique. Just a metaphor, Shikashige-senpai. No need to take it to heart. Besides, the Nara clan isn't really involved in the interrogation department, so what's there to worry about? Shikashige's reaction made Takuya chuckle. You brat, Shikashige sighed, half amused, half exasperated. Fine, let's hear what you propose. I don't have any big ideas. We hold the advantage now. Whether we want to keep fighting or begin peace talks, it's our decision to make. Peace talks are a must though. We should send word back to the village. The situation at the coastline is dire, and the village could use some uplifting news to boost morale and confidence. Takuya had no intention of racking his brain over this. Better to inform Tsunade and leave the rest to her. As for Tsunade, they could wait. He'd let them know that peace talks were possible, but only after the village had given a response. This would at least reassure Chiyo that they weren't planning to harm Raza and had merely taken him into custody. Since you were appointed by Tsunade, we'll follow your lead, Shikashige said, exchanging a glance with Tsukumo Hatake. He was more than willing to defer. He wanted to end the war as soon as possible and return to the village to enjoy his retirement. Better to let the younger generation take on these responsibilities. After all, it wouldn't look good if the old kept taking on burdens meant for the young. Tsukumo Hatake was somewhat understandable. Once bitten by a snake, he'd been fearful of ropes for a decade. His heart had been shattered, and turning it around wouldn't be easy. If Tsunade herself hadn't stepped up, it was entirely possible Tsukumo wouldn't have even been willing to leave the village, let alone fight on the battlefield. However, Nara Shikashige's behavior left Takuya baffled. Fear of being implicated, seriously? The Nara clan was firmly in the Hokage's camp, so why would they fear getting caught in some whirlpool of turmoil? Ridiculous. It was obvious the clan's laziness had simply kicked in. The news of Tsunade's heavy losses and their desire for peace talks reached Konoha quickly. Thanks to the messenger hawks from the Intelligence Division, it only took a few hours for the news to travel back. In Konoha, within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, who had been away for quite some time, was finally back in the office where he had spent so many years. After reaching agreements with the daimyo on various supplies, resources and financial support, the third Hokage returned to Konoha in haste. While in the daimyo's residence, it was impossible to receive updates promptly. Having been away from Konoha for so long, the third Hokage was eager to return. As soon as he was back, he took his seat in the Hokage's office. Upon his return, Tsunade also immediately handed over authority back to him. However, before the third Hokage even had a moment to breathe a sigh of relief, the Elders' Council came knocking. Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado were highly displeased with Tsunade's decision to secretly allow Kushina to leave the village for the front lines. Unfortunately for them, with the third Hokage absent, they had no one to complain to and had to hold their frustration in. But now that the third Hokage was back, the two elders felt like they had found their footing again. They immediately dropped everything to storm into the Hokage's office.
What?
Upon learning that Kushina had left the village for the front lines, the third Hokage was completely taken aback. Are you kidding me? Tsunade, I need an explanation, the third Hokage said darkly, his face showing his displeasure. Allowing Kushina to leave the village had been his bottom line. But to his surprise, that bottom line had been crossed in his absence.
An explanation? What explanation?
Tsunade continued sorting through the documents on her desk, not even bothering to look up. The front lines needed reinforcements, and Kushina was the best choice. Are you saying Kushina isn't capable of protecting herself?
Tsunade.
Koharu Yuditane couldn't hold back anymore. She nearly leaped to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Tsunade. The Jinchuriki is of great importance. You've constantly indulged her, but even while she was in the village, enemies managed to infiltrate and cause trouble. Now that she's gone, she'll definitely be targeted. If the Ninetails goes berserk, who will be responsible? These insufferable old fools.
Tsunade thought.
While the third Hokage was away, they hadn't dared to make a peep. But now that he was back, they were all bluster and noise. Finally looking up, Tsunade fixed Koharu with a cold glare. Her voice was filled with authority. If anything happens to Kushina, I'll take responsibility. Are you satisfied with that answer? Tsunade, Hamura Mitokado chimed in. Regardless, allowing Kushina to leave without proper approval was reckless. It's dangerous.
Hold on.
Tsunade interrupted angrily, pulling out a document and throwing it onto the desk. If you two elders have time to worry about Kushina, maybe you should worry about yourselves instead. Can you please explain to me where the finance department's funds have disappeared to? There were major issues with the finance department. Tsunade had long known this. But even she had not anticipated the sheer scale of the problems there. The deeper she dug, the worse it got, vast amounts of money simply unaccounted for. She had agreed with the third Hokage to let bygones be bygones, on the condition that the Elders' Council didn't cause trouble for her. But it seemed that as soon as the third Hokage was back, they couldn't resist. If that was the case, then why should she hold back? They wanted to talk about Kushina? Fine, they could talk about her after something actually happened to her. For now, let's settle the finance department's accounts.
Funds.
Koharu Yuditane, who had been fuming, suddenly paused. Even Hamura Mitokado hadn't expected Tsunade to bring this up. The third Hokage opened the document, giving it a careful read.
After a moment, he looked up.
Tsunade, stop messing around. These funds were personally approved by me. The third Hokage felt like Tsunade was intentionally stirring up trouble by digging up old issues. He had already discussed this with her. They had agreed to let the past go. Bringing it up now was like she was deliberately undermining him. And what about the supplies? Tsunade wasn't interested in sparing the third Hokage's feelings. Letting bygones be bygones was conditional. She wouldn't tolerate anyone giving her trouble. Slamming her hand on the table, Tsunade demanded loudly, these funds were for medical supplies. But upon investigating the logistics division's inventory records, there was no matching entry for those supplies. There's no way the logistics division could make such an error. So where did those funds go?
Damn it.
Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado's expressions changed. They were suddenly on the defensive. A bad feeling swept over them as they remembered certain past actions. The third Hokage's brows furrowed. Now even he was sensing something was wrong. It seemed that his two old companions might have gotten involved in something he was unaware of. The funds had been allocated, yet the corresponding supplies had never made it to the inventory. That only meant the money had disappeared somewhere along the way. The people in charge of purchasing back then?
The Elder Council. It couldn't be.
The third Hokage thought of one person, Danzo. Koharu and Hamura might have craved power and helped their own clans, but they would never blatantly betray the village. If they weren't directly responsible, then someone else must have been. Who else in Konoha had the audacity for this kind of move? It didn't take much imagination to figure it out. Danzo, the Shadow Hokage. The expansion of Root, as well as his never-ending research projects, required astronomical funds. And since the third Hokage would never approve that much money for Root, Danzo had found other means, taking advantage of Koharu and Homura. The third Hokage's expression darkened. Danzo, always Danzo. How many times had he done things behind my back that harmed the village? Bang! Before the third Hokage could even speak, Tsunade slapped the desk, her voice laced with anger. The funds are just a small problem. Who gave you the authority to insert your own people into the Anbu? The Yanbu is directly under the Hokage's command. Since when did the Elder Council get to decide anything about it? Or is it that you're the real power behind the scenes, running this village? That accusation was no small matter. If proven, the consequences for the elders wouldn't be any better than what Danzo had faced. During the third Hokage's absence, Tsunade had done a lot, including looking into old accounts and cleaning up Anbu. Good grief. Not to mention external postings, even within the village itself, there were quite a few traitors. Danzo and the Elder Council had both tried to infiltrate Anbu, inserting their own loyalists who, on the surface, appeared to answer to the Hokage but were actually beholden to them. If Tsunade hadn't secretly sought out the Yamanaka clan leader to interrogate those loyal to Danzo, she wouldn't have discovered just how compromised Anbu had become. The terrifying thing was that the infiltration happened after the last Anbu purge. That purge had made such a splash, and yet it had only provided cover for deeper infiltration. How long was I away from Konoha? Why does it feel like everything's fallen apart since I left? What the hell is going on? The third Hokage demanded, his voice filled with frustration. Upon returning to the village, the third Hokage found himself blindsided by Tsunade's series of forceful accusations. His mind was buzzing, struggling to keep up with the sudden developments, and his focus on Kushina's deployment had quickly been derailed. See for yourself, Tsunade said coldly, throwing a pile of documents onto the desk. She crossed her arms, leaning back, clearly ready for a showdown. The third Hokage quickly began to read, while Koharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado stood by, their expressions mirroring the gravity of the situation. They were beginning to realize the extent of the trouble they were in. If they hadn't come here to pick a fight, they might have dodged a bullet. Tsunade had her hands full, and though she had been itching to settle old scores, it would likely have waited until she officially assumed the Hokage position. By then, their misdeeds would have carried less weight, perhaps ending in a quiet retirement. But now, everything had been laid bare, and things looked grim. Koharu Homura, I need an explanation, the third Hokage said after quickly skimming the documents. The more he read, the more his heart sank. The Umbu, the Black Ops, mostly carried out missions in the shadows, many of which were ethically gray at best. But these missions were always under the Hokage's orders and done for the good of the village. However, the documents Tsunade provided detailed numerous questionable and outright dark operations, carried out specifically by the Umbu members who had been placed into the organization. The third Hokage didn't need much imagination to understand what had happened. This was blatant abuse of power. It was Danzo, Koharu quickly said before the third Hokage could lose his temper, immediately throwing Danzo under the bus. Everything was Danzo's fault, at least, that was the line they were taking. They had merely helped plant a few people in the Umbu ranks. They might have known what was going on, but the actual dirty deeds were carried out on Danzo's orders. Danzo hadn't consulted them on everything, and at times had even actively hidden details from them. They might have been allies in their scheming, but when push came to shove, saving themselves was the priority. And given that they had already warned Danzo not to go too far, they felt little guilt in blaming him now. If he could, the third Hokage would have cursed aloud. Danzo had completely lost his mind. Instead of focusing on the root division, Danzo had planted his agents in the Umbu? Was he trying to keep an eye on Sarutobi Hiruzen himself? The very thought infuriated him. The Umbu were meant to be directly under the Hokage's command. If there were infiltrators among them, it meant the Hokage's every move could be monitored by outside parties. The third Hokage's face darkened considerably at the implications. Suppressing his growing anger, he glanced at Koharu, who had chosen to speak first. Homura, seeing his partner's actions, also decided to come clean. Danzo asked us to help place a few people. We didn't think it was a good idea to refuse him, but we warned him. He promised he wouldn't do anything reckless, Homura said. The third Hokage gave a mirthless chuckle. Warned him not to monitor me, or warned him not to abuse the Umbu for his own ends? A warning was meaningless. The moment they helped Danzo infiltrate the Umbu, they had compromised everything. Tsunade looked like she was enjoying herself, a hint of a smile tugging at her lips. These old fossils never learned, just like Takuya had said. A knock at the door broke the tension in the room, cutting through the charged silence. Despite their heated conflict, both the third Hokage and the elders were careful not to show any outward animosity. Appearances still mattered. Come in, the third Hokage called, adjusting his demeanor. The door opened, and a member of the intelligence division quickly entered. He saluted before handing a scroll over to Tsunade. "Hokage-sama, Lady Tsunade, this is an urgent report from the front lines," he announced before giving polite greetings to Koharu and Hamura. Though they were in terrible moods, Koharu and Hamura acknowledged the greeting, maintaining their dignified facade. "I'll take that," Tsunade said, taking the scroll. She swiftly broke the seal and decoded the message, her face relaxing into a smile as she read. Good news, finally? Tsunade wasn't the only one hoping. The third Hokage, Koharu, and Hamura all watched her intently. If the village fell, what would their titles and influence mean? Nothing. They understood this well. They might have clashed internally, but ultimately, they all stood to benefit from Konoha's prosperity. "I knew it. That kid did it. Kushina didn't let me down," Tsunade said, finally letting out a breath of relief. She tossed the scroll to the third Hokage, reaching for a hidden stash of sake in the office, a drink she had stored for times like this, to help unwind. Seeing Tsunade relax like that was enough of a sign for the third Hokage to smile as well. He quickly read through the scroll and soon broke into a grin. However, there was a hint of awkwardness in his expression. Noticing Koharu and Hamura practically craning their necks, the third Hokage spoke aloud, "It's good news. Takuya and Kushina did well. Tsunade suffered a major defeat, losing countless troops, and their future leader Raza has been captured. They've been forced to seek peace talks. With Pakura captured, the third Kazekage dead, Sasori defected, and now Raza captured, these were all major victories to celebrate. The only thorn for the third Hokage was that Takuya, whom he hadn't fully trusted, was behind it all. And Kushina? If the third Hokage had been in the village, she wouldn't have even been allowed to leave for the battlefield. But here she was, not only deployed but victorious. Takuya kept accumulating merits, and Kushina had earned fame in one battle, striking fear into the hearts of Tsunade. It wouldn't be long before the name of the Ninetails Jinchuriki echoed across the shinobi world. Most importantly, if Tsunade wanted peace, it meant the war would soon end. Even if Konoha had to reduce its demands, the third Hokage was prepared to accept it. Fighting on two fronts was an immense strain on the village. "That's fantastic!" Koharu and Hamura exclaimed, visibly brightening. But their smiles soon turned awkward when they noticed Tsunade, still holding her sake bottle, glaring at them. They gave sheepish smiles, barely able to conceal their discomfort. "Since Tsunade wants peace talks, who should we send to handle the negotiations?" Fortunately, the third Hokage quickly eased the tension between the two elders, bringing up the topic of choosing a negotiator. Takuya had accomplished so much, it would be fitting to send him for the talks. He had managed to push Tsunade to the brink on the battlefield, making him an ideal representative. However, seeing that the third Hokage didn't seem inclined to make that decision, Tsunade decided not to mention it. "Do whatever you want, old man. The war on the Eastern Front is still raging, and I have no time to deal with this trivial nonsense." The negotiations would just be a game of bargaining, trying to secure advantages and benefits, and Tsunade knew Takuya wasn't fond of such tedious tasks. Besides, since the third Hokage seemed interested, she decided to let him handle it. "Perhaps I could." Koharu Udatane began, glancing at Hamura Mitokado, intending to volunteer herself to redeem her recent mistakes. Before she could even finish, the third Hokage spoke up, "In that case, I shall personally go." "Wait, what?" Tsunade looked stunned. "You're going in person." The idea of the third Hokage going himself caught everyone off guard, and Koharu nearly sprained her back from shock. "And what about the village?" Hamura tried to ask. Normally, Koharu and Hamura would be the obvious choices for such a task, but considering their current precarious situation, they were too embarrassed to bring it up directly. They knew Tsunade wouldn't let them off the hook that easily. "The village is in Tsunade's capable hands. I have no concerns about that. Therefore, I shall head to the front lines myself to meet with Chiyo." The third Hokage genuinely felt that Tsunade had performed exceptionally well, beyond his expectations. Though reluctant to admit it, it was true. If Tsunade could manage everything, it made sense for him to handle negotiations on the front line, leaving the village in her care. This was also a gesture of trust and authority transfer. In a way, it was a sign of endorsement. The feudal lord also desired this arrangement. When the third Hokage personally traveled to the feudal lord's court, leaving Tsunade in charge, it was tantamount to officially recognizing her as his successor. Supporting Tsunade was also a decision the feudal lord found favorable, especially since Tsunade was family to him, making her more trustworthy than Orochimaru. Concerns about hurting Orochimaru's feelings were no longer a priority. The third Hokage was focused solely on what was best for Konoha, for its future. Are you serious, old man? Tsunade sighed in exasperation. There's already a pile of nonsense to deal with here, and now you're trying to cause more trouble? Are you kidding me? I assure you, I'm quite serious. The third Hokage gave a faint smile. He understood Koharu and Hamura's unspoken desire to offer their services, seeking to atone and restore their standing. Under different circumstances, he would have agreed, but not now. He needed to be the one to personally oversee this matter. Besides, leaving Tsunade in charge was a silent yet powerful deterrent to those in the village. Ironically, whenever he was away, Danzo and the elders seemed to behave themselves. But as soon as he returned, they couldn't seem to stay still. Fine, do as you please, Tsunade said, waving him off dismissively, wanting nothing more than for him to leave her alone. She wished he'd just leave the village, at least for a while, so some people would finally settle down and stop their scheming. Tsunade had come to realize that for some reason, whenever the third Hokage was present in the village, Danzo and the elders acted as if they were untouchable, believing that no matter what mistakes they made, the third Hokage would always protect them. The third Hokage, sensing Tsunade's annoyance, chuckled. I'll leave the village to you then. As soon as negotiations conclude, I'll return. I know Orochimaru may still need your assistance.
Assistance, my foot.
Tsunade bit back the urge to curse. The war with the mist isn't ending anytime soon, and we don't see any hope for resolution on the horizon. Luckily, with Jiraiya and Orochimaru there, and Minato aiding them, Mist Village has suffered significant losses. It's just a matter of time until they collapse.
Minato, eh?
That boy has a lot of promise. The third Hokage had always believed that Minato was someone worth investing in. Minato had never let him down, gaining tremendous momentum through the war. His Flying Thunder God technique was enough to strike fear in the hearts of the Mist Ninja. No one could be sure when Minato would suddenly appear beside them, ready to take off someone's head or pierce someone's heart. Dealing with an enemy like that, who appeared out of nowhere, put immense strain on one's psyche. Minato's rise to power wasn't as flashy as Takuya's, but he had steadily climbed the ranks. Now known as the Yellow Flash, Minato's reputation had already spread across the ninja world, and information about him was laid out on the desks of every village leader. Not only Minato but Nawaki's growth had also been commendable. While not as brilliant as Minato's, it had been steady and satisfactory. With the ongoing pressure from the villagers, Sarutobi Hiruzen, I'm afraid your seat won't remain yours for much longer. Tsunade, tired of the Hokage's musings, interrupted him with her assessment. Based on my investigation and evaluation, Mist Village is on the verge of collapse. What's strange is that despite repeated sabotage of their supply lines and constant disruptions, they continue to launch fierce attacks. It's as if their leadership is deliberately sacrificing the Mist Ninja, sending them to die on the battlefield. There were whispers within the higher ranks of Mist Village about the third Mizukage being controlled. However, such things were tightly sealed, and Tsunade was merely deducing from her observations, leading to this puzzling conclusion. Were the leaders of Mist Village simply insane? Fighting across the ocean already put Mist at a logistical disadvantage, and they constantly faced sabotage from Konoha. Despite suffering significant losses, thanks to Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Konoha still had the backing of reinforcements and supplies. Despite setbacks, Konoha's confidence had only grown with each battle. So, what was Mist's strategy for a prolonged war? They lacked the resources for a consistent supply chain, they didn't have the manpower to match Konoha, and the village itself had recently been in disarray, disturbed by Takuya, internal strife within the bloodline families, and general unrest. Yet they fought relentlessly, as if their ninjas' lives were worth nothing, attacking Konoha's lines as if driven by madness.
Indeed, it's suspicious. If possible, we should investigate.
There might be a weakness we can exploit to win the war, the third Hokage said. I understand, Tsunade nodded, glancing at the third Hokage as he puffed on his pipe, seemingly unperturbed by the mess that was the Anbu. Gritting her teeth, she thought, once he leaves, I'll have to sort all this out quickly. Otherwise, when he returns, there'll be nothing but chaos. When are you leaving? She asked. Immediately, replied the third Hokage, taking a drag from his pipe. Once I finish this pipe, I'll take a few guards and leave. No time could be wasted. The sooner this war ended, the sooner Konoha could withdraw its troops, allowing them to rest or redeploy to support the Eastern Front. Most importantly, ending the war with Tsunade would free up Konoha to focus entirely on dealing with Mist Village.
Fine, pick your guards yourself. I won't help you with that.
And if you're going, hurry up, there's still a ton of things I need to deal with. The third Hokage. He hadn't expected the day would come when he would be resented by his own student, a day when he would be driven out of the Hokage's office by his successor. Even though it was just a chair and not the entire Hokage title, it was still a bitter pill to swallow. Coughing lightly, the third Hokage put out his pipe, stowed it away, and left with Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado in tow. The three left the Hokage's office in silence. On their way to the Sarutobi clan's residence, the third Hokage spoke gravely. "I'll take responsibility for what happened this time, but let me make this clear, no more chances. Danzo's actions have nothing to do with either of you anymore. Do not cause any more trouble for Tsunade. She's not as forgiving as I am. Reflect on this. You can either assist Tsunade quietly or continue supporting Danzo and end up facing Tsunade's reckoning." The third Hokage was at his limit in terms of what he could tolerate. Watching the Hokage's retreating figure, both elders' faces looked grim. It was a warning, a rebuke. It was also a reminder that Sarutobi Hiruzen was preparing to step down. The villagers' discontent, their lack of trust, and even the daimyo's stance all pointed to the inevitable conclusion: his time as Hokage was ending. When the war concluded, he would be stepping down immediately. As long as he was in power, the third Hokage could still cover up for the elders. As long as things didn't escalate too far, he could keep it under wraps. But once he stepped down, and Tsunade took over as the fourth Hokage, the elders wouldn't even be able to act. Forget about causing trouble, they'd be lucky not to be stripped of their ranks and quietly retired. If things went poorly, they wouldn't even have the chance to retire peacefully. First, their positions would be revoked, their authority stripped, and they would be sent into retirement. Then, out of the public eye, they'd be dealt with. Once things quieted down, who would remember them? The elders of the council? Let's go. This is no longer our concern. Danzo's issues will be Tsunade's to handle, Hamura sighed after a long silence. Their relationship of shared interests with Danzo ended here. They could no longer help him, nor could they afford any further involvement. Otherwise, they'd face consequences they couldn't escape. The news that Tsunade wanted peace talks and to end the war couldn't be concealed. In fact, it had to be widely publicized. Tsunade immediately ordered notices to be posted around the village. Within 2 hours, the entire Konoha was in an uproar. This was good news for the villagers, though it did seem surreal. Just the day before, everyone had been worrying about the ongoing war, and now, good news had arrived out of nowhere. Tsunade wasn't like the third Hokage. She wouldn't obscure Takuya's achievements. Those who had earned merit were rewarded, and everything was clearly listed on the announcement.
Haha, this is amazing.
Tsukumo Hataki-sama really is the bane of Tsunade. That's nothing.
Look closer.
Yagami Takuya-sama is incredible. He personally turned Tsunade's elite shinobi Sasori and took down the third Kazekage.
Yagami Takuya?
That name sounds unfamiliar. To most villagers, Tsukumo Hataki was a familiar hero. Even if his reputation had been tarnished before, that was in the past. Now that he'd earned such a great achievement, people were quick to remember his contributions. Shikashige Nara was also a respected elder, but Takuya seemed like an unfamiliar name, as if he'd come out of nowhere. Even many shinobi had no strong impression of Takuya. The good news quickly spread to the coastal camp. Even though Tsunade had stepped up and taken control, it was ultimately an internal matter between her and the third Hokage. Orochimaru had no intention of hiding anything, and even if he wanted to, it wouldn't have worked. When the notices were posted, the entire camp erupted in excitement. You shouldn't have taken this position in the first place. If you'd let Takuya take it, we'd probably be done with the war by now, and back in the village resting, Jiraiya teased Orochimaru.
Shut up.
Orochimaru, usually composed, was visibly irked. The war between Konoha and Kirigakure had dragged on for so long, and while there had been progress, there was no end in sight. On the other hand, the war with Tsunade had been wrapped up quickly and decisively. Anyone would feel a bit bitter after such a comparison. Orochimaru was furious, but Jiraiya wasn't fazed. He kept on smiling, adding, "It looks like we're getting old. The future of the village still rests with the younger generation. Speaking of which, that kid still owes me something. I'm very interested in what he said about ice release." "Ice release, you say?" Orochimaru shot Jiraiya a skeptical look. He wouldn't be surprised if Takuya one day showed up using ice release. Takuya was the kind of person who would do that.
But Jiraiya?
Orochimaru had no high hopes. "Don't underestimate me, you damn snake. One day I'll show you just how strong the Toad Sage Jiraiya can be." After bickering for a while, Jiraiya stormed off. Orochimaru squinted at the distant sea. What's the real reason behind all this? Tsunade found it strange, and Orochimaru, who was leading the fight against Kirigakure, felt the same. Everything about Kirigakure's actions was suspect. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't uncover anything useful. Kirigakure's willingness to throw lives at Konoha in relentless attacks made no sense to Orochimaru. He wished he could capture the third Mizukage and crack his skull open to see what he was thinking. After hearing the news, Minato felt that he still wasn't doing enough, that he needed to work even harder to catch up with Takuya. Nawaki, on the other hand, felt he'd lost out. If only he'd gone with Takuya, he'd have shared in the glory now. The war on the coast was suffocating and difficult. With the news spreading, other villages would inevitably learn of Tsunade's desire to negotiate peace with Konoha. Iwa and Kumogakure, however, had little reaction. Kumogakure, being far away, continued watching from the sidelines. Iwa, on the other hand, began moving actively, a development that gave Tsunade a headache. Iwa's increasing activity was an absolutely bad sign for Konoha. They might seize the opportunity to declare war, and if that happened, Konoha would be in trouble. With the war against Kirigakure still raging, if Iwa decided to attack next, Konoha would be overwhelmed. Even if the war with Tsunade ended in a truce, it was easy to imagine how much trouble Iwa would bring to Konoha. After all, Iwa's military might was in no way inferior to Konoha's. This was one tough bone to chew. TCH, why is he personally coming here? Casually tossing the scroll over to Shikashige, Takuya rubbed his temples and cleared his throat, saying, "Senior, get ready. The Hokage should arrive by this afternoon." The fact that the third Hokage had personally come to negotiate with Tsunade was something no one could have expected. Takuya figured they would just send one of the elders from the council and that would be it. Who knew that the head of Konoha would actually show up in person? This is bad, really bad. If the Hokage himself shows up at the front lines, what am I supposed to do? Kushina's face went pale. She knew the third Hokage was very much a proponent of stability, someone who had always insisted that she should never leave the village. If it were someone else, Kushina could just ignore them and let Tsunade deal with the aftermath. But with the Hokage himself coming, Kushina felt completely paralyzed. Well, since the Hokage is coming, let's just prepare to receive him properly, Shikashige sighed. Even though having the Hokage come personally might seem like an overreaction, since he was already on his way, there wasn't much else to do. All they could do was prepare to welcome him. Shikashige glanced at Kushina, who seemed genuinely scared, and shook his head. She had talked big about running away, but now she was afraid the Hokage might use the opportunity to question her presence on the front lines. If things got awkward, the fallout wouldn't be good. It was better to handle things peacefully at a crucial time like this. Tsukumo Hatake, on the other hand, seemed indifferent. Ever since the defamation incident, the third Hokage's stature in his eyes had fallen. Nowadays, Tsukumo focused on doing his job well, leaving everything else to others. It didn't matter to him who handled what. "I'll have to leave this to you, senior. I'm planning to take Kushina for a walk, let her relax a bit," Takuya said. Kushina wasn't in a good mental state, and besides, there was still Pakura. The Hokage could very well use the chance to brainwash her and recruit her to his side, something Takuya wouldn't allow. Plus, Takuya wasn't exactly fond of the Hokage. Whatever negotiations he wanted to conduct, let him handle it himself. He could discuss it with Tsunade if needed. Shikashige was stunned for a moment before a wry smile appeared on his face. "Is this really okay?" Shikashige wanted to object. As a member of the Nara clan, he knew about some things that weren't made public. He knew that Takuya held a significant grudge against the third Hokage, and with Kushina here, avoiding the Hokage seemed like a reasonable decision. It sounded nice to say, "Let's go for a walk." But in truth, it was more like, "I just don't want to deal with you." What's wrong with it? Takuya didn't care. His relationship with the third Hokage was strained to the point of almost breaking. Besides, I received secret orders from Tsunade to bring Kushina and Pakura back as soon as possible, just in case anything unexpected happens. Now that the Hokage is here, I think I can leave the camp in capable hands and head back. You expect me to believe that? Shikashige felt speechless, and Tsukumo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Secret orders? There were none, just a convenient excuse to prevent things from getting too awkward. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and pack your things so we can leave, Takuya nudged Kushina. She snapped out of her daze, her face brightening as she eagerly ran off to get her things. Pakura rolled her eyes and followed. She was getting used to it. Konoha's internal struggles seemed even worse than Tsunade's. Pakura had heard rumors before, but she never imagined the reality would be this extreme. Pakura had decided to fully align herself with Konoha. After all, she'd already secured Raza's survival. She felt she no longer owed anything to Tsunade. Given the choice, why choose the worst path? Why not just live well? With Takuya, once a decision was made, there was no hesitation. They packed up and left, even choosing a detour to avoid running into the Hokage on the way back to Konoha. But while Takuya could just pat his back and leave, someone had to deal with the mess he left behind. Nara Shikashige instinctively looked at Tsukumo Hatake, who promptly stood up and said, "I'll go keep an eye on Raza, just to make sure nothing happens. Don't expect me to clean up your mess. You can handle it on your own." Shikashige was left in a dilemma. Helping meant outright deceiving the third Hokage, and although it was clear to everyone why they were doing this, lending a hand would make him complicit. If he didn't help, he'd make a bigger enemy out of Takuya, and by extension Kushina, Tsunade, Minato, and even Nawaki. They were all tightly connected. The Nara clan wouldn't survive alienating them. Shikashige was already an old man, well past retirement age. He wouldn't have even been here if he hadn't been pulled back into service. But he was retired, his clan wasn't. If they crossed those who were destined to hold power, life for the Nara clan would become significantly harder. Not to mention, once Tsunade took power, if she decided she couldn't trust the Nara clan, it would be a disaster. "That damn brat has me cornered," Shikashige muttered, finally slapping his hand down on the desk. Takuya had clearly anticipated all this when he had decided to leave, knowing Shikashige would have no choice but to help. Shikashige grumbled, but he knew what he had to do. "Are we really just leaving like this? Won't Nara-senpai be held accountable?" Kushina looked worried as they walked. Leaving the camp so abruptly might cause issues for Nara Shikashige if the Hokage decided to pursue the matter. Tsunade could cover for her decision to come to the front lines, but the third Hokage was a stubborn man, firmly believing a Jinchuriki should never leave the village. "He won't," Takuya reassured her, smiling as he ruffled her fiery red hair. "If Shikashige-senpai was really going to be in trouble, he wouldn't have let us leave so easily. Besides, upsetting us doesn't do him any good. As for the Hokage, what's he going to do? As long as we don't flaunt our presence in front of him, there won't be an issue. And if there is, well, we'll just show him the aftermath of a few more blown-up mountains. That old man doesn't have the backbone to stand up to it." "You two are unbelievable." Pakura gave Takuya a wide-eyed stare as if she were looking at a madman. Who would dare slander their own village leader like that? Not only was Takuya slandering him, but he was also practically telling Kushina to threaten the Hokage if it came down to it. In Tsunade, someone acting like this would be torn to pieces. It seemed Konoha's internal politics were far more entertaining than she'd ever imagined. Thinking about her feud with Raza, Pakura sighed deeply. Compared to the issues in Konoha, her situation was child's play, barely worth mentioning. "Nah, I don't want to. I might end up scaring the Hokage," Kushina said, her words suggesting reluctance, but her expression betraying otherwise. Judging from her squinted eyes and sly grin, she was already planning something. If the third Hokage really tried to make trouble for her, she wouldn't hesitate to blow up a few more mountain tops to make her point. Takuya laughed heartily, the only one not finding it amusing being Pakura. Now fully defected, Pakura couldn't help but worry. Would she face suspicion or hostility in Konoha? How was she supposed to integrate herself into the village now? There was no turning back for her, only the hope that Takuya wouldn't betray her trust. Otherwise her future in Konoha would be tough. Thanks to Takuya taking a longer route to avoid a direct meeting, the group managed to avoid any encounter with the third Hokage on their way back to camp. Lord Hokage. The Hokage's personal appearance on the front lines stirred great excitement among Konoha shinobi. Everyone found a spot to stand in orderly fashion. Even some of the injured ignored their medical aids to come witness his arrival. "You all have worked hard," the third Hokage said warmly, waving at the assembled shinobi, his face adorned with a kind smile. Yet, as he looked around, his eyes searched for someone in particular, Kushina. Despite scanning the entire area, he found no trace of either Kushina or Takuya. Not seeing Takuya was understandable, their relationship was strained, after all.
But where was Kushina? "Shikashige, where is Kushina?" he asked.
They had barely made it to the command tent, his seat hardly warm, when the third Hokage brought her up. Shikashige sighed inwardly. "I knew I wouldn't escape this." "Kushina has already returned to Konoha," Shikashige said with a weary smile. "She must have missed you on the road, Lord Hokage."
"What?
"I just arrived, and she left already? Was this a coincidence, or deliberate?"
And whose idea was it?"
Seeing the change in the Hokage's face, Shikashige cleared his throat. Takuya mentioned that keeping Kushina here for too long was unsafe, the risk of enemies or spies targeting her was high. And since Tsunade had sent orders, he took Kushina and Pakura back ahead of time. You expect me to believe that? A so-called order from Tsunade, what a load of nonsense. The third Hokage knew well what had happened. Takuya wanted to avoid seeing him, and he especially didn't want Kushina involved, in case things turned ugly. This kid was getting more and more out of control. Frustrated, the Hokage slapped the table, opting to shift the topic instead. Whether Tsunade's order was real or not, for the sake of everyone's dignity, he had to pretend it was.
Never mind, he said.
As long as Takuya is with her, there shouldn't be any problems. Where's Tsukumo? He's stationed at the front, keeping watch in case Tsunade changes its mind, Shikashige replied. Shikashige felt like crying. Takuya had left, avoiding dealing with the Hokage entirely.
And Tsukumo?
He declared, I'll stay at the front to deter any betrayal from Tsunade. The command tent is yours, along with the job of welcoming Lord Hokage.
Great.
Just great. These two kids had dumped everything on him, an old man. Sigh, forget it. The third Hokage exhaled heavily. The so-called reason for Tsukumo staying at the front lines was simply a convenient excuse to avoid seeing him. Ever since his name had been smeared, Tsukumo's regard for the third Hokage had been shattered, and Sarutobi Hiruzen knew he was at fault. Send a message to Chiyo, he said. Tomorrow morning at 9, I will personally visit the border to negotiate peace. I expect her to be prepared. Understood. The message soon made its way to Chiyo, and she prepared for the talks. To her surprise, it was the third Hokage himself who was coming to negotiate. She had expected it to be Tsukumo Hatake or Shikashige, or maybe one of Konoha's elders. The fact that the Hokage himself would be present underscored Konoha's seriousness. Sister, Sarutobi Hiruzen is personally coming to the front lines. It seems Konoha values these talks greatly, Ebizo noted. Of course they do, Chiyo responded with a cold smile. Konoha is fighting on two fronts. If the war continues, even if they win, they'll be drained. The sooner they can end things with us, the sooner they can focus on Kirigakure. Having been around the block more times than most, Chiyo knew exactly why the Hokage was making an appearance. The more Konoha wanted these talks, the better deal Tsunade could negotiate, maybe even grab a few extra benefits. What about the war reparations? Ebizo asked, dreading the thought. Thinking about the potentially massive reparations weighed heavily on both Chiyo and Ebizo. Tsunade couldn't afford a crippling financial burden, or it would stagnate for years. I'll handle it, Chiyo said. We may have to give something up, but I won't allow it to destroy the village's future. Back in Konoha, night had fallen when Takuya, Kushina, and Pakura finally arrived. At the village gate, they hit a slight snag. Pakura wasn't yet a registered Konoha ninja, lacking any official documentation. Even with a headband, she was still considered an outsider. Pakura has defected from Tsunade and joined Konoha, Takuya said. Her registration as a Konoha ninja will be processed tomorrow. For now, let's keep it at that. All Takuya wanted was a hearty meal, a hot spring bath, and a good night's sleep. But Lord Takuya, this isn't in line with regulations, the guard said hesitantly. Regulations? Takuya waved dismissively. If there's an issue, come find me. Just notify Tsunade, and tell her not to have the ANBU snoop around my house. Regulations, my foot. Since when did you lot demand regulations from Tsunade, Orochimaru, or Jiraiya? Those three came and went as they pleased, brought whoever they wanted into the village, and not a single one of you raised the topic of regulations then. Let's go, Takuya said, stepping through the gate. Bleh. Kushina stuck her tongue out, skipping after him. After a moment of hesitation, Pakura followed suit. The registrar's face turned completely dark, watching Takuya ignore him entirely and walk away without any explanation, leaving him helpless. Isn't this going to be a problem? Pakura asked, worry evident in her voice. What problem? Takuya replied, sounding irritated. It's just that old guy on duty today. Forget about him. I don't get along with the Sarutobi clan, especially not their clan head. As long as you don't have any ill intentions, Tsunade will handle anything else. The Sarutobi and Shimura clans were always the types to look down on others. Right now, Takuya didn't have the patience to argue about regulations with them. He simply didn't care. Pakura, speechless, thought, isn't the Sarutobi clan head the third Hokage? Meanwhile, back at the Hokage's office, an Umbu member reported, Lady Tsunade, Lord Takuya has returned with Kushina and Pakura. Pakura didn't have proper identification, and Lord Takuya refused to complete the registry, leading them away without complying.
Got it. Anything else?
Tsunade was busy dealing with a pile of documents and didn't even look up. Of all things to report, they choose this? Where was this diligence when I brought people back myself? Well, yes, the Umbu member continued, a bit taken aback. Lord Takuya also mentioned that the person handling this matter should report to you. Moreover, he said he doesn't want any Umbu snooping around his house or keeping Pakura under surveillance. Report my ass. Tsunade's patience was wearing thin, her pen snapped in her grip, her forehead veins visibly pulsing. Have they run out of things to do? Reporting every trivial matter to me? And as for you, how about you spend your time keeping an eye on Danzo instead of sneaking around other people's homes? Are all the people Takuya associates with so untrustworthy? If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. Tsunade's sudden outburst startled the Umbu operative, who quickly lowered his head, avoiding her blazing gaze. I tell you to monitor Danzo, and you fail. I tell you to track down the village's missing funds, and you can't find anything. I tell you to root out root spies in the Umbu, and you come up empty-handed. Yet the moment Takuya and Kushina return, you're suddenly eager to keep an eye on them. Is this the extent of the Umbu's abilities?
Tsunade spat.
Were they trying to drive her mad?
Enough.
Get out there and do your job. Without my explicit orders, no surveillance. And if I find out that Umbu operatives are being deployed by the council or anyone else without proper authorization, then all you captains might as well hand in your resignations. Tsunade's patience had hit its limit. It was baffling to her. Why did the Umbu seem so eager to curry favor? Especially with the likes of the council and Danzo. She had warned them time and again, but her words seemed to fall on deaf ears. Fine, if they wanted to keep playing this game, she'd strip them of their roles. Surely there had to be some trustworthy individuals in Konoha willing to step into the Umbu's ranks. Is this a dream? Pakura wondered as she watched Kushina blowing bubbles in the hot spring beside her, her head a little foggy. From the moment she had stepped into Konoha, Pakura had been on edge. She feared unfair treatment and constant surveillance. She feared Takuya would abandon her after bringing her here. But none of that had happened. Takuya had confidently escorted her into the village. He didn't even bother with the formalities of registration. He openly threatened the lurking Umbu, took her and Kushina out for a meal, and then brought them to a hot spring, luxury she had never imagined. To top it off, the Umbu that had been shadowing them even disappeared. It really is more comfortable here in the village, Kushina remarked, contentedly. Sure, staying here for too long can get boring, but after running around outside, you come to appreciate the comforts of the village. At least you don't have to compromise on simple things. Unlike at the frontline camps, where even getting a hot bath is tough, she added, sinking a little deeper into the hot spring. What's on your mind? Kushina asked, noticing Pakura staring at her. Only her small head was above the water, as if she was trying to disappear entirely. Nothing, Pakura snapped back to reality. I was just curious about Takuya's relationship with the higher-ups. She gestured vaguely. Is it really that bad? If he didn't see Konoha as his home, Takuya would have probably taken a blade to them already. You tell me, is it that bad? Kushina replied, rolling her eyes. The only one among the upper ranks she had any respect for was the third Hokage. As for Danzo and the council? Forget it, they could stay far, far away. Okay, let's pretend I didn't ask, Pakura thought, unsure how to even respond to that. At least in Tsunade, no one would ever think of taking a blade to their leadership. Konoha's internal politics ran far deeper than Tsunade's. After soaking in the hot spring, it was time to head home for some rest. Takuya, I'm heading back to rest. I'll come by tomorrow. Kushina waved and skipped away happily. Sitting in the living room, Pakura remained silent. Takuya hadn't arranged any other place for her to stay. It was clear that, for the time being, she'd be living at his house. What baffled her most was that Kushina, who had once been so hostile towards her, now didn't seem to care in the slightest whether she stayed at Takuya's house or what might happen. Pick whichever guest room you like, Takuya said. There's bedding in the wardrobe, and here are some pajamas and clothes. Just make do for now, we'll get new ones after sorting out your ninja registration tomorrow. The clothes were all Uchiha Makoto's, though they clearly didn't fit Pakura well, too tight in all the wrong places. Takuya, however, couldn't be bothered to get anything else, so he just told her to deal with it. Pakura stood there in the pajamas, her eyes twitching as she looked at the clothes. She wasn't blind, those clothes clearly didn't belong to Kushina. Which raised a rather interesting question, Everyone knew about Takuya and Kushina's relationship, so why were there other women's clothes in his house, and from his bedroom no less? Pakura's head was spinning. The next morning, with a sleep-deprived Pakura in tow, Takuya headed straight for the Hokage's office. Getting the ninja registration sorted was easy, he just had to find Tsunade, and she'd get it done with a single word. Along the way, Pakura couldn't help but curiously observe her surroundings. Compared to the barren, wind-swept Tsunade, Konoha was thriving. The streets were bustling, full of people, restaurants, and shops, things you'd never see back in Tsunade. Compared to Konoha, Tsunade truly felt impoverished. There was also no choking sand blowing in her face. "It's bustling, isn't it?" Takuya asked, noting her gaze. "It is," Pakura admitted, keeping her head down as she walked beside him. "It's far livelier than Tsunade. More people, more stores and restaurants. But most importantly, the villagers look happy." It wasn't that Tsunade's residents were unhappy, but life in the desert meant struggling for basic necessities. There was no comparing their standard of living with Konoha's. Not even the well-off Kirigakure could compete in this regard. It was simply a matter of the environment. Hands behind his back, Takuya glanced toward another part of the village, smiling. The urban area over there is even more lively, with taller buildings. It's different from the center here, near the Hokage's office, where most buildings are wooden. We'll go exploring later. But first, let's get your registration done. With no obstructions, Takuya walked straight into the Hokage's office, completely ignoring the Anbu guards posted at the entrance. Pakura hesitated for only a moment before following him in. The Anbu guards at the door made no move to stop them. They had been thoroughly chastised by their captain just the day before for overstepping their duties. Someone had decided to keep a close eye on Takuya and Pakura right after they returned to the village, and Tsunade had blown her top about it. Everyone had a distinct sound to their steps, along with a unique chakra presence. More importantly, the person entering had just barged in without knocking. Tsunade, who had been slumped over her desk, looked up to see Takuya, with Pakura standing behind him. Raising her eyebrows, she said, "Not bad, kid. You disappeared without a word. If it wasn't for the Anbu reporting to me, I wouldn't have even known you'd returned. Do you realize the penalty for abandoning your post, boy?"
Is this an interrogation?
Pakura blinked in confusion. "Didn't you say everything was fine?"
All right, cut it out.
"I know you're exhausted, but don't take it out on me," Takuya said as he dropped heavily onto the couch, pointing over at Pakura. "Can you help her get registered? Without ninja identification, moving around is difficult."
Fine, fine.
"It'll be done in no time." "What's with you, kid? You head to the battlefield and bring back a pretty kunoichi as a prisoner?"
What's your plan? Dominate the world?
"How are things at the front?"
Tsunade asked.
"Same as usual. After capturing Raza, Tsunade didn't dare fight back. We're just waiting for our esteemed Hokage to handle negotiations. As for the outcome, who knows?" Takuya didn't have much faith in the upcoming talks. He wouldn't have been surprised if, a few days from now, Tsunade ended up shocked by the report. He remembered that during the Third Shinobi World War in the original storyline, Tsunade, after their defeat, had put forward some rather unusual demands. The third Hokage had agreed to them in an effort to buy peace and gain a stable ally. In the end, all Konoha got was an unreliable ally, and even the war reparations were waived. Frankly, Takuya never really understood the third Hokage's logic. Giving up so much for an uncertain alliance, it made no sense. "You don't think this negotiation will go well?" Tsunade said, instantly picking up on the undertones in his words. "I didn't say that. Not my problem if this goes wrong. Who knew, maybe the third Hokage would suddenly decide to wring Tsunade dry. Until the final result was in, anything could happen. He couldn't fully rely on the original story. Doing that risked getting smacked in the face by reality." Takuya straightened up, leaning on one arm as he shared his thoughts. "I'm just wondering, if Tsunade is truly looking for peace, they won't resist as long as our terms aren't excessive. But do you think they might use the negotiations to make some demands of their own?"
Demands?
They dare to make demands.
Are you joking?
Tsunade nearly threw the scroll she was holding at Takuya's head. Tsunade's request for a peace negotiation was essentially their admission of defeat. They were in no position to bargain. What gave them the audacity to think they could? "I said if," Takuya retorted, rolling his eyes at Tsunade's overreaction. "Forget it. I won't say anything else. Get someone to take her for registration," he said, gesturing at Pakura. "If she has to go through the usual channels, who knows how long it'll take." No doubt, everywhere had its share of bureaucracy. If Takuya really took Pakura to wait in line, there was no telling when she'd actually receive her identification. There'd be plenty of frustrating checks and endless questions. But with Tsunade, Takuya was sure she'd have the ID ready in under half an hour. No queuing, no interrogation. Got it, Tsunade said with a sigh, her eyes narrowing slightly as she studied Pakura. Finally, she said, "You're his responsibility. I hope you genuinely intend to join Konoha and don't have any ulterior motives. If anything goes wrong, this kid will have a lot to answer for." "Rest assured, Lady Tsunade. Having severed ties with Tsunade, I'm committed to Konoha. I, Pakura, will not harbor any ill will against the village," Pakura said, bowing slightly. "See that you don't forget it." Tsunade nodded before calling out toward the door. "Take her down to get registered. If anyone has questions, tell them to come to me. I want that ID on my desk in an hour." "Understood, Lady Tsunade," an ANBU member said, stepping inside to gesture for Pakura to follow. Once the non-essential personnel had left, Tsunade tossed the scroll in her hand aside. Under Takuya's bewildered stare, she pulled out a bottle of sake from beneath the desk, uncorked it, and took a long swig, letting out a satisfied sigh as she relaxed back into her chair. Unbelievable. She was really doing this, drinking while on duty. Either Tsunade had nerves of steel, or she'd moved from being a casual drinker to some kind of alcohol deity. "What are you staring at?" she snapped, noticing Takuya's incredulous look. Blushing slightly, she barked, "I've been working my fingers to the bone here. I deserve a drink to unwind." Takuya's face twitched slightly. "A drink isn't a problem, everyone needs to blow off steam. But are you sure you won't get too tipsy to handle the paperwork?" The third Hokage smoked when stressed, and Tsunade drank, no big deal. Takuya himself took long soaks in hot springs whenever he needed to clear his mind. Everyone had their own way of coping. But drinking during work hours? He just hoped she wouldn't accidentally get drunk and start making decisions while seeing double. "I won't let it interfere with my work," Tsunade said dismissively, taking 2 more gulps before reluctantly setting the bottle down. She knew how to relax, but she also knew her limits. There was a line she wouldn't cross. She let out a contented burp, her spirits visibly lifting. The saying was true, a good drink really could lift your mood. The fatigue that had been visible on her face was now replaced by a more vibrant energy. "I knew I wasn't wrong about you," Tsunade said, leaning forward with a smile. "You didn't let me down. Tsunade's going to pay dearly for this. No matter how those old men try to negotiate. Let's see if Orochimaru has the guts to keep vying for the 4th Hokage title against me now," she added with a huff. "If that's the case, Orochimaru might just want to crawl into a hole somewhere and disappear." Takuya stretched out on the couch, grinning. Tsunade definitely took a blow. The 3rd Kazekage is dead, Pakura switched sides, Sasori defected, leaving only Raza. They won't be able to stir up much trouble for a while. And from what Pakura mentioned, the 3rd Kazekage agreed to some tough demands from the daimyo of the Land of Wind. They're in for a rough time. Everyone knew what the Wind daimyo was like. After losing the war, Tsunade wasn't going to have it easy. Poor Raza, he wasn't even officially the 4th Kazekage yet, but he was already stuck paying debts by digging through the desert for rare resources. "And that's assuming we don't bleed them dry further," Takuya said with a smirk. "Pa, that bunch of bureaucrats in the daimyo's court, what good are they?"
Tsunade scoffed.
Even though she herself was related to the Fire Daimyo, Tsunade had always despised the behavior of those pompous officials. The Fire Nation is relatively stable, the daimyo can't make too much trouble there. But the Land of Wind is a different story. It's like a massive weight pressing down on Tsunade. "By the way, what do you plan to do with Pakura?" Tsunade asked, giving Takuya a look that clearly meant, "You know what I mean." Takuya rolled his eyes and replied, "Come on, don't look at me like that. If I really wanted her, wouldn't I have just asked you for help? Are you saying your figure and beauty are inferior to hers? Though you're a bit older." "At least you have good taste, kid," Tsunade agreed, but something felt off. Her smile turned into a glare. "What did you say, brat? Are you calling me old?" There it was, age, the one thing you should never bring up around a woman. Without hesitation, Takuya bolted for the door. "Once Pakura's registration is complete, send her to the hot pot restaurant to find me. If you plan to keep her as a bodyguard, just make it official." "I'm off," he said as he dashed away. Why waste time arguing with Tsunade when he could be enjoying hot pot, relaxing in the hot springs, or paying a visit to his future student Kakashi? Man, what a hassle. Thinking about the straight-laced Kakashi, Takuya scratched his head. I just hope I don't end up leading this kid astray. That brat. Tsunade muttered angrily as she slammed the window shut. Half an hour later, Pakura returned to the Hokage's office, with her ninja ID successfully in hand. By this point, Tsunade had already immersed herself in her work again. Takuya brought you here. His intention is for you to stay and become my bodyguard, but I don't quite trust you yet. In the meantime, you can follow him around. He wants you to meet him at the hot pot restaurant, and I'll have ANBU escort you there, Tsunade explained. In the original story, Tsunade's assistant and bodyguard was Shizune, Kato Dan's niece. Though Shizune had the strength of a jonin, her power was quite average. If Pakura could be trained, she would make a decent assistant and bodyguard for Tsunade. But for now, Tsunade couldn't fully trust her. Pakura was still too new, she needed time to prove herself. Tsunade wasn't the type to play games or engage in deceit, so she laid everything out openly.
Understood.
I will do my best, Pakura said, bowing gratefully. Tsunade's straightforwardness about not trusting her didn't bother Pakura. After all, switching villages midway and instantly gaining trust wasn't realistic, it was normal to face some trials. In fact, Tsunade's direct approach made Pakura feel more at ease. A facade of false trust with secret surveillance and investigations would have hurt far more. Led by an ANBU operative, Pakura made her way to the hot pot restaurant.
Sit down and eat.
Afterward, we'll get you some new clothes and have a walk around the village so you can get familiar with things. Do you want off-the-rack clothes, or do you want something custom-made?
Takuya asked.
Just regular ones will do, Pakura replied. She wore a backless outfit, not because she enjoyed exposing her back, but because of Tsunade and the Land of Wind's harsh environment. It was simply more comfortable in the heat. Now that she was in Konoha, her outfit seemed out of place. Starting anew, Pakura decided it would be best to change her style.
All right, Takuya nodded.
He didn't care what Pakura wanted to wear. How someone dressed was their own business, he didn't need to interfere. For Pakura, who was eating hot pot for the first time, the experience was a thrill. Takuya could see she had let her guard down. She was starting to see herself as part of Konoha, leaving behind her past identity and the baggage that came with it. After finishing their meal, the two wandered the streets of Konoha, with Pakura buying a few sets of loose-fitting clothes. As for combat outfits, Takuya finally understood why Pakura preferred her backless style. Regular clothes were simply too tight. It seemed like Tsunade's wardrobe didn't have many options, but each piece she owned was custom-made for her. The woes of having a larger bust, apparently? With their shopping done, Takuya took Pakura for a walk around the nearby areas to familiarize her with her surroundings, eventually leading them to the entrance of the Ninja Academy. Another boring day. Kakashi walked out of the Ninja Academy, his hands resting on the back of his head, his eyes gazing lazily at the sky. Since his father, Tsukumo Hatake, hadn't committed suicide, Kakashi had no reason to be emotionally scarred. Though he already had the skill to graduate, he obediently stayed in the academy. Tsukumo would never allow Kakashi to graduate prematurely just to take on missions. It wouldn't benefit his development.
Tsukumo was cautious.
One wrong move, and this kid with his deadfish eyes could grow up with a warped sense of things. Is this guy just bored of being too strong? Seeing Kakashi looking up at the sky, ignoring everyone around him, Takuya couldn't help but laugh. Kakashi had always been a loner. He didn't really care to interact with others. Go teach him a lesson, make him understand how cruel the world can be, Takuya said, giving Pakura a task.
What do you mean? Pakura looked at him, confused.
Leaning against a tree trunk, Takuya explained with a grin, because of the war, I asked Tsukumo-senpai to help split the workload. So, in return, he asked me to take Kakashi as my student. This kid's a genius, but his personality's a bit odd. He needs to experience setbacks. Just don't hurt him too much. Tsukumo Hatake, senpai? Pakura hesitated, looking at the boy with the white hair and quickly piecing it together. She blurted out Tsukumo's name but then caught herself, realizing she had been impolite. Since she would be a Konoha ninja now, she added senpai to show respect. Takuya nodded, signaling for Pakura to go ahead. Kakashi, want to come to the hot pot restaurant with us? Rebellious Asuma, with a toothpick dangling from his mouth, walked beside Kakashi, acting tough. Not interested. Without even pausing to consider, Kakashi refused. It wasn't that he disliked hot pot, he actually enjoyed it a little, but he had no desire to hang around Asuma. If someone made a list of the kids Kakashi found most annoying in the academy, Uchiha Obito would undoubtedly be first, no question about it. And Asuma would come second. Ever since the slander against his father, Tsukumo, Kakashi had grown to dislike the third Hokage, and by extension, found Asuma irritating as well. Add to that Asuma's rebellious attitude, and the boy practically looked like a mini delinquent. If he weren't the Hokage's son, Asuma would probably get beaten up 8 times a day. Well then, how about we train together, Kakashi? I still don't really understand what Sensei taught us about throwing weapons, Rin said hopefully, glancing at Kakashi. No thanks, I'm heading home, Kakashi replied, uninterested in wasting his time with these kids who couldn't even grasp the basics. Darn it, Kakashi, you.
TSSS.
Obito, ready to give Kakashi a piece of his mind, was interrupted as Kakashi gasped in pain. His head snapped back as though something had struck him in the forehead. Someone was attacking. The kids finally snapped out of their confusion. Holding his forehead, Kakashi scanned the area, trying to find his attacker. He had seen the stone coming at him, but it had been too fast for him to react in time, and now his forehead was throbbing. Standing at the entrance of the academy, Pakura tossed another stone up and down in her hand, looking amused. A beautiful woman none of them recognized. Where did she come from?
Was it her?
Uchiha Obito and Asuma stared at Pakura, their expressions turning slightly strange.
Who are you?
Kakashi asked, his usual bored skyward-gazing eyes now filled with seriousness, completely ignoring the bump forming on his forehead. He swore he didn't know this kunoichi, so why did she attack him? And in the middle of the academy grounds, no less. Pakura didn't answer. She simply tossed another stone.
Move! Kakashi shouted.
A second later, the stone smashed into where Kakashi had been standing, leaving a fist-sized dent in the ground. The rock itself shattered into pieces. The strength she had put behind that throw was evident.
Gulp!
The surrounding kids were terrified. If the stone could leave a dent like that, what would happen if it hit a person? Kakashi's forehead was proof enough, it was already swollen. Was his guard down because they were inside the academy? Or was it because he was surrounded by kids, and his vigilance had slipped? Takuya leaned against a tree, carefully observing everything. Pakura vanished the moment she threw the stone, and when Kakashi moved to avoid it, her fist was suddenly inches from his face.
She's so fast.
He couldn't react at all. With a thud, Kakashi was sent flying, Pakura's punch landing square on his face. Kakashi may have had the potential of a genius, but he wasn't fully grown yet. Against a seasoned elite like Pakura, he stood no chance. It was one-sided, nothing more than a beating. The sudden fight left many of the kids dumbstruck. Uchiha Obito froze for a few seconds, then shouted, "A ninja is hitting someone. A ninja is hitting someone." Though he didn't like Kakashi, he wasn't heartless enough to just stand by. He figured that shouting might bring the teachers out to help. "Who are you? Do you know what kind of trouble you could get into for attacking a student here at the academy?" Asuma spoke up, his father's status making him more knowledgeable about the rules than most. Pakura ignored him, delivering a swift kick towards Kakashi. Suddenly, the academy was abuzz. A pretty kunoichi had come to the academy and was beating up Kakashi, one of their best students. How could this happen? With Obito leading the charge, the rest of the students started shouting too. "Stop this right now!" The commotion outside caught the teacher's attention, and several who hadn't yet left for the day rushed out from the main building. Before they could reach the field, kunai flew towards them, forcing them to halt. "I'm sorry, but as Kakashi's new teacher, I feel he needs a bit of tough love. Lately he's been slacking off, and I hope you all understand and don't interfere," Takuya said, stepping in front of the teachers.
Yagami Takuya?
Uemura Ichiki rubbed his eyes, looking Takuya up and down before exclaiming in delight, "What are you doing back here? I heard you went to the front lines. Wait, are you saying you've taken Kakashi as your student?"
"Yes, sensei."
Senpai Sakumo insisted, and I couldn't refuse. "How have you been, sensei?" Takuya asked politely. Takuya held a lot of respect for his former teacher, who had never treated him differently due to his unique background and had always been kind to him. "Haha, you know, same old, teaching these kids, nothing much." Ichiki laughed, scratching his head as they chatted. The other teachers were left bewildered. Was this really the time for casual conversation? Shouldn't they be stopping that kunoichi? Kakashi was already getting bruised all over. "Wait, hold on," Ichiki finally said, frowning. "Even if he's your student, you shouldn't use such violence to make a point. You should be nurturing him. Kakashi is still a kid, and as his teacher, you need to guide him properly."
"Ah, the lecture."
Takuya sighed inwardly, recalling his days in school. It seemed like every teacher had this trait, endlessly lecturing their students.
"Pakura, that's enough," Takuya called out.
The point had been made, there was no need to risk actually injuring Kakashi.
Understood.
Pakura stopped, looking down at Kakashi, who lay on the ground dazed, his eyes filled with confusion. Your skills are average, but your talent is promising. At least your reflexes are decent, Pakura commented. Even a genius who hadn't yet matured was nothing more than a target to an elite jonin like Pakura. Kakashi should consider himself lucky to have earned even that much praise. After all, she was no pushover. Even as he matured, whether Kakashi could eventually surpass Pakura remained a question. Despite Pakura's somewhat unclear fate in the original storyline, the real-life version of her was anything but weak. While some might break under such an experience, others like Kakashi would only grow stronger. He had remarkable resilience. In the original story, his emotional fragility was largely due to his father's suicide, compounded by the deaths of Rin Noera and Obito Uchiha. Anyone else experiencing what Kakashi did might have lost their mind or gone down a dark path. But Kakashi pulled himself back from the brink. That strength of spirit was what made him different. A beating like this might crush other kids, but for Kakashi, Takuya wasn't worried.
Master.
Seeing Pakura now standing behind Takuya, Kakashi forgot all about his bruises, his mind completely blank. This female ninja was with Master? From today call me Sensei, Takuya said, ruffling Kakashi's hair. It's been a while, Kakashi, and it looks like your guard's been dropping. Anyway, let's not dwell on that, go get checked at the hospital, then come find me at my place. From now on, whenever you're not at the academy, you'll be training with me. Turning to Ichiki, Takuya added, I'll be heading off now, Ichiki-sensei. After a polite farewell to Uemura Ichiki, Takuya walked away with Pakura. This kid, honestly. Ichiki sighed, shaking his head.
All right, everyone disperse. Head home if you're done here.
Kakashi, get to the hospital. What kind of teaching method is this? Beating the kid up? Ichiki couldn't wrap his head around Takuya's methods. If anyone tried that at the academy, there'd be parents banging on the door with complaints. Takuya Yagami was Kakashi's teacher?
Uchiha Obito stood there, dumbfounded.
The other kids weren't much different. What they thought was an act of random violence turned out to be training from Kakashi's sensei.
Who would have thought?
What kind of teacher just beats up his student like that?
It was bizarre.
Kakashi, are you okay? Your teacher's awful.
We should.
Asuma began, ready to stand up for Kakashi. But before he could finish, Kakashi cut him off. Sensei did it for my own good. Without another word, Kakashi turned and left the academy, heading straight for the hospital. He needed to heal up quickly so he could head to Takuya's place. He didn't understand why Takuya had suddenly decided to take him on, but he knew he couldn't afford to disappoint him. This was an opportunity he had to make the most of. Walking beside Takuya, Pakura kept glancing at his profile. She couldn't understand why Takuya had her beat up Kakashi. Didn't he worry it might negatively impact his student's development? Wouldn't it break the boy's spirit? Did I go too hard on him? She asked tentatively. Thinking back on Kakashi's swollen, bruised face, Pakura couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy. But Takuya's orders were absolute, and she had no choice but to follow them. Takuya, meanwhile, seemed utterly unconcerned, carrying his newly purchased items as he strolled casually. He turned his head and said, for most kids, an experience like that would be damaging, maybe even make them question if their teacher dislikes them.
But Kakashi is different. Don't underestimate him.
If Kakashi were really that fragile, I wouldn't have taken him on, no matter how much Senpai Tsukumo pleaded. Taking on an apprentice was not something to be done lightly, even if it was part of a political deal. But Kakashi had the talent that warranted an exception. If it had been someone like Uchiha Obito or Asuma, no amount of pleading would have changed Takuya's mind. Why am I even worried when you're clearly not? Pakura shrugged, dropping the topic. As long as one had enough money, the mednin at the hospital were happy to make a quick buck, offering the fastest treatment available. By the time Kakashi arrived, his bruises had mostly healed, though it would still take a few more days to fully recover. Sensei, Kakashi greeted stiffly, standing ramrod straight in the living room, visibly nervous.
No need to be so tense.
Come have dinner first. Seeing Kakashi's obvious unease made Kushina laugh. She'd heard of Kakashi many times before, the young prodigy of Konoha, and she had to admit, she never thought she'd see the usually stoic boy acting so tense. Thanks ma'am, Kakashi said, sitting down as Kushina nudged him towards the chair. He looked like the seat was burning him, fidgeting as though he wanted to stand back up. Only under Kushina's watchful eyes did he remain seated. Pakura seemed similarly out of place. When Takuya announced he was cooking, she had tried to help but had been promptly booted from the kitchen within 2 minutes. Dinner's ready, Takuya finally said, bringing the last dish to the table, amused to see Kakashi jump to his feet instantly. Relax, stay seated. I don't need any help.
Takuya shook his head.
Sometimes, too many people in the kitchen only made things more chaotic, not helpful. This one is for Lady Tsunade. Take it over later, Takuya said, pointing to a bento box. Got it, Kushina smiled, setting it aside before digging into her meal. The dinner ended in a slightly awkward atmosphere. Takuya regretted inviting Kakashi to his house for dinner. The boy's nervousness was contagious, spreading a strange unease among everyone present. After dinner, Pakura took the initiative to brew some tea. I got it, Takuya said, gesturing for Kakashi to stay seated when the boy made to get up and help. Picking up the teapot, he poured tea for everyone and continued, You might be wondering why I suddenly changed my mind and decided to take you on as my student. That isn't something you need to worry about. What you need to do is train hard. I'll make time to guide you when I can. But don't get your hopes up about personalized training. I'm lazy, and I don't have that kind of time. Taking on an apprentice was a hassle, but Kakashi was different. He wasn't the kind of student who needed constant supervision. Teach him what needed to be taught, and he'd handle the rest himself. Yes, sensei. Kakashi sat up straight, attentively listening. He didn't even consider touching the teacup in front of him. I invited you here tonight to get you used to the place. From now on, whenever I'm in the village, you can come over after school. I'll help you train then. Understood. Kakashi's responses were almost robotic, a single word reply over and over. If there's nothing else, you can head home for today. Come back after school tomorrow. Kakashi needed time to digest everything, otherwise, he'd stay in this overly formal mode. Takuya didn't want their teacher-student relationship to be this stiff and awkward. Sensei, Kakashi took a step towards the door but then paused, turning back with a hesitant expression. This kid is restless. Takuya could read Kakashi's intentions just by looking at his eyes. He shook his head and said, No skipping classes. I know the academy lessons must be boring for you now, but even if you don't learn anything new, it's important for you to stay. Come over after school or during breaks, as long as I'm in the village and have time. If Kakashi wanted to leave the academy and become a genin, all it would take was a simple request and approval. But neither Takuya nor Tsukumo wanted that. Even if the academy wasn't teaching him anything, staying there was still important for Kakashi's growth. Graduating too early wouldn't benefit him.
He was too young.
The world outside the academy was harsh. Leaving the safety of that environment too soon could easily lead him down the wrong path. The original timeline showed how Kakashi's life had veered off course. Takuya never understood what the third Hokage had been thinking, first pushing Tsukumo to his death, then letting Kakashi graduate early, and only trying to set him right again after he'd already gone astray by pairing him with Minato. Takuya would bet that without Minato's mentorship, without Obito's antics, without Rin's gentle care, Kakashi would have turned dark completely. He's got the strength, that's for sure. His skills are definitely genin level, maybe even better than some average genin, Pakura said, sitting in the spot Kakashi had vacated and picking up her tea. In the Sand Village, a kid like him would receive the best education and care. What are you implying? Takuya put down his own teacup, smiling wryly. That Konoha doesn't nurture its geniuses? Or that our jonin instructors aren't competent? And what about you? Pakura asked, raising an eyebrow. Her question seemed to echo the things she had heard from Kushina, the stories of Takuya's childhood, of how he had been treated. I'm different, Takuya said, apparently unbothered by Kushina sharing his past. My situation is complicated. The village has always treated the Uchiha poorly. Not everyone, just a few elders. Most people would rather avoid associating with us. But it's all about power struggles in the end. Haven't you experienced that yourself? If Takuya faced discrimination in Konoha because of his Uchiha blood, Pakura faced it in the sand due to her connections with Raza. Pakura stiffened, her gaze towards Takuya shifting. Don't give me that look. I don't need your sympathy. You should be more worried about your own situation, Takuya said dismissively. You aren't in much better shape than me, so save the pity. He gave a slight snort and continued, My relationship with the Hokage is strained, it's even worse with the former Hokage advisors, and the Elder Council isn't any friendlier. You could say that most of Konoha's leadership is against me. And since you came here with me, that pretty much puts you against them too. Cough. Cough. Pakura nearly choked on her tea, her eyes widening. I'm genuinely curious now, is there anyone in Konoha's leadership you haven't pissed off? The third Hokage, the former advisors, the elders, It seemed like Takuya had a knack for antagonizing those in power. Just thinking about the weight of those names made Pakura's scalp tingle. If Pakura were to draw a comparison, it would be as if she had constantly opposed the third Kazekage in the Sand Village, while also clashing with Raza, and antagonizing people like Chiyo and Ebizo. What left Pakura speechless was that despite offending so many high-ranking individuals, Takuya Yagami was still perfectly fine. If this were someone with a lesser spirit, they'd surely try everything in their power to take him out. Guessing what Pakura was thinking, Takuya grinned. When I was still weak, I kept my head down. By the time I made any waves, I already had enough power to defect from Konoha if I needed to. Enough power to drag Konoha down with me. And with Lady Tsunade on my side. If it were anyone else, they'd be buried 6 feet under by now. You thought of defecting? Pakura could hardly believe what she heard. Not only had Takuya thought about it, but he was saying it out loud. I thought about it, and I even said as much to Tsunade, which is why she was so furious. That's why my defection plan got shelved. Otherwise, I would have taken Kushina with me and eventually come back to set off some fireworks. Yes, Takuya did have an actual plan to defect and take Kushina along with him. It wasn't just empty talk. If the third Hokage and Danzo had pushed even further, Takuya would have made the move without hesitation.
This guy is insane.
Not only thinking about defecting, but also planning to take the Ninetails Jinchuriki along. Pakura rubbed her forehead, wondering if she could still back out of this arrangement. Following someone with such crazy ideas felt inherently dangerous. What do you mean by fireworks? She asked, almost cautiously.
Fireworks.
Takuya paused, then raised his hand, gathering Inyong chakra. A small tailed beast bomb began to form in his palm.
Okay, enough of that. I get it. I give up, alright?
Pakura's expression changed instantly. She was grateful that she had no thoughts of betraying him. This guy was absolutely nuts. Meanwhile, the peace negotiations between Konoha and the Sand Village were progressing without Takuya. Both sides were prepared for talks. The third Hokage was resting in the command tent, but Nara Shikashige was feeling rather irritated. With peace talks underway, and the third Hokage himself leading, they should be sending out their strongest forces and Anbiyu to ensure his safety. This was a time when Tsukumo Hatake was supposed to be present. What made Shikashige almost lose his mind was that the third Hokage didn't even mention it, and Tsukumo himself didn't bother to return to camp. He remained at the frontline post all day, seemingly uninterested in meeting the third Hokage, let alone serving as a bodyguard. Late that night, after the third Hokage had rested, Shikashige brought a group to the front lines to find Tsukumo. Tsukumo, are you planning to mess around just like that kid Takuya? Shikashige asked pointedly. Tsukumo looked genuinely confused. What do you mean by that, senpai? You really know how to test me, don't you? Shikashige almost laughed out of frustration. He pointed at Tsukumo, who looked as if he didn't understand a word. Come on, I don't believe you don't get what I'm saying. Tsukumo smiled faintly. Whether he understood or not, he simply pretended not to.
Sigh.
Shikashige let out a long sigh.
Is this karma?
After all their dealings, this was the consequence. Now Tsukumo, just like Takuya, was distancing himself from the village leadership. He didn't even want to face the third Hokage. For a long time, Shikashige found himself unable to persuade Tsukumo, his thoughts and arguments clogging in his throat. The two sat quietly, sipping tea. After a while, Shikashige looked Tsukumo in the eye and spoke earnestly. Tsukumo, even if there have been unpleasant matters in the past, now is not the time to act stubborn. Tomorrow's peace talks are crucial for the village.
I know. Tsukumo nodded. I'll be here.
If there's any sudden movement from the Sand Village, I'll be the first to respond. As for the past, please senpai, don't bring it up again. I'm someone who's already been through death once.
What do you mean?
Shikashige's heart skipped a beat. His face turned pale as he imagined some grim possibilities. Someone who's been through death once? Thinking of Tsukumo's personality and the Hatake clan's warrior spirit, Shikashige couldn't help but stand up abruptly, shouting angrily, "That's nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Have you thought about what would happen to Kakashi if you weren't here? It's not your fault." With a self-mocking smile, Tsukumo said, "I know. That's why I'm still sitting here. I can't bring myself to leave Kakashi behind." Shikashige opened his mouth, but the words got caught in his throat. He couldn't say anything to ease the pain. What kind of a mess had they created? Damn Danzo. Even a man like Shikashige, usually calm and composed, couldn't help but curse Danzo inwardly. It showed just how deeply this situation had shaken him. He couldn't even imagine the impact if Tsukumo had really gone through with it, how devastating it would be for Konoha. Thankfully, it hadn't happened. I'm sorry. After a long silence, Shikashige let out a sigh.
No need.
Tsukumo gave a faint smile. He had already let go of the past, but facing the third Hokage and the other elders as he used to, that, he simply couldn't do anymore. Shikashige gave a bitter smile.
Fine, just stay at the front lines.
I'll accompany the Hokage tomorrow for the negotiations. The third Kazekage is dead, Raza is captured, and Pakura has joined our side. All that's left are Chiyo and Ebizo. They won't dare make any sudden moves. It wasn't that Shikashige underestimated the Sand Village's Jonin or elite Jonin. Compared to Chiyo and her peers, those shinobi were far less likely to cause significant problems for him and the third Hokage. As long as there were any signs of a fight, Tsukumo would be there for immediate support.
Sigh.
I hope Lady Tsunade can change things for Konoha. Shikashige looked in the direction of the village, sincerely wishing that Tsunade could change things. Konoha was truly sick, and the root of the disease lay in the leadership. No ordinary person could change the status quo, even if they wanted to. Look no further than Jiraiya as an example. Despite his reputation for being perverted, pulling pranks, and being seen as a dead last by Tsunade and Orochimaru, Jiraiya was actually quite sharp. He knew the issues plaguing Konoha, but he also knew that he lacked the power to change them. So he stayed away, avoiding the turmoil altogether, a wise choice. Ever since Orochimaru decided to vie for the position of Hokage, the situation in Konoha had grown more chaotic. Luckily, Tsunade had stepped forward. She was among the very few, perhaps the only one, capable of changing it all. Despite the ongoing turmoil within Konoha, the scheduled negotiations arrived as expected. Nara Shikashige accompanied the third Hokage to the agreed location. Since this was a negotiation, the location had to be somewhere neutral and safe, as neither side could predict if the other would suddenly resort to violence. They chose a site midway between Konoha and Tsunade camps, the most sensible option. Both sides brought only a few people. Once at the negotiation spot, the guard stayed behind, and the third Hokage proceeded forward with Nara Shikashige. Chiyo advanced with Ebizo, the siblings walking side by side. Chiyo, long time no see, said the third Hokage. Konoha had emerged victorious and held the upper hand, so he smiled at this long-time adversary, despite their long-standing rivalry. Though they had similar roles, their status wasn't quite the same. The third Hokage was the leader of Konoha, while Chiyo was merely a member of the Tsunade Council of Elders. Chiyo snorted coldly, giving the Hokage a hard stare. If we're here to negotiate, spare me the pleasantries. Let's get on with it. Please be patient, replied the third Hokage, unperturbed by Chiyo's hostility. He understood that being pushed into peace talks left Tsunade bitter. Given their situation, who could be in a good mood? Konoha held all the leverage. It was unrealistic to expect those who were forced into the situation to be all smiles. Chiyo watched the third Hokage curiously as he lifted his hands to form seals. What was he doing? Ebizo immediately stepped in front of his sister, prepared to defend her against any sudden attack. Shikashige merely glanced at the third Hokage, calm in the knowledge that his leader had no intention of aggression. He was simply preparing a jutsu to facilitate the talks. The ground began to tremble. With a rumbling noise, 2 stone chairs rose from the earth, followed by a square table between them. Please have a seat, said the Hokage. He sat first, gesturing for Chiyo to do the same. Chiyo, after patting Ebizo's shoulder to calm him, also sat. Ebizo, still cautious, stood behind her, eyeing the Hokage carefully. In his view, Shikashige was just there for strategic advice. The real threat was the Hokage himself, a shinobi known for his proficiency in every type of jutsu. Though he had not fought in many years, he remained dangerous. Chiyo's demeanor remained cold, in stark contrast to the third Hokage's smile.
She got straight to the point. Hokage-sama, let's skip the pleasantries.
I represent Tsunade in these negotiations. We admit defeat in this conflict and are ready to sign a peace treaty. But Konoha must unconditionally release Raza. I do not want Raza subjected to interrogation or any mistreatment.
These were her baseline demands.
An untouched Raza was far more valuable than one who had been compromised. That was why Chiyo was so eager to propose negotiations. They could not afford to lose Raza. He was pivotal to Tsunade's future. Naturally, responded the third Hokage without hesitation. Without Raza's capture, the war could have dragged on, something the third Hokage wanted to avoid. Ending the war quickly was in Konoha's best interest. Hearing his swift agreement, Chiyo's tense demeanor relaxed slightly, and the heavy burden she carried lightened. Once the peace treaty is signed, Tsunade will proceed quickly, she continued, but I also have a few conditions that I must present on behalf of my village. Please go ahead, replied the Hokage. He seemed at ease, though the notion of a defeated party setting conditions was strange. After carefully considering her words, Chiyo began. Hokage-sama, you are aware that since the Second Shinobi War, Tsunade has been burdened with heavy war reparations, which have hindered our development. Our village has been forced to cut down on the number of active shinobi. If this continues, Tsunade will fall into a stagnation we cannot recover from. So, you want Konoha to reduce the war reparations? The Hokage raised an eyebrow, surprised at her boldness. The reparations from the previous war had indeed placed Tsunade in a financial straitjacket, a well-known fact. Unless they could address their obligations, Tsunade would never see growth. They couldn't even maintain their current ranks without reducing the number of shinobi they employed.
Chiyo shook her head.
No, not a reduction, complete elimination.
Excuse me.
The third Hokage blinked, then sprang up from his chair, disbelief etched across his face. You want Konoha to completely eliminate all reparations? Was Chiyo out of her mind, or was he himself hearing things incorrectly? Such a condition was beyond audacious, it was preposterous. Behind Chiyo, Ebizo looked uncomfortable, while Shikashige was simply stunned. Tsunade was truly asking for the moon here. As the losing side, they were supposed to offer concessions, not demand them, especially one this immense. Such audacity risked everything. Chiyo's face remained serious. Yes, complete elimination. Not only for the reparations from the Second Shinobi War but also for any reparations from this current conflict. The third Hokage was momentarily speechless, struggling to suppress his incredulous laughter. Chiyo, do you seriously think I would agree to such terms? Chiyo wanted Konoha to unconditionally release Raza, and on top of that, forgive every war debt that Tsunade owed? Did she think Konoha was a charity, or that they had money to burn? The Hokage glowered, his previous smile nowhere to be seen as he sank back into his chair in silence. He had no desire to waste his breath arguing. Such negotiations were pointless, they might as well call it off and return to battle. Better to let war decide. Chiyo had expected this reaction and remained calm. It was a good thing the Hokage was older now. If she had made such demands of a younger, more hot-headed leader, he probably would have flipped the table and stormed off by now. After seeing the Hokage's reaction, Chiyo pressed on. If Konoha agrees to eliminate all reparations, Tsunade will sign a long-term peace treaty and an alliance treaty, a firm alliance between our villages. Absolutely not. The Hokage snapped before she could finish her sentence. Bonus, Konoha needs a good ally, and if the Sand Village could become that ally, it would undoubtedly be beneficial for Konoha's growth. However, there are no eternal allies, only eternal interests. Even if the Sand Village becomes Konoha's trusted partner for a short period of time, they could eventually turn against them once they grow stronger or when the opportunity for a better deal arises. It could easily lead to betrayal, a stab in the back. Faced with Konoha's rejection, Chiyo did not become angry. Instead, she paused briefly and then said, if Konoha agrees to these terms, the Sand Village will provide additional compensation. For instance, I will personally lead a contingent to assist Konoha against the Mist Village. During the war, as long as our forces suffer no more than 50% casualties, we will not take a single step back. During this time, we will follow Konoha's command. Of course, all consumed supplies will need to be provided by Konoha. The third Hokage was stunned for a moment. This condition seemed beneficial to Konoha. With the support of the Sand Village, it was almost like announcing to the world that Konoha and the Sand Village were united. Moreover, having the Sand Village reinforcements would certainly reduce Konoha's war losses. Chiyo was strong, and she would not lead a group of weaklings but rather the elite forces of the Sand Village. Considering all of this, there seemed to be space for negotiation. The third Hokage took a deep breath and calmed down, asking, how many forces can the Sand Village provide for Konoha? 1,000. Chiyo answered without hesitation. I will mobilize the puppet brigade from the Sand Village, along with other elite forces, to assemble 1,000 troops to support Konoha. During this time, Konoha will only need to provide all necessary supplies. As long as Konoha does not betray us, the Sand Village will be firmly on your side. Chiyo's proposal made the third Hokage hesitate. The Sand Village's puppet brigade was renowned across the ninja world, and Chiyo was offering them with sincerity. She wouldn't deceive Konoha on this matter. The Sand Village would be fighting essentially for free, all Konoha had to do was provide supplies, and all battle spoils would belong to Konoha. 2 wars' worth of reparations had cost Konoha greatly. Was it worth spending all that money to secure a reliable ally and 1,000 elite troops? The third Hokage pondered deeply. Konoha certainly wanted reinforcements, but it was also facing a serious shortage of funds. As he weighed the pros and cons, Chiyo waited silently, but the wait seemed too long. Over half an hour had passed, and the Hokage was still deep in thought. Chiyo began to lose patience. Hokage-sama, the Sand Village's conditions are already quite favorable. Don't forget, even if the war with the Sand Village ends, Konoha's future situation will not necessarily improve, she said, attempting to push the Hokage to make a decision. The third Hokage frowned slightly. Nara Shikashige lowered his eyes and reminded the Hokage in a soft voice, Hokage-sama, I believe Chiyo is referring to the Stone Village. As the war continued, Konoha's losses were becoming increasingly significant. They had yet to recover from the previous ninja war, and their resources were gradually being depleted. The Stone Village, which had been eyeing the Land of Fire for a long time, began to grow restless. Even scouts from the Cloud Village were frequently appearing around the borders of the Land of Fire. None of this was good news. The third Hokage's expression turned grim, and the scales in his heart began to tip. Seeing this, Chiyo smiled inwardly and subtly added more to her argument. If Konoha agrees to the Sand Village's conditions, we can also send forces to help you monitor the military movements of the Stone Village. The Stone Village had never gotten along with Konoha, and their relationship with the Sand Village was no better. In the past, Stone Village shinobi had often invaded the Land of Wind. A group of Sand Village shinobi was always stationed to guard against Stone Village incursions. However, the motive behind these frequent incursions into the barren Land of Wind was puzzling. There wasn't much of value to be gained. Aside from a few rare minerals, the country was mostly endless desert. Seeing that the Hokage was increasingly inclined towards agreeing, Nara Shikashige spoke up, Hokage-sama, perhaps we should take a break before continuing the discussion? The Hokage, reminded by Shikashige, realized he had been acting impulsively and nodded. Chiyo, these terms involve the interests of both villages and cannot be decided on lightly. Why don't we adjourn for now and continue the discussion later? Very well, Chiyo said, rising decisively and leaving with Ebizo, without any hesitation. Watching Chiyo leave, the third Hokage felt troubled. He needed to gather his thoughts. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage in further negotiations. Sister, do you think Konoha will agree to our terms?
Ebizo asked.
They will, Chiyo answered confidently. After the Second Ninja War, the village suffered great losses, and Konoha is in no better shape. Not long after the end of that war, they were plunged into another one with the Mist Village. They haven't had time to recover, and even the strongest foundation will be worn away eventually. The longer the Mist Village persists, the more Konoha will lose, and with the Stone Village growing restless, Konoha's situation will only get worse. If either the Stone Village or Cloud Village declares war on Konoha, they will be surrounded on all sides. Stone Village's increasing activity is proof that they are short on time to prepare. Chiyo's analysis left no room for doubt. I hope everything goes smoothly, Ebizo replied. While Chiyo and Ebizo felt confident, the mood in Konoha was much more somber. The third Hokage was torn, and Nara Shikashige was just as uneasy. He knew the Hokage was already leaning towards agreeing to Chiyo's conditions. Hokage-sama, if we agree to these terms, it might lead to some negative consequences, Shikashige warned. The Sand Village came to negotiate because they were forced to. If we gain nothing from this, how are the villagers and our shinobi supposed to accept that? The third Hokage gazed up at the overcast sky and sighed, I understand, Shikashige. The current situation of Konoha is not good. The timing between the second and third ninja wars was too close, and Konoha hasn't recovered from its weakened state. Only by quickly ending the wars on both fronts can we gain the time needed to recover and develop. Only then can we better deter the Stone Village and the Cloud Village, said the third Hokage. A Konoha embroiled in multiple conflicts was a juicy target in the eyes of their enemies. Once other conflicts were settled, Konoha, even in a weakened state, would still be a tough piece of meat that wouldn't be easy to devour. A bite of this meat would be filled with thorns. Try it, and you'd end up with a mouthful of stabs instead.
Shikashige. Hokage-sama.
With his hands behind his back, the third Hokage gave a slight smile and asked, the Nara clan members are known for their wisdom, and you are one of the finest among them. Let me ask you this, if the Sand Village continues to pay war reparations to Konoha, how many years will it take for us to receive the full amount? The Sand Village was very poor. No money, no resources, even if Konoha pressured them, the final outcome would only result in yearly partial payments. It would take years to fulfill their obligations. If it were a time of peace, Konoha could afford to take its time collecting the debt, resting, and recovering. But Konoha was still fighting the Mist Village, while the Stone Village was restless and the Cloud Village was keeping watch. War could break out at any moment. Under these circumstances, the war reparations were obviously less valuable compared to having an ally and receiving support from 1,000 elite troops. Another issue to consider was whether the Sand Village might become enraged, refuse to negotiate, and continue the war instead. They needed Raza back, and if Konoha's terms were too harsh, Chiyo would definitely not agree. It was better to be left with a limited future than to have all potential drained. Chiyo and Ebizo might be old, but they weren't near death. They still had time to groom new successors. If the war were to drag on, and the Sand Village decided to go all out against Konoha, it would be Konoha in the most danger. The Stone Village and Cloud Village's fangs could be bared at any moment. It would probably take a very long time, Nara Shikashige replied, not even bothering to calculate. He knew the timeline would be unbearably long. If the war continues, what kind of cost would Konoha have to pay to completely defeat the Sand Village? Asked the third Hokage. Nara Shikashige had nothing more to say. That old hag Chiyo was not simple. She had placed the knife at Konoha's soft underbelly. Either they all agreed to put down their blades, or they continued fighting. The choice was Konoha's. They had to choose. The Sand Village could afford to play the don't care game. If Konoha didn't have the power to crush them, then they would just let things be. After all, no other ninja villages would allow Konoha to crush the Sand Village entirely. That would break the balance of the ninja world. The Sand Village had nothing to lose. If they really decided to take this stance, Konoha would be the one left in disarray. Back at the camp, the third Hokage rested in the command center. Nara Shikashige, who never broke the rules, surprisingly brought along 2 bottles of liquor that he had somehow obtained, and went to find Tsukumo Hatake. Shikashige-senpai, are you alright? Tsukumo asked cautiously, sensing that something was off. This particular elder had always been very strict, never breaking protocol in all these years, nor would he allow others to do so. Simply put, he could not tolerate any wrongdoings, unless the wrongdoer was too tough for him to handle. Yet here he was, bringing a few bottles of alcohol to drink with Tsukumo. Something was definitely not right. Nara Shikashige huffed and said, "What could be wrong? I just wanted to find someone to have a drink with. Too bad the brat Takuya is off somewhere, so I can only find you."
Tsukumo sighed.
So I'm just a substitute? Should I leave then? Without saying another word, Shikashige uncapped a bottle, took a swig, and passed it to Tsukumo. Tsukumo opened his mouth, intending to refuse, but the look in Shikashige's angry and resigned eyes stopped him. He could only silently join in the drinking. Is it because of the negotiations?
Tsukumo asked.
Nara Shikashige let out a deep breath and nodded. Yes, Konoha's situation is not good. The Sand Village's demands are harsh, and without a doubt, the Hokage will agree. This wasn't confidential information, and Tsukumo wasn't just anybody. Once the negotiations were concluded, everyone would know. There was no need for secrecy.
My goodness.
Tsukumo's eyes widened. Good thing I wasn't there, otherwise I might not have been able to keep myself from drawing my blade. You dare say that? You were supposed to be there, and it ended up being my burden instead. Shikashige glared at Tsukumo fiercely. Tsukumo laughed awkwardly, quickly changing the topic. Shikashige-senpai, let's not overdo it. Don't get drunk now. Some things are beyond our control. If only Takuya hadn't left, maybe there'd be more hope for a change. He wouldn't help either, Shikashige replied, shaking his head. That brat can't wait to draw his blade. If it weren't for Tsunade, things would have been even worse. Don't expect him to handle these messy issues. Seems like you know Takuya quite well, senpai, Tsukumo said, smiling.
Of course.
My son and Takuya were classmates. How could I not know?
Shikashige grumbled. But you're right.
We should stop drinking. Being drunk would be troublesome. You wanted to drink, and I'm here risking my peace for you, and now you're the one who's afraid of the trouble it might bring? Senpai, that's not very fair. Negotiations were on hold for the moment, and Takuya, back in Konoha, knew nothing of this. He was busy training his young disciple.
Too slow.
The enemy won't give you any opportunity, Takuya said. Lack of strength. Drawing and slashing needs explosive power and speed, he continued, effortlessly parrying Kakashi's attacks and then lightly rapping him with the flat of his blade as a small punishment. Each time Kakashi struck, Takuya corrected his mistakes. Kakashi was giving it his all. Even though he was covered in bruises and his hands were shaking to the point of almost dropping his sword, he refused to give up. Takuya admired this determination. Regardless of talent, persistence was crucial. Even the most talented individuals wouldn't achieve greatness without the will to endure the hardships of training. Though Takuya had his own advantages, he had never slackened in his training. He loved being laid back, loved watching pretty girls to pass the time, and enjoyed making delicious food to satisfy his cravings, but he was disciplined when it came to training. Effortlessly deflecting Kakashi's blade, sending it flying from his grasp, Takuya sheathed his Kusanagi sword. That's enough training for today. Go to the hospital and get treated. Although Kakashi had the strength of an ordinary genin, Takuya didn't teach him anything too complicated. They were still focusing on the fundamentals of kenjutsu. As for ninjutsu, Takuya wasn't pushing Kakashi to learn everything. Specializing in one area could be far more valuable than being average at everything.
Bonus chapter.
Takuya had no desire to see his disciple turn out like in the original story, abandoning the Hatake clan specialty of kenjutsu to become an all-around fighter.
The end result?
Becoming Hatake 50-50, equally matched with anyone, yet never able to overpower them. Kakashi picked up his ninja sword, securing it in place. He bowed to Takuya before dragging his tired, bruised body towards Konoha Hospital. Great talent and tremendous willpower, having such a disciple certainly made teaching easier. For now, Takuya was quite satisfied. As she watched Kakashi's departing figure, Pakura sighed. If a genius like Kakashi appeared in the Sand Village, he would receive the highest attention. Compared to Konoha, the Sand Village was sorely lacking in talented ninjas. Pakura's generation was fortunate enough to have several strong figures like herself, Raza, and Sasori. However, for the next generation, Pakura couldn't recall any children in the village deserving of such focus. Kakashi is alright, Takuya said casually. Sure, Kakashi was a genius worth cultivating, but Konoha wasn't as petty as the Sand Village. Even for a genius like Kakashi, they wouldn't pour everything they had into nurturing him. Besides, compared to the two future rebels, Kakashi wasn't quite as exceptional. Pakura suddenly felt like hitting someone. Kakashi's talent was clear for all to see, and yet here Takuya was saying he was only alright.
Is he kidding?
Other than Kakashi, Pakura hadn't heard of any other prominent geniuses in Konoha. Despite only being in Konoha for 2 days and hanging out with Kushina, Pakura had already learned a lot about the village. Is he mocking me? Takuya noticed Pakura's expression and added, Konoha doesn't lack for geniuses. It's just that due to certain individuals' lack of action, many talents don't get the proper training they deserve. So, what you're saying is that there are geniuses even greater than Kakashi in Konoha, but because of certain reasons, they aren't given priority?
Pakura inferred.
Takuya shrugged and looked back at her. That's about right. There are too many ninjas in Konoha. Even when it comes to nurturing geniuses, it's not possible to focus too much on any one of them. Some things aren't for you to know just yet.
Understood.
She was, after all, an outsider. It was best not to ask about things she shouldn't know and avoid meddling in affairs she shouldn't be involved in. Pakura made an okay gesture and followed Takuya back home. For now, she was living at Takuya's place. During her short-term evaluation period, staying by his side was also a form of supervision. There might be plenty of geniuses, but what good is that if they aren't properly nurtured? Takuya was very curious about how the development of Shursui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha would differ amidst all the current chaos. It would be best if those two didn't turn into rebels again. Takuya admitted that Shursui and Itachi were indeed geniuses, but their actions were simply
unacceptable.
Even Takuya, who was often ostracized by the Uchiha clan, wouldn't entertain thoughts of becoming a traitor or destroying the clan. What exactly was going on in Shursui's and Itachi's minds? One became a double agent and dragged the other into it. One refused to resist, choosing suicide rather than creating a big scene.
And the other?
He went even further, cooperating with outsiders to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan. He stabbed his own parents and even the woman he loved. How did he steel his heart to do such a thing? Thinking about Itachi's actions, Takuya couldn't help but shiver. Ruthless to others, ruthless to himself. But not ruthless enough towards the village leaders. When Takuya opened the door, he saw Tsunade sprawled out on the couch. He couldn't resist teasing her. What's this, taking a day off? Tsunade immediately sat up at the sound of Takuya's teasing.
Day off my foot.
The old man is negotiating on the front lines, and it's making me anxious as hell. I had no mood to handle official duties, so I decided to ditch work for the day. The peace talks between Konoha and the Sand Village directly affected Tsunade's plans, and determined whether or not her job would get a little easier in the future. Naturally, she was concerned. With no heart for work, she simply skipped out on her duties. A good day of rest, some good food, and a night of heavy drinking to relax her nerves. That was her plan. What Tsunade didn't know was that she wouldn't have time to relax in the coming days. Instead, she was about to be thrown into a storm of troubles. Tsunade's concerns did not hinder the progress of the negotiations. As Chiyo had expected, after a day and night of deliberation, the third Hokage finally agreed to her conditions. Konoha would release Raza unconditionally and would not demand any war reparations from the Sand Village. As compensation, the Sand Village would sign a stricter peace treaty and an alliance document with Konoha. In addition, Elder Chiyo from the Sand Village would lead a 1,000-strong elite force to assist Konoha against the Mist Village. All the supplies consumed during this period would be borne by Konoha, with the Sand Village bearing no responsibility. The spoils of war would also have nothing to do with the Sand Village. Moreover, the Sand Village agreed to help monitor the activities of the Stone Village. With both sides eager to wrap things up, the negotiations ended quickly, and the signing of documents went smoothly. Thus, the peace talks concluded without any issues. After the negotiations, Raza returned to the Sand Village's camp. The Sand Village camp was dismantled, and all shinobi retreated back into the Land of Wind. On Konoha's side, aside from a group of shinobi stationed at the border, the rest packed up and headed back to the village on the third Hokage's orders.
The war had come to an end.
It ended with cheers from Konoha shinobi, though two people were not part of those celebrations, Tsukumo Hatake and Nara Shikashige. As two of the insiders, they were feeling rather downcast. They knew that once the forces returned to the village and the details of the negotiations were made public, it would cause an uproar. The third Hokage, who led the negotiations, would find himself at the center of controversy. But the third Hokage had mentally prepared himself for that. Upon receiving the news, Tsunade immediately ordered an announcement to let everyone know that the war with the Sand Village was over. The war between the village and the Sand Village had ended. With the announcement paving the way, the news of the war's end still sent the villagers into a frenzy, and countless people wore celebratory smiles. It seemed no one noticed that the village had only announced the end of the war. There was no mention of the details of the negotiations. With the war against the Sand Village officially over, the third Hokage would handle the matters at the front, significantly lightening Tsunade's load. Finally, she could rest without having to skip work. Mouthfuls of grilled meat and sake in hand, Tsunade grumbled, "That old man. He didn't even mention what the negotiations covered, just that the war was over. Only the outcome, nothing else?" Something about this felt off to Takuya. What kind of scheme was the third Hokage up to? Could it be that he agreed to some outrageous conditions from the Sand Village and was trying to keep it under wraps? It seemed very likely. In the original storyline, the third Hokage made a lot of concessions to win over the Sand Village and made even bigger concessions to the Stone Village, leading to resentment and dissatisfaction among the villagers and many shinobi. This ultimately forced the third Hokage to propose the selection of the fourth Hokage and to step down. The result was that the third Hokage successfully stepped down, pushed Minato into the position, and then one disaster after another began to unfold. Danzo attempted to assassinate him, Orochimaru's forbidden research came to light. Orochimaru fled the village, and Jiraiya left under the pretense of capturing him. Then the Ninetails attacked, forcing the third Hokage to tearfully return to power, retaking control of the village. He lived his entire life in power. Such was the true portrait of the third Hokage. Maybe he wants to tell you in person when he gets back. Takuya chuckled mysteriously. Maybe there's even some good news. Hopefully, Tsunade wouldn't be too shocked when the third Hokage returned. Not quite, it's more like hoping Tsunade wouldn't break too many things. What kind of conditions could the Sand Village propose that the third Hokage couldn't accept, yet couldn't refuse? Thinking back to the Sand Village's current situation, Takuya considered the hefty war reparations. Could it be that they got rid of the war reparations? After all, Konoha was short on funds and resources. If those were to be cancelled, the villagers and countless shinobi would certainly cause a commotion. If that were the case, this could become a big deal. It wasn't that Takuya liked to think maliciously, but the third Hokage had done similar things in the original story. To end the war and win over the Sand Village, he hadn't imposed any harsh terms on them. Simply put, Konoha didn't gain any benefit. And with the Stone Village, it was even worse. The Stone Village refused to acknowledge any war reparations, saying, "If you have the guts, keep fighting and see who gives in first." In the end, Konoha got nothing, and the war ended in a disastrous defeat. "Hopefully, it's a pleasant surprise," Takuya said. Tsunade didn't catch the nuance in Takuya's words and added, "The problem is that the Sand Village is just too poor. It seems like they have nothing worthwhile to offer Konoha." Recovering war reparations or compensation will be difficult for them, and Konoha might even have to rally the daimyo support to help the Sand Village.
Cough cough.
Takuya nearly choked on his drink. Support the Sand Village? Hopefully, you won't want to destroy them instead.
What?
Did I say something wrong? Tsunade looked at Takuya strangely, a little annoyed. She was trying to analyze the situation, so why was he coughing? You're right, you're absolutely right, Takuya quickly replied, brushing her off. He had no interest in arguing with Tsunade over this. It would be better if the third Hokage handled it with her. They could shout until they were both red in the face, and it would certainly be amusing. I suspect you're thinking about something bad, but I have no proof.
Anyway, let's eat and drink first.
We can deal with everything else when the old man returns. The news of the end of the war between Konoha and the Sand Village quickly spread from Konoha as its center. Tsunade immediately relayed the news to the coastal battlefield, intending to use this good news to boost the morale of Konoha shinobi. It was indeed a shot in the arm for Konoha. In the coastal camp, the announcement brought cheers from the shinobi. However, as the commander, Orochimaru felt the pressure grow. The war with the Mist Village had started before the Sand Village conflict, and despite the lengthy duration, there was still no sign of victory. Meanwhile, the Sand Village War, which had started afterward, had ended in no time. If this had been in ordinary times, it wouldn't have mattered. Even if Orochimaru had been given the assignment by the village, the lengthy delay wouldn't have reflected too poorly on him as long as he hadn't made any serious mistakes that led to major losses for Konoha. But everything changed once Orochimaru and Tsunade started competing for the position of Hokage candidate. People couldn't help but compare the two. And then the problems started arising. Orochimaru was frustrated, but few knew about it, with Jiraiya being one of the exceptions. Jiraiya, however, chose to feign ignorance, continuing with his duties as if he knew nothing. Whether it was Tsunade or Orochimaru who became the Hokage candidate, Jiraiya wouldn't oppose it. But he also wouldn't openly support either of them. The war against the Mist Village was under Orochimaru's command, while the war with the Sand Village had been led by Tsunade.
The result?
One battle turned into a grueling meat grinder, with heavy casualties on both sides. Despite Konoha holding the geographic advantage, they still couldn't bring down the Mist Village. On the other hand, the Sand Village barely had time to make waves before the third Kazekage died. From there, everything fell apart. The Sand Village surrendered messily, peace talks began, and the war ended. Everything happened so quickly and smoothly. It was over so fast that even the other villages hadn't had time to react before it was all wrapped up. Anyone with eyes could see where the difference lay between the two wars. The Mist Village was fighting to the death against Konoha. In contrast, the Sand Village crumbled quickly. After Raza was captured, Chiyo was forced to bow for the sake of the village's future and initiate peace talks. That was something you would never see with the Mist Village, unless someone assassinated the third Mizukage and a new leader rose to power. The new leader would likely end the pointless war in order to solidify their own position and stabilize the village. People with insight could understand these dynamics, but ordinary shinobi and villagers wouldn't care. All they saw was that the war Tsunade led ended quickly, while Orochimaru's campaign turned into a bloody meat grinder, costing the lives of many shinobi and consuming a significant amount of village resources. The villagers who had lost loved ones would grow even more resentful. Soon enough, unfavorable rumors about Orochimaru were bound to surface. This made Orochimaru's burden heavier and his pressure more intense. Fortunately, Orochimaru's luck wasn't too bad. Soon, the focus of the public's attention would shift, from him to the third Hokage. Due to the large number of people, the significant amount of supplies, and the many wounded who had difficulty moving, it took 4 days for the returning troops to finally reach Konoha from the border. A large crowd of villagers and shinobi gathered at the village entrance, lining the streets to welcome the return of the army. As always, Takuya chose not to join in this kind of excitement. Amidst the cheers, the third Hokage assigned the remaining work and returned to his office. Tsunade, Koharu Udatain, and Hamura Mitokado had been waiting for some time. They were all eager to hear the details of the negotiations between Konoha and the Sand Village and to learn about the terms that had been agreed upon. The third Hokage's vague announcement had not only made Tsunade uncomfortable, even the Council of Elders was feeling uneasy. Could there be some untold secret behind this? Otherwise, why all the secrecy? Why not just announce it? Thank you for all your efforts. The third Hokage smiled as he sat down, removed his hat, and set it on the desk. Unable to hold back any longer, he pulled out his pipe, lit it, and took a few puffs. Tsunade stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the wall waiting. Koharu and Hamura also waited for the third Hokage to explain how the negotiations had gone. None of the three responded to the Hokage's polite words.
How should he begin?
Under their intense stares, the third Hokage found it hard to start. After all, he had made considerable concessions in these negotiations, concessions so significant that they were enough to shock anyone. He could accept such terms, but that didn't mean Tsunade and the council would. But it was all over now. Even if Tsunade and the council couldn't accept it, there was nothing they could do.
Ahem.
After satisfying his craving for tobacco, the third Hokage put down his pipe, folded his hands together, and glanced at the three of them before opening his mouth, only to hesitate again. What is wrong with Hiruzen? Homura glanced at Koharu, who gave him a sour look in return. You're asking me?
Who should I ask?
I'd love to find someone to ask what's up with him. He's been beating around the bush, keeping us in suspense.
Bang!
The loud noise startled both of them. After waiting for so long, Tsunade finally lost her patience and slammed her hand on the desk. Veins bulged on her forehead as she gritted her teeth. Old man, enough already.
Just say it.
You're even more hesitant than a woman.
Fine, let it be.
The truth couldn't be hidden. If he didn't say it, the Sand Village would announce it themselves to prevent Konoha from backing out. With a long sigh, the third Hokage finally took out the peace and alliance documents signed with Chiyo and handed them to Tsunade.
How odd.
Snatching the papers, Tsunade muttered as she opened them. Koharu reluctantly pulled her hand back, as she had wanted to grab the papers herself. In the past, she would have been the first to take them, but now things had changed.
Boom.
Still fuming, she was startled by a sudden explosion. Homura looked over in bewilderment. The third Hokage wore an expression that said it all, as if he expected this reaction from Tsunade. He knew she wouldn't accept the terms, or at least, not all of them. Old man, have you lost your mind? Ignoring the ruined floor she had stomped on, Tsunade looked like an enraged bull. Her eyes were wide, and even her nostrils flared with fury. The rage in her eyes almost overwhelmed the third Hokage. She slammed the document onto the table, not caring whether the desk could handle the impact, and angrily demanded, "This is the outcome of your insistence on leading the negotiations?"
What on earth had happened?
Did Hiruzen agree to some harsh terms that were disadvantageous to Konoha? Startled, Koharu Udatain and Homura Mitokado exchanged bewildered glances, staring as Tsunade yelled at the third Hokage. Look at these conditions yourself. I understand the unconditional release of Raza, it's the basis for the Sand Village's negotiation. Fine, let him go, he's not much of a threat. But what is the meaning of wiping out the war reparations for the Sand Village? Has Konoha suddenly become so wealthy that we don't need reparations anymore? What on earth were you thinking? Tsunade felt like her lungs were about to explode from sheer anger. She wanted nothing more than to smash the third Hokage into pieces. And this too, Konoha is barely able to support itself. The daimyo's resentment is already deep, and you just came back from the daimyo's palace not long ago. Are you not aware of this? And yet, you agreed to support the Sand Village's development? Are you insane, or am I losing it? What kind of ridiculous negotiation is this? If she had known it would turn out like this, Tsunade would never have let the third Hokage leave Konoha. She would rather have gone herself, or even sent Koharu and Homura. Those two old foxes loved stirring up trouble and scheming, but at least when it came to major external affairs, they wouldn't compromise. If it had been them in charge of the talks, they wouldn't have let the Sand Village get away without taking a big hit. Now, look where they stood. Tsunade was simply astonished. Nothing had been negotiated. No reparations, Raza released, and Konoha still had to lend a hand to help the Sand Village. What nonsense was this? All for an ally that may or may not be reliable. Or maybe for the support of 1,000 Sand Shinobi. 1,000 additional troops were not going to tip the scales for Konoha against the Mist Village. This war was far from over, and no one knew how long it would last or how it would end. The current stance of the Mist Village was clear. They were ready to fight Konoha to the death.
Cough, cough.
Tsunade, I didn't want this either, but we need to end the war as soon as possible, the third Hokage interjected hastily. Homura and Koharu snapped out of their shock. They were both at a loss for words. Hiruzen, don't tell me this is all true. Is this really the outcome of your negotiations? They hadn't even seen the documents yet, but from Tsunade's furious shouting, they could tell that Konoha had taken a massive loss. Countless lives had been lost, vast sums of money and supplies had been used, time had been wasted, and all they had gained in return was an unreliable alliance and 1,000 shinobi as reinforcements. Did Konoha need reinforcements? Yes. But not to the point where they were at their wits' end. Even if the Mist Village was determined to fight to the death, Konoha could still hold its ground. In other words, this 1,000-strong reinforcement force was almost inconsequential. The most frustrating part? Konoha had to bear the cost of supporting these reinforcements. Were they allies or freeloaders? The Sand Village lacked resources, but was Konoha overflowing with them? It only got worse from there. After the war, Konoha would be responsible for supporting the Sand Village's recovery. All these bizarre and one-sided terms almost made Tsunade cough up blood.
Sigh. The third Hokage sighed.
I know these terms are harsh and detrimental to Konoha, but what we need is time and stable development. Even if we agreed on substantial war reparations, Konoha wouldn't be able to reap any benefits in the short term. That's why
Enough.
Tsunade cut him off, waving her hand dismissively. You insisted on going to the negotiations, and now everything is settled. My objections are useless now. I'll make sure everything is made public, so you better be prepared. Prepare for the villagers and shinobi to rise up against you. Given these terms, Tsunade didn't think she could stay in the Hokage's office any longer. She feared that she might lose control and kill the third Hokage on the spot. I've already prepared myself. This is my responsibility, and I'm willing to bear it. No matter how the villagers and others view or criticize me, I'll accept it. As long as it brings a swift end to the war and peace in return. The third Hokage nodded solemnly. He knew the impact of making this announcement would be immense. Nara Shikashige had warned him as much. I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of ally your concessions get us. Tsunade slammed the door as she left. She needed to find a place to cool off. If possible, maybe drink some alcohol to calm the urge to scream and hit something. Alliances were a luxury for the 5 great shinobi villages. So-called alliances could break at any moment, and the Sand Village's constant back and forth wasn't new. No one should assume that with the third Kazekage dead and Raza in power, the Sand Village would settle down. Raza wasn't a stable leader. Otherwise, in the original story, he wouldn't have accepted Orochimaru's offer to target Konoha. The betrayal earned them infamy, and Raza didn't even make it to Konoha before being killed. At least Gaara had some sense of loyalty. But unfortunately, during that time, the Sand Village was too weak to act, and even if Gaara resisted, it wouldn't have made much of a difference if the other leaders decided to revolt. Hiruzen Yusai. Koharu and Hamura quickly skimmed through the document, and both were left speechless. I hope you can understand my intentions, the third Hokage said. There was no turning back now. If Konoha reneged, the Sand Village would simply issue an announcement, which would make Konoha look foolish. Besides, the third Hokage had no regrets. Compared to war reparations or other compensations, he valued time for Konoha to rest and recover. He still believed that the elite forces led by Chiyo would be helpful in the war against the Mist Village, and an alliance between the two villages would put pressure on the Mist Village. The third Hokage thought things through thoroughly, even envisioning using pressure from other villages to force the Mist Village to end the war. What he hadn't foreseen was that the third Mizukage was a madman under someone else's control. The reason for starting the war was to continually weaken the overall strength of the 5 great shinobi villages. The way the Mist Village recklessly attacked Konoha's positions showed that the third Mizukage didn't value the lives of his own shinobi. There was no way he would be intimidated by an alliance between Konoha and the Sand Village or choose to end the war. If anything, he would be thrilled for the Sand Village to join in so that 3 villages could continue the fight, preferably until they all destroyed each other. Faced with the third Hokage's determination, Koharu and Hamura could only sigh. The two of them stayed silent for a long time. If that's the case, then Hiruzen, you must be ready to face criticism and insults. This will tarnish your reputation significantly. Some things couldn't simply be resolved by damaging one's reputation. Koharu and Hamura were already putting it as diplomatically as they could. They were sure that once the announcement went out, a significant number of villagers would march to the Hokage office to protest. There could even be a united call demanding the resignation of the third Hokage. The Hokage might seem invincible, the ultimate authority of Konoha, but when the villagers all turned against you, voiced their dissatisfaction, and gathered to protest, if you couldn't quell their anger, you'd have no choice but to step down in disgrace. I understand, said the third Hokage calmly. From the moment he agreed to these terms, he had already prepared himself mentally. You two help me release the announcement. I will accept whatever happens. When the war is over, I will retire and pass the position of Hokage to Tsunade.
Are you sure?
Koharu exclaimed, can't we keep this hidden for now? Whenever there had been bad news in the past, they had chosen to hide it. Let some time pass. Who would remember it then? Besides, the villagers didn't know what price Konoha had paid to negotiate peace with the Sand Village. There's no need to hide it. Nor is it possible. The third Hokage let out a self-deprecating laugh, as if recalling past actions. Tsunade is the right choice. In terms of both strength and status, she is more than qualified to be the fourth Hokage. I believe she can lead the village to greater heights. Orochimaru's heart is too dark. I cannot entrust the village to him. Besides, even if we choose not to disclose it, the Sand Village won't stay silent. To secure this agreement, they will surely announce it. If the Sand Village made the announcement, then the entire shinobi world would know, and no matter how Konoha tried to cover it up, it would be useless. On the contrary, trying to cover it up would only make things worse when everything eventually came to light. Let's hope your choice is the right one, Koharu said, shaking her head and leaving the Hokage office. The third Hokage's mind was made up, and there was no changing it. She could only move ahead and carry out the necessary preparations. Hamura, who had wanted to say something, eventually swallowed his words and quietly followed Koharu out. Will everything be all right? Kushina kept giving Takuya meaningful looks, while Pakura glanced at Tsunade, who had already downed several bottles of sake, looking almost like a goddess of wine. She couldn't help but twitch slightly at the sight. Pakura had seen many women drink, but this was the first time she'd seen someone gulp down an entire bottle in one go. The youngest and least noticeable among them, Kakashi, was huddled in a corner, terrified into silence. He had never imagined that after training, his teacher would offer to treat him to dinner, bringing Kushina and Pakura along to the hot pot restaurant. Then, out of nowhere, Tsunade showed up. She clearly wasn't in a good mood. Without saying a word, she started drinking. The table was already littered with empty bottles, all of them Tsunade's handiwork. The army had only just returned to the village a couple of hours ago, and Tsunade was already like this. It wasn't hard to guess that it had something to do with the third Hokage. Most likely, Konoha had made significant concessions in the negotiations with the Sand Village, concessions that left Tsunade deeply frustrated. If it had been anyone else, Tsunade would have cursed them outright, or if necessary, resorted to her fists. But the one who had led the negotiations was the third Hokage, and Tsunade couldn't just swear at him or punch him. So, she had come here to drink away her sorrows. Forget about all the troubles, getting drunk first was the priority. Takuya had guessed the outcome, which was why he hadn't tried to stop her. If she wanted to drink, let her. Because of the war, Tsunade had been tirelessly worried, only to end up with a teammate who was a complete liability. The gap between her expectations and reality was enormous, not something that just anyone could accept calmly. Tsunade had placed great hope in the negotiations with the Sand Village, which made the letdown that much harder to bear. Takuya, on the other hand, didn't have any particular expectations and thus wasn't too affected by the result. After all, the third Hokage had done even more outrageous things in the original storyline. Canceling the Sand Village's reparations was hardly a big deal in comparison. There was no need to be surprised.
Best to stay calm.
Takuya ruffled Kakashi's hair and smiled slightly. Once you're full, head home and rest. Remember not to mention what happened today, alright? Kakashi glanced at the clearly tipsy Tsunade, her cheeks flushed, and nodded earnestly. He promised not to tell anyone. Alright, go on then. Remember to visit Konoha Hospital for treatment first, or you'll end up with internal injuries. And don't forget to soak in the medicine your father left you. Phew. Tsunade-sama is terrifying. Leaving the hot pot restaurant, Kakashi nervously glanced up at the private room on the second floor. He was genuinely worried that a drunken Tsunade might suddenly start breaking things. Thankfully, that hadn't happened. To be precise, while Tsunade might be a gambler and a heavy drinker, she at least had decent behavior when drunk. When she got drunk, she preferred to sleep rather than cause trouble. Even if she spouted nonsense after getting drunk, it was still far better than those who drank and then acted like the world revolved around them. Takuya didn't dislike people who drank. What he couldn't stand were those who used alcohol as an excuse to cause trouble. Once Kakashi had been sent off, Takuya turned to Kushina. You should head back and rest. I'll keep an eye on Tsunade. Alright, Kushina said. She knew she couldn't do much with Tsunade in this state. Rather than staying and worrying, it was better for her to go home early and rest. As for Tsunade, Takuya could handle her. Then, clutching her small bag, Kushina looked towards Pakura. Takuya shook his head. Pakura can't leave. She needs to stay by my side for the time being. Alright then. Pakura, I'm heading back. If you get bored, you can rest in the next room. Takuya will manage here. Waving, Kushina left the room. Thank you, Pakura said with a slight shake of her head. If I need to, I'll go. After all, it's just someone getting drunk, it's not a big deal. For now, she really couldn't leave Takuya's side. Leaving now would only bring trouble to Takuya and Tsunade, and she herself wouldn't be in a great position either. Pakura understood what was important. And besides, it wasn't as if Takuya and Tsunade were doing anything that she needed to avoid. There was no need to go next door. Picking up his chopsticks, Takuya gestured towards the food.
Let's keep eating. Don't mind her.
She won't make a fuss when she's drunk, she's well behaved.
Hey, I'm still here.
Hearing Takuya casually comment on her drunken behavior, Tsunade protested. What do you mean I won't make a fuss when I'm drunk? That's just me showing restraint. But one thing you said is true, I, Tsunade, do hold my liquor well.
Ha!
Releasing her grip on the bottle, Tsunade quickly snatched the beef Takuya had just cooked and shoved it into her mouth, chewing it loudly.
As she ate, she complained.
I've been waiting for the results of these negotiations, only to find that Konoha didn't gain anything, and we're actually losing out.
What nonsense!
Takuya calmly picked up another slice of meat and placed it into the pot. The Hokage has his reasons. I don't think it's worth getting upset over. What reasons? Give me a break.
Bonus chapter.
After cursing, Tsunade continued to snatch the meat that Takuya had cooked. The war with the Mist Village won't end anytime soon. Konoha still needs to hold on. Luckily, we're dealing with just one front, so the pressure isn't overwhelming. The frontline shinobi can also rotate to take breaks. I've already approved Minato and Nawaki's leave requests. They'll be back in a couple of days. Ninja wars couldn't be decided in a single large-scale battle. Unless the power difference was massive, small skirmishes would still be the norm. The back-and-forth engagements meant that it would take a long time, which in turn necessitated rotation for rest. It's good for them to come back and rest for a while. As long as no surprises happen, Orochimaru and Jiraiya should be able to hold their ground. The incident with the tailed beast going berserk is unlikely to happen again. During the early stages of the war, Yagura caused all sorts of trouble, yet Orochimaru had stayed rock solid. It was only the unexpected actions of the third Mizukage that caught him off guard. Now that the situation had stabilized, it was all about which side would give in first. Compared to the Mist Village, Konoha had stronger foundations and was at an advantage. Hearing this, Tsunade couldn't help but curse. The third Mizukage is a lunatic. He even dared to throw his village's Jinchuriki onto the battlefield and deliberately unleashed a tailed beast just to try to deliver a fatal blow to us. Thank goodness we managed to hold it off, or we would have been in big trouble. How did a madman like that become the Mizukage? Forget it, let's not dwell on it. Tsunade shook her head, worry clear on her face. I'm actually more concerned about the Stone Village than the Mist Village. The Stone Village has been expanding their activity range, and that's not a good sign. The ambition of the Stone Village was obvious to anyone who wasn't blind. During the Second Shinobi War, if not for the Cloud Village stirring up trouble in the rear and forcing Inoki to refocus there, Konoha and the Stone Village might have had an unavoidable showdown. This time, Inoki seemed ready to make his move. If the Stone Village really joins the war, then Tsunade suddenly stopped mid-analysis, her gaze turning toward the private room door. Hurried footsteps were approaching fast. It was Kushina, and she looked anxious. Bang! The door to the private room was forcefully pushed open. Kushina, having returned, leaned against the door frame panting. Takuya, Tsunade, the Hokage office just released an announcement. Many villagers have already gathered and are heading toward the Hokage office. I knew this would happen. Tsunade's face darkened, her chopsticks snapping in her grip. Takuya put down his chopsticks, surprised. The announcement has already been released? Based on how the higher-ups usually operated, they would definitely choose to keep it under wraps for a while. But somehow, things had changed. The announcement about the peace talks was out, much faster than expected. The reality was that for the villagers, whether there were war reparations from the Sand Village or not didn't change much in their daily lives. Even if there were reparations, the money wouldn't go directly into their pockets. If there were no reparations, nothing would really change for them. The difference lay in the psychological impact, the sense of loss. It was hard for the villagers to accept. Whether Konoha needed those reparations or not was one thing, but whether you chose to take them was another. In the grand scheme of things, even without the reparations, Konoha wouldn't be reduced to tightening its belt. But the issue was that the reparations were there for the taking, yet they chose not to take them. That raised a lot of questions. Once the villagers learned the truth, there was no avoiding their outrage. even though it wasn't really something they should be concerned about. What do we do now? The situation outside was nearing chaos, and many villagers were already expressing significant discontent. If the village didn't respond quickly, the uproar would only grow.
Calm down.
Tsunade's face was grim, and she grit her teeth. The old man said he would give the villagers an explanation. We don't need to interfere or worry about this. Kushina, go home and rest for now, and avoid wandering around aimlessly.
I'm done eating.
I need to head back. I don't want anyone to take advantage of this chaos. Even though her head was buzzing from the alcohol, Tsunade couldn't sit still. It wasn't anything else she was worried about, it was Danzo. She was concerned that the old schemer would take advantage of the situation. Even if all the root members in the Umbu had been cleared out, Tsunade didn't believe Danzo was completely without allies. That old man had always hidden himself deeply. As for the angry villagers, that was the third Hokage's issue. He had created this situation, so he could deal with the backlash from the villagers.
Is this really alright?
Pakura was visibly confused, watching Tsunade storm off, followed by a concerned Kushina. Tsunade was still herself. If she was capable of running and jumping around, then she'd be fine. Though she'd be in a drunken stupor for a while, at least half a day.
Forget it.
Let's go back and rest.
Tsunade will be fine, Takuya said.
And perhaps they might even get to see quite the entertaining spectacle. Taking Pakura with him, Takuya left the hot pot restaurant. Walking down the street, hearing people talk about the situation, he knew that things had escalated. More and more people were learning about it. Most were visibly furious. Many villagers gathered in small groups, heading toward the Hokage office. Clearly, they wanted an explanation from the third Hokage. Public outrage is not easily quelled. Even if the third Hokage managed to calm the villagers down, this matter would not end so easily.
Lord Takuya.
An Umbu ninja appeared, putting an end to Takuya's plan to watch the drama unfold at the Hokage office.
Takuya stopped in his tracks. What's going on? The Umbu bowed.
Lady Tsunade has assigned you an important task. You are to carry it out immediately, and you are not allowed to leave until the commotion ends. With that, he handed over a mission scroll.
Well, so much for watching the drama.
What kind of mission could this be?
Takuya sighed, feeling resigned.
But as he unrolled the scroll, his eyes lit up. Though the mission would take up quite a bit of time, it was one that he liked. Rolling up the scroll, Takuya cleared his throat. Go back and tell Tsunade that I will keep an eye on Danzo and won't let him leave his residence.
Goodness.
Takuya couldn't help but marvel. Tsunade certainly knew how to seize an opportunity. While the third Hokage and the council were busy handling public backlash, she assigned him a mission straight away. To monitor Danzo. Heavens, Takuya was thrilled. He wasn't just grateful to Tsunade, he was in love with this mission. He had long wanted to keep tabs on Danzo, but the third Hokage wouldn't allow it. Now, the opportunity had arrived. As for whether the third Hokage would approve, that didn't matter anymore. The mission scroll bore the Hokage's seal. The seal must have been stamped by Tsunade. Whether the third Hokage would be angry later, who cared?
Understood.
The Umbu ninja gave Takuya a strange look before leaving. Rumors had always suggested that Takuya and that man had a terrible relationship. But now it seemed terrible was putting it mildly. Getting an assignment to monitor him seemed to make Takuya's eyebrows literally dance with joy. This was just perfect. He, Danzo, you finally have your day.
Ha ha ha.
Walking down the street, Takuya couldn't help but laugh out loud. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Even if the surveillance wouldn't last very long, Takuya was determined to make Danzo's life miserable while it lasted. Back then, Danzo had kept tabs on him, watched him, and made his life miserable. Now it was his turn. Danzo, are you ready for this? Danzo's retirement home was located in a small courtyard not far from where the Sarutobi and Shimura clans resided. Usually, there were Umbu stationed nearby to keep people away. But with some of the Umbu pulled away to deal with the commotion at the Hokage office, and the manpower shortage since the purge of the Umbu, Tsunade had simply handed the task to Takuya. You've always wanted to mess with Danzo, right?
Here's your chance.
Danzo's residence now had two unexpected guests. These were some of Danzo's secret pawns. Even though Tsunade had purged the Umbu and detained all the members of Root, Danzo still had people willing to work for him. After all, Danzo had operated in Konoha's shadows for many years. His network was extensive. Lord Danzo, the villagers are furious after the announcement. More and more of them are heading to the Hokage office. The public outrage from the announcement had given Danzo an opportunity. He was contemplating how to manipulate the situation to get out of this wretched place, to regain the power he believed should be his, and to do what he wanted. Sitting in his chair, with his one eye and shoulder wrapped in bandages, Danzo asked indifferently, "What about the research facility?" Due to a lack of funds, equipment and materials, and with Orochimaru away from the village, the research has stalled.
Tsunade.
Chakra erupted from Danzo's hand, and the cane he was holding shattered into pieces. All he ever thought about was restoring his body, but Tsunade kept cutting off resources. And with the ongoing war, his collaborative research with Orochimaru had been put on hold. This made it increasingly difficult for Danzo to recover his body. The thought of his broken body, no support in the village, and even the third Hokage having given up on him made Danzo seethe with anger. The third Hokage's actions had stirred public anger, and that gave him hope. Danzo had immediately called upon his subordinates from the research facility, but before he could lay out his plan, he sensed someone approaching. It was someone he particularly disliked.
Takuya Yagami?
Why was he here? Takuya hadn't hidden his presence at all. He openly approached Danzo's residence, and although the mission was to monitor, the method of surveillance was up to Takuya. He could stay in the shadows or boldly stand out in the open, eyes locked on Danzo. Between covert surveillance and an open, blatant watch, Takuya preferred the latter. This was a rare opportunity. How could he not take full advantage of it to disgust Danzo? Feeling perplexed, Danzo gestured for his subordinates to hide for now. Picking up a new cane, Danzo limped out from the secret room. "What are you doing here?" Emerging into the living room and standing on the wooden porch, Danzo saw Takuya lounging in the courtyard, his legs crossed, and Pakura standing behind him like an obedient follower. Danzo's already sullen face fell even further. "I'm here to monitor you." Takuya flashed a bright, exaggerated smile at Danzo. "Surprised? Didn't see this coming, did you? I, Takuya Yagami, am not here to cause trouble, I'm here to monitor you. Besides, there's no rule that says surveillance must be done in secret, right? When I, Takuya Yagami, keep watch on someone, I prefer to stand right out in the open, making sure you see me every second, staring straight into your soul." Ridiculous. Hearing this, Danzo's already darkened expression turned pitch black. He gripped his cane tightly, pounding it on the ground several times as he shouted in anger. "I am an advisor to the Hokage. What crime have I committed to deserve being monitored?"
Oh, he's getting upset.
He's really getting upset. The angrier Danzo got, the happier Takuya felt. Who said you need to commit a crime to be monitored? I, Takuya Yagami, never committed a crime, but wasn't I always under surveillance? Is it that when others are being watched it's fine, it's justified, but when it's you, Danzo Shimura, being watched, it's suddenly unacceptable? Takuya shook his finger, an air of regret in his voice as he addressed Danzo. "The great Hokage advisor. Oh wait, you're not the Hokage advisor anymore. You're just an old man forced to retire and live out his days here. As for crimes, haven't you committed enough of those already? I'm too embarrassed to even mention them. Who gave you the authority to monitor me?" Danzo was trembling with rage. If he had the power, he would have struck Takuya down with his cane on the spot.
Takuya shrugged.
"Old man, do you think I'd be here just to monitor you, or let's be real, to disgust you, without any official assignment? Let me be clear, my mission is to keep an eye on you. Personally, I think of it as an assignment to make your life miserable. After all, you've done plenty to make my life miserable in the past. I'm just returning the favor. As for authority, well, who do you think has the power to assign me to monitor Danzo Shimura?" Takuya had a mission scroll from Tsunade, bearing the Hokage's seal, but there was no way he was going to show it to Danzo. Why should he let a watched, disgraced old man see his orders? That would be too generous. "You!" Danzo's nostrils flared with fury, and he was about to lash out when he realized that this situation wasn't that simple. Takuya might hate him enough to want him dead, but he wouldn't come here to openly provoke him without reason. For Takuya to march openly into his residence, taunting him and calling him an old man, meant that Takuya indeed had orders to monitor him. Though Danzo's authority had been stripped away, he had once been the Hokage's advisor, and no one would dare to monitor him without good reason, unless there had been an order from the Hokage. "Sarutobi, was it you?" The thought that the third Hokage might have ordered Takuya to watch him left Danzo unsettled. If his suspicion was correct, it meant he had truly been abandoned. Losing his official position left some hope of recovery, but being placed under surveillance meant Danzo had been discarded, deemed a useless piece on the board. The best-case scenario was that he could still live out his days in peace. The worst-case scenario was that even that would be taken away. The third Hokage may not settle his old scores, but Tsunade will. And she'll make sure to do it thoroughly. Once Tsunade secures her position and power, certain things will definitely be brought to light. At that point, even the third Hokage won't be able to stop it. Koharu and Hamura might be fine, they could just end up retired at home. Though they liked causing trouble and did their fair share of dirty deeds, it wasn't enough to make them irredeemable. But Danzo is different. The things he has done are enough to make him wish for death without a burial ground. Even the third Hokage wouldn't be able to cover for him. Danzo's heart sank. I want to see the Hokage. Everything I have done has been for the village, for its future. You have no right to place me under surveillance. Leaning on his cane, Danzo prepared to leave. He wanted to ask the third Hokage in person why Takuya was assigned to keep watch over him. Danzo is really panicking now. Takuya couldn't help but want to laugh. At this moment, Danzo seemed, well, a bit pathetic. After all, his biggest backer was the third Hokage. If even the third abandoned him, it meant serious trouble was heading his way. Could anyone blame him for being desperate? I'm sorry, but you can't leave this compound. Takuya's smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression. He snapped his fingers, signaling Pakura to guard the door. No one leaves without his permission. Yagami Takuya, do you intend to stop me? Danzo roared in anger. Why are you shouting? Takuya responded impatiently, as if some dirt had suddenly gotten into his ears. Glaring at Danzo, he slowly placed his hand on the hilt of his Kusanagi blade, drawing it just an inch. I said you're not leaving. Nobody leaves, nobody enters. If you think I'm bluffing, you're welcome to try. But be ready to face the consequences. Right now, killing you would be completely justified.
Go ahead, take one step out.
We'll see if you can outrun my blade. If Danzo dared to leave, Takuya was more than ready to cut him down. In fact, Takuya was hoping Danzo would try something. It would give him the perfect excuse to act. An attempted breakout by someone under surveillance? Attempting to flee his confinement? With that crime hanging over him, Takuya could kill Danzo without facing repercussions, and the third Hokage wouldn't be able to complain. The mission scroll even bore the Hokage's seal, probably placed there by Tsunade. Killing Danzo right now would be entirely lawful. You! Danzo's pupil shrank as he sensed Takuya's killing intent. He never imagined Takuya was serious. The young man would genuinely strike him down if he dared step out. Not capture, execute. What makes you so brazen in provoking and targeting me? Are they really about to fight? Pakura looked at Takuya, then at Danzo's furious expression. This was the former Hokage's advisor, once known as Konoha's root. Given Takuya's strength, it probably wouldn't be difficult for him to kill Danzo. Pakura wasn't fully aware of Danzo's capabilities, but from Chiyo's descriptions and some intelligence reports, she figured his strength was roughly on par with Chiyo's. He wasn't as strong as the third Kazekage, and even the third Kazekage was effortlessly killed by Takuya. Danzo, a man with a crippled body, didn't stand a chance. Humph. In the end, Danzo backed down. He wasn't about to bet his life. He knew how much Takuya despised him and those who targeted him in the past. Now that Takuya had power and the opportunity, anyone in his shoes would have acted without hesitation. Danzo didn't believe he was stronger than the third Kazekage. I'm hungry, Danzo finally muttered. If he couldn't gamble, he needed to find a way to get Takuya out of the way, allowing his two hidden subordinates to escape. If those two were captured, Danzo would be in serious trouble, perhaps even exposing the secret lab. With Tsunade gaining more power, and with the third Hokage showing signs of abandoning him, having his underground operations discovered would spell the end for Danzo. Even Orochimaru would face consequences.
Oh really?
Takuya was amused, then directly mocked him. You're hungry? Why should I care? You've got hands and feet, can't you cook for yourself? What? Danzo froze, completely stunned. Takuya didn't even hesitate to curse him out. Oh right, I forgot you've lost an arm. But hey, you're the mighty former advisor of the Hokage. One arm shouldn't stop you from cooking, right? Or is it that you're just useless, an old incapable cripple? Whether it was provocation or humiliation, Takuya wasn't going to miss this opportunity. He didn't care what others thought of him, being disrespectful to elders, or disregarding village leadership. If it made him feel better to curse out Danzo, he was going to do it. So what if he insulted Danzo? A monitored old man who still wanted the respect he used to have? Not a chance. If you don't want me to insult you, then don't give me the opportunity. As for etiquette, Takuya couldn't think of a single reason to respect Danzo. Even if people said he was disrespectful, Takuya didn't care. He just wanted to get his feelings out. As for the rest, that could wait until Tsunade took over, sweeping these old relics into the trash where they belonged. Bang! Danzo's cane shattered again, and his face twisted in fury as he shouted. Yagami Takuya, do you even know what you're saying? This is absolutely lawless, utterly lawless.
Shut up.
Takuya rolled his eyes, cutting Danzo off with a cold sneer. Of course I know what I'm saying.
Isn't it obvious?
I'm calling you an old fool. What, I can't insult you?
Then come bite me.
If you're not happy, come fight me. I promise I won't kill you right away.
Good grief.
This situation was going too far. Pakura raised her hand to her forehead, decisively turning away, pretending not to hear anything. For now, her ears were conveniently deaf to it all.
Come on, Takuya goaded, waving his kusanagi playfully.
I'll give you a chance. If you can beat me, I swear I'll stop insulting you. Heck, I'll treat you like an ancestor, if that's what you want. Don't say I don't respect my elders, even the disabled ones. If you can beat me, I'll even fetch your bathwater without complaint.
Fight you? Like hell I will. What do you take me for?
Danzo was so furious he nearly choked. Glaring daggers at Takuya, Danzo ground his teeth and stomped back into the house. In his rage, Danzo even forgot to fake his limp. His steps were even and steady. After all, that limp had always been an act. At that moment, Danzo was so enraged that he forgot all about it. Ha! You're not limping anymore.
Takuya burst into laughter.
Danzo truly is amusing. For the sake of appearances, he has always leaned on that cane limping around. But once provoked enough, he walks normally. Damn brat, you better not fall into my hands, or I will make sure you regret it. Danzo, like a volcano on the verge of eruption, held his rage in check, knowing that an outburst could give Takuya the excuse to strike. If he could keep living, Danzo would not invite death upon himself. He had to endure. He must endure. Only by enduring could he find a chance to turn the tables. The issue was that the people hiding in the secret room had no way of being sent out. Takuya would not be like the usual Umbu operatives who could be persuaded. Takuya would stare at him constantly, scrutinizing every move. If two unidentified individuals were discovered inside his house, even an idiot could tell there was something fishy. In such critical times, Danzo couldn't afford to take risks.
He can endure.
A wise man hides his weapon and strikes at the right moment. Unfortunately, Danzo is neither wise nor has the opportunity to strike. Takuya and Tsunade will not give him that chance. When the opportunity arises, they will simply crush him. Should I go searching for Danzo and Orochimaru's underground laboratory? If I could find the research lab and expose it, not even 10 lives would be enough for Danzo to survive. That is a surefire leverage point. Even if past transgressions aren't pursued, what Danzo and Orochimaru are researching could completely ruin them, turning them into fugitives. But forget it. The timing isn't right. At least until Tsunade takes full control, it's best not to act recklessly. Even if I find the laboratory, knowing the third Hokage, he would likely let Danzo off. As for Orochimaru, it's even less likely. If Orochimaru were to flee, it would affect the situation on the front lines. After some thought, Takuya decided to hold his position. Danzo, furious yet afraid, didn't dare make a move and was forced to endure Takuya's taunts. Meanwhile, a large crowd of villagers had gathered at the Hokage's office, practically blocking the entire street. From the moment the third Hokage agreed to Chiyo's terms, he had mentally prepared himself for this outcome. He would provide the villagers with a proper explanation, enough to quell their anger. As for his own reputation, that was no longer important. As the situation grew increasingly chaotic, the third Hokage, wearing his hat, appeared on the rooftop of the Hokage office. Seeing the Hokage arrive, the villagers and ninjas gathered on the streets fell silent, lifting their heads to look at the aging figure on the rooftop. Without a word, the crowd grew quiet. Looking at the sea of people below, the third Hokage took off his hat, revealing his increasingly wrinkled face. I am very grateful that you all care enough about Konoha and the peace talks with the Sand Village to come to the Hokage office and demand an explanation. Your anger and frustration mean that you are part of Konoha, that Konoha is your home, and that Konoha's affairs are also your affairs. Slowly stepping forward, he hung his hat by his side and raised his hands. I know that many of you are wondering why I agreed to the Sand Village's conditions, why I chose to cancel the reparations owed to us by the Sand Village. My friends, we are still at war. Though our war with the Sand Village has ended, our conflict with the Mist Village is still ongoing.
War means loss.
Many shinobi will die on the battlefield, something that I do not wish for, and I'm certain none of you wish to experience the pain of losing loved ones either. The heavy reparations have already stalled the Sand Village's growth. That's why they want them lifted. Some of you may ask, the Sand Village was defeated, why shouldn't Konoha demand reparations? Yes, exactly. Why? Hokage-sama, why did you agree to these conditions? The previously quiet street echoed with villagers' questions. The waves of voices surged like the tide, and the third Hokage quietly listened, waiting for the crowd to fall silent again. Because if we don't lift the reparations, the war could easily reignite. What do you think is more important, war reparations or putting an end to war? Most of the villagers had gathered there out of anger, believing Konoha had been taken advantage of, and the Sand Village had gotten off too easily. Why do the defeated get to make such outrageous demands? Why did our Hokage agree to it? The more nuanced reasons were not easy for everyone to grasp or even care about. Faced with the Hokage's question, the crowd fell silent. Compared to years of partial war reparations, ending the war with the Sand Village quickly did seem more worthwhile. If the war continued, who knew how many more would die, and how much more money and resources Konoha would lose? The villagers' focus was redirected. They didn't realize that even if Konoha insisted on reparations, the Sand Village couldn't afford to continue fighting. Unless Konoha refused to compromise at all and executed Raza, the Sand Village wouldn't have fought to the bitter end. With their focus shifted, the third Hokage breathed a sigh of relief. This was exactly the effect he had hoped for. Even if some still harbored dissatisfaction afterward, quelling the crowd's anger now was enough. Seeing an opportunity, the third Hokage pressed on. Although we have lifted the reparations, the Sand Village has made compensations in return. Not only have they agreed to ally themselves with us, but Elder Chiyo of the Sand Village will personally lead 1,000 elite shinobi to support us in our fight against the Mist Village on the coastline. With this support, I am confident that Konoha will achieve victory over the Mist Village and finally put an end to this war. The Sand Village becoming our ally and sending 1,000 elite troops to help us. Maybe this isn't so bad, one villager commented. Yeah, with the Sand Village supporting us, the Mist Village doesn't stand a chance. No wonder Hokage-sama chose to waive the reparations. With 1,000 elite shinobi led by the respected Elder Chiyo herself, the villagers began to feel that maybe Konoha hadn't lost out after all. While they may have lost a significant sum in reparations, they had gained a reliable ally and additional reinforcements. With the reinforcements, fewer Konoha shinobi would die, and they would have a better chance of beating the Mist Village. Many of the villagers who had arrived out of anger began to calm down, discussing the alliance and reinforcements with those around them. Gradually, everyone seemed to realize that they weren't as angry as they had been before. The fact that there would be no war reparations seemed acceptable now. As for supporting the Sand Village after the war, wasn't that what allies were supposed to do? The turmoil had been quelled, albeit temporarily, but for the third Hokage, that was enough. Some matters could not be resolved with just a few words, like the burial of fallen shinobi and the distribution of their bereavement compensations, both enormous undertakings. It would require a large expenditure to fill these enormous gaps. Even if the attention of the villagers was diverted for now, after some time, the tension would erupt once more. The third Hokage did not care about that anymore, as he had already determined the candidate for the fourth Hokage. Once the war ended and Konoha entered a phase of stable development, he planned to step down and pass the title to Tsunade. The news reached the front lines, and many were left stunned. Compared to the villagers, who could be appeased easily, the shinobi on the battlefield were far from being that naive. Arguments that convinced the villagers could not convince them. The old man really dares to take risks, Jiraiya muttered with a helpless smile, his eyes showing a mix of exasperation and frustration. What kind of ridiculous reinforcements were these? Konoha didn't need them at all. Once the war with the Sand Village ended, Konoha, fighting on a single front, was not afraid of an extended confrontation with the Mist Village. It was the Mist Village that would run out of steam first. War reparations should be demanded, not replaced with some flimsy alliance or reinforcements that couldn't be relied upon. Even more frustrating was that Konoha would be responsible for all the provisions required by those so-called reinforcements. Damn it! Jiraiya grumbled. Did the old man fall under Chiyo's genjutsu or something? How else could he agree to these outrageous conditions? Orochimaru, on the other hand, seemed more composed. The old man wants to end the war quickly. Konoha needs ample time to recover, to heal from the wounds and exhaustion brought on by the war. Though yes, these conditions do seem somewhat overboard. This was the third Hokage's decision, and Orochimaru wasn't in a position to say much. What worried him was how he was going to deal with the reinforcements when they arrived. Chiyo was not an easy person to deal with. The reinforcements, how would he arrange them once they came? Sending them to battle against the Mist Village would make it look like Konoha was deliberately sending them to their deaths. It would give the impression that Orochimaru intended for the Sand Village ninjas to perish. However, placing them in the camp or in a safer area would be pointless. Even if the Sand Village was willing, Orochimaru was not. What if they used this as an opportunity to gather intelligence? In that case, why even have reinforcements if Konoha couldn't deploy them properly?
It was nonsense.
How will you handle them? Jiraiya asked, a mischievous smile crossing his face. He couldn't change the third Hokage's decision, so why bother worrying? Come what may, if the sky fell, let the tall ones bear the weight. And with that thought, Jiraiya was ready to sit back and watch the show. These reinforcements would be tricky to accommodate. If they weren't utilized properly, it could lead to friction between the two villages. If they weren't given an important role, it would be a massive loss for Konoha.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
I'll request to return to the village for a break. You can handle the battlefield. Orochimaru shot Jiraiya a sidelong glance. Get lost, Jiraiya immediately protested. Back then, you fought tooth and nail to take over this role and lead this battle. Now, you want to throw the burden on me and run away?
No way.
I'm warning you, Jiraiya said, pointing at Orochimaru. If you dare leave, I swear I'll vanish and start collecting intel and research materials in all the nations. Idiot, Orochimaru muttered, deciding not to entertain Jiraiya any further. Forget it. It's your business how you handle them. I'm not going to worry about it, Jiraiya said, shrugging. If Orochimaru wasn't willing to explain, Jiraiya wouldn't push him. Besides, if he pushed too hard and Orochimaru really left, the consequences would be severe. Leaving the command post, Jiraiya returned to his tent and sat down cross-legged, resting his chin on one hand. He rubbed his stubbled chin thoughtfully, muttering to himself, the old man made a foolish move. Even if he calms the villagers' anger now, it won't last forever. This isn't a long-term solution. Once the villagers' anger subsided, would it be gone for good? As the war dragged on, as people with their own thoughts and opinions voiced them, those who had been convinced by the third Hokage would start to waver. People who had lost family members, those whose lives had become more difficult because of the war, they wouldn't be so easily placated. They would lay the blame squarely on the third Hokage. In the original storyline, these very factors led to the third Hokage decisively abdicating, even if only on the surface. But Tsunade wasn't Minato. Minato, upon becoming Hokage, would be a figurehead with no real power.
Tsunade, however, would not.
She would be able to wield all the Hokage's authority herself. Retire and still try to act as a puppet master from behind the scenes? Such a thing wouldn't happen with Tsunade. She would never allow it. Once the third Hokage stepped down, he could participate in village matters as a former Hokage, but he wouldn't be allowed to interfere in everything.
Sensei.
A flash of golden light appeared, and Minato was suddenly in the tent. Even though Jiraiya was used to Minato's sudden appearances, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and grumble. Minato, can't you just walk in like a normal person? Suddenly popping up like that, how startling. But it's faster this way, Minato replied, blinking innocently. Did he do something wrong? Sensei seemed to be in a bad mood. Sensei, did something happen? See for yourself, Jiraiya said, tossing Minato a scroll containing his notes. Minato quickly unrolled it and began reading. Soon enough, his eyebrows knit together in concern. Sensei, why is it that even though Konoha won, these negotiation terms make it feel like we lost? We shouldn't have agreed to these terms. War reparations are the price paid by the losing side. The Sand Village initiated the war. We can't be blamed for being greedy. The Sand Village wants to surrender, and the crux of the negotiations is Raza. We can hand him over unconditionally, but removing the war reparations. And these reinforcements. The more Minato read, the more puzzled he became. How were they supposed to handle these reinforcements from the Sand Village? The Mist Village had gone mad, fighting Konoha with everything they had. If the Sand Village reinforcements entered the battlefield, the losses would be severe, giving the impression that Konoha was deliberately sending them to die. If reinforcements were supposed to fight on the front lines, you couldn't just put them in a camp or keep them in the rear. What good were these reinforcements if you couldn't even use them? Konoha was not in such dire straits that it couldn't muster 1,000 shinobi. Wow! Minato couldn't help but feel dumbfounded. Konoha would even need to cover all their provisions. These weren't reinforcements, they were a bunch of freeloaders. Minato just couldn't understand the third Hokage's decision.
Ha ha ha.
Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly, and as he laughed, His smile turned bitter. So, I don't understand what the old man is thinking either. He probably just wants to end the war urgently. Forget about these unpleasant matters. Have you submitted your leave request? Yes, I submitted it. I'll be able to return to Konoha tomorrow after packing my things. With his growing strength and age, Minato found it relatively easy to return to Konoha, even with Nawaki in tow. Let the tall ones bear the weight if the sky fell. Minato disagreed with the third Hokage's decisions, but he wouldn't spend much time worrying. After all, it wasn't his place to worry about such matters. It's good that it's submitted, Jiraiya patted Minato's shoulder, his tone full of envy. I also wish I could return to the village for a break, but sadly there's no way. Minato and others could rotate out for a break, but for Jiraiya and Orochimaru, there was no such luxury. They could only stay at the camp until the war was over before they could have any time to rest. How long has it been since I've seen any beautiful ladies? Without my company, those unfortunate ladies must be having such a hard time. Jiraiya began to fantasize about his former happy days. His face turned sleazy, and he even began drooling, making it obvious that he was not thinking about anything decent. Minato's handsome face went dark as he quickly excused himself. Lustful sage is being indecent again. Minato thought it was best for him to leave quickly, otherwise Jiraiya might hold his hand and try to pass on his valuable lessons on becoming a real man. These were lessons that Minato felt he certainly did not need, considering he and Jiraiya were worlds apart in this regard.
He's insane. Absolutely insane. Having been stared at by Takuya for an entire day, Danzo felt as if he was about to lose his mind. It wasn't just that Takuya stared at him, he also deliberately provoked and irritated him, making it hard for Danzo to keep his composure. And when words were exchanged, Takuya didn't hold back. He insulted Danzo in every imaginable way. If that wasn't bad enough, Takuya even restricted his movements, ready to use force if Danzo tried to leave. Danzo was especially frustrated that he had to rely on military ration pills to sustain himself since Takuya wouldn't let him leave to get any real food. Takuya's words still rang in Danzo's ears. Why should I care if you're hungry? If you're hungry, just eat. No food? Well, that's not my problem, but you still can't leave the compound. Sir, I brought everything you asked for. Pakura had decided to adapt to local customs and began addressing Takuya the same way others did. Takuya didn't care enough to correct her, it was just a title after all. Good, leave them here. I'm going to eat and take a nap. You'll keep watch for a bit, and then I'll take over again. Takuya instructed Pakura, who brought over some chairs and a lounge chair for him to rest on. He intended to stay at Danzo's place until the mission ended. Whether Danzo had any objections was not his concern. Your opinions don't matter, the only thing that matters is that I don't care. Understood. For a moment, Pakura couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for Danzo, the so-called root of Konoha. Being watched like this, how deep must the hatred run? Pakura glanced at Takuya discreetly. Even though she hadn't been around him long, from what she had seen, Takuya wouldn't usually go out of his way to hold a grudge unless someone had truly angered him. For him to bear such intense hatred against Danzo, it was clear that Danzo must have done something particularly detestable. Leaning back on the lounge chair, Takuya squinted his eyes. Tsunade should have already cleared out all of Danzo's subordinates. So why are there still two strangers hiding in Danzo's house? Could these be people Danzo stationed elsewhere? Should I inform Tsunade? After pondering for a while, Takuya decided to take a nap first. As for the people hiding in Danzo's house, that could wait until later. Due to his connection with Snowy, Takuya's sensory abilities were incredibly heightened. At such close range, he immediately noticed the presence of people other than Danzo in the house, but he chose not to take action right away. Instead, he wanted to see how Danzo would react under pressure. Clearly, these two individuals were significant to Danzo. Even as Takuya made things increasingly difficult for him, those two stayed hidden in the secret room, a clear indication that they were crucial. Relaxing on the lounge chair, Takuya closed his eyes and shifted his consciousness into the space within his body, where Snowy, his special-tailed beast, was resting. In the unique inner world, a massive fox with silvery fur curled up, its enormous body like a mountain, using its long tail as a pillow. Its rhythmic breathing echoed through the entire space. Standing on the ground, looking up at Snowy's increasingly gigantic form, Takuya knew that Snowy's slumber was nearing its end. At most, it would take 1 to 2 more months, or as little as 10 days to 2 weeks, before Snowy awoke. You've grown quite a bit, Takuya muttered. Previously, Snowy had been about the same size as the Ninetails, but after this deep sleep, Snowy's size had far surpassed that of the Ninetails. After roughly calculating when Snowy would awaken, Takuya left the tailed beast's space and comfortably drifted off to sleep. While Takuya rested peacefully, Danzo was feeling anything but comfortable. Sitting in the living room, pretending as though Takuya wasn't out in the courtyard, Danzo tried to make tea. The corner of his sinister eyes twitched when he caught sight of Takuya lounging in his chair, and his teacup shattered in his grip. The fact that Danzo was being monitored was only known by a small group of people within the Umbu, along with a few key figures. The third Hokage and the village's elder council were kept entirely in the dark because Tsunade had decided not to inform them. As for when they might eventually find out, that remained uncertain. Given the current circumstances, it would likely take quite some time for the third Hokage or the elders to notice. They wouldn't go out of their way to chat with Danzo, especially during such a crucial time for the village. The return of the third Hokage meant Tsunade could pass off a lot of responsibilities to him. With endless paperwork piling up, the third Hokage had neither the time nor the inclination to check in on Danzo. As for the council elders, they were occupied with arranging supplies and overseeing the medical unit, tasks that kept Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado more than busy. They had been burned by Danzo more than once. Now, they had a psychological block against him. Not only would they not actively seek him out, but even if Danzo summoned them, they were unwilling to go. They feared being caught in Danzo's schemes again, as well as the prospect of Tsunade watching their every move. They were well aware that Tsunade had her eyes on Danzo, and to avoid suspicion or trouble, it was best to steer clear. Thus, Danzo being under Takuya's watchful eye went unnoticed. No one would find out unless one of the informed Umbus secretly reported it. Anyone with eyes could see that Tsunade was gradually taking control, while the third Hokage was relinquishing it. Although it hadn't been officially announced, Tsunade was already the only candidate for the position of fourth Hokage unless some scandal that people can't accept comes to light before she officially takes the position. No one can shake Tsunade's candidacy for the role of Hokage. With Tsunade herself clearing out the Umbu, removing unrelated personnel, the remaining individuals naturally swore loyalty to her. After all, it's only a matter of time before Tsunade becomes Hokage. Moreover, due to Tsunade's specific instructions, Umbu members won't cause themselves any unnecessary trouble. Less work is better than more work, and since Danzo was already under secret surveillance, having someone else take over wasn't necessarily a bad thing for them. Umbu was still short on personnel, so if they could reduce one troublesome mission, they had fewer things to worry about. Unless an Umbu member was out of their mind, they wouldn't voluntarily report it. Only if the third Hokage noticed something and asked directly would they come clean, in which case his dissatisfaction wouldn't fall on them but on Tsunade. When Takuya woke up, the sky had already darkened. Danzo stayed obediently at home, careful not to cross any of Takuya's boundaries. Unapologetically occupying Danzo's bathroom to take care of his personal needs, Takuya told Pakura, "You can head back and rest for a while. I'll take over here. Also, go find Kushina and ask her to buy some extra meat from the barbecue place, including spices for seasoning. I feel like having a barbecue." After a whole day without food, someone in the area would undoubtedly crave the aroma of barbecue. Military ration pills? That stuff might as well be poison. Eating too many of those isn't good for your health. Pakura nodded silently, casting a sympathetic glance at the wooden house before turning and leaving. Takuya's sensory range covered both his own home and the barbecue restaurant, so as long as Pakura didn't do anything foolish or try to escape, Takuya wouldn't overly restrict her movements. Of course, if Pakura did decide to make a run for it, Takuya wouldn't mind a long game of hide and seek. The consequences for getting caught, though, would be serious. Why can't Takuya just come to the barbecue restaurant himself? Kushina was puzzled when Pakura came to her. If you want barbecue, you could just go to the barbecue place, right? Why buy all that meat and seasoning? It's such a hassle. The barbecue from the Akimichi clan was famous. High-quality meat, special secret seasoning, the best you could get. Normally, if you wanted their barbecue, you had to eat at the restaurant itself. Takeout? They usually wouldn't allow it. This is exactly what Lord Takuya said, Pakura explained, showing that she had no choice but to follow Takuya's instructions. Alright, there's no point in explaining it to you, Kushina muttered. And Takuya, honestly, doesn't even have time to come to the restaurant himself? She sighed and, after a couple of complaints, grabbed Pakura and headed straight to the Akimichi barbecue restaurant. Most people couldn't request takeout, but Kushina wasn't just anyone. The Akimichi were more than happy to grant her request. "We're on a special mission that requires us to watch over something constantly, so he can't leave," Pakura explained as they walked. Kushina nodded in understanding. So it's a mission, and a special one at that, which requires them to be vigilant at all times. Well, that makes sense now.
As for what exactly the mission was or how special it might be, Kushina didn't ask. She wasn't one to pry. When they arrived at the barbecue restaurant, Kushina requested to see the owner and explained what she wanted. After a brief moment of hesitation, the owner smiled and agreed. After packing everything into sealing scrolls, Pakura was still stunned. She once again witnessed how much of a little rich lady Kushina was. Buying a bunch of meat and spices wasn't particularly expensive, but they ended up using several sealing scrolls. If you know the cost of sealing scrolls, then you understand. Even if you have the money, it's not easy to get them. But for Kushina, it was simple. She was just making sure Takuya ate well. The cost of a few sealing scrolls? That was nothing. Money is meant to be spent, after all. This spending habit was something Pakura found hard to understand. Growing up in the Sand Village, she was used to hardship and frugality. Compared to Konoha, the Sand Village's finances were so tight they could barely make a dollar stretch. Even if you had money in the Sand Village, there weren't many places to spend it. Have a seat and eat with us. With the ingredients delivered, Takuya took out the barbecue grill from the sealing scroll, lit the fire, and began preparing a delicious barbecue meal. Pakura looked hesitant, glancing at Takuya, who placed the meat on the grill. He noticed her hesitation and asked, "Is there something wrong?" With Takuya's direct question, Pakura took a deep breath and said, "I wanted to carry the stuff over, but Kushina was worried the secret seasoning might spill, or the meat might get contaminated by dirt, so she used the sealing scrolls." "Oh," Takuya responded calmly. "Is using sealing scrolls really that strange?" "Pakura, did I express my feelings the wrong way?" Takuya saw Pakura's conflicted expression and decided to explain, "Kushina's quite the little rich lady, you know. An entire luxury shopping street in Konoha is her property, and she gets annual dividends of tens of millions of ryo. Compared to Kushina's wealth, a few sealing scrolls were nothing. Not to mention Kushina, Takuya himself didn't consider the cost of a few sealing scrolls to be anything significant." Pakura's chopsticks slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. She was stunned. She had visited that luxury shopping street in Konoha before with Kushina. It was bustling, filled with all sorts of shops where you could find almost anything you wanted. To think that an entire street there was Kushina's property, generating millions of ryo in dividends every year, without having to lift a finger. Not to mention the land itself was in her name. How much revenue did the Sand Village generate last year? Thinking about it, Pakura suddenly felt like crying. Why didn't the Sand Village have someone like that? Damn it! As the scent of barbecue filled the air and Takuya kept bragging about Kushina's wealth, Danzo's heart was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Meanwhile, at the village gates, Nawaki spread his arms wide and dramatically exclaimed, "Finally, I'm back. I love you, Konoha." Everyone passing by gave Nawaki odd looks, and the ninja handling gate registrations sighed in exasperation. What kind of weirdo did the Senju clan produce? "I'm leaving, enjoy your moment," Minato said, his facial muscles twitching. He hurriedly left, not wanting to stand there looking foolish alongside Nawaki. The guy was beyond saving. First, Minato planned to head home for a shower, change into clean clothes, and then go visit. Returning to Konoha, Minato's first thought was to find Takuya, but he soon changed his mind. After scrubbing off the salty sea smell, he put on a fresh, cheerful outfit and double-checked that everything was in order. He even bought some gifts along the way and sneaked over to the Uzumaki district. However, before he could get close, a red-haired girl appeared around the corner. They met at the intersection, and Minato's smile froze. The girl's eyes lit up in surprise. "Minato, you're back. And those are?" Kushina looked at the gifts in Minato's hands, inspecting him up and down. Remembering some of the things Takuya had told her, she smiled teasingly. "Rushing over here the moment you got back, huh?" "It's over. I've died of embarrassment." Minato's face turned bright red, like a teenager caught sneaking out for a date. Hey Kushina, fancy seeing you here. It really is quite the coincidence. There were some things I needed to handle in the clan, so I came over here. I didn't expect to run into you." "Not being honest, are we? You've done a great job keeping this under wraps, huh?" Seeing Kushina's sly smile, Minato wished he could dig a hole and crawl inside. "Alright, I won't tease you anymore. All the girls from the Uzumaki clan are home right now. The hot pot place is closed for today, so good luck," she said, patting his shoulder with a smile before walking away. Bonus chapter. Although the Uzumaki clan has dwindled in numbers, under Kushina's influence, they didn't take on strange customs like the Hyuga clan. As a result, there were no rules against intermarriage with other clans. If you have the skills and the charm to win someone's heart, marriage is not obstructed. Interestingly enough,
none of the girls from the Uzumaki clan had married out yet. Instead, they had actually brought in 2 new brides to the clan. This is a disaster. I planned to slip in quietly, but I ran right into Kushina, Minato thought. If Takuya found out, Minato knew he'd never hear the end of it. Just imagining Takuya's teasing face made Minato scratch his head anxiously. Dating feels like committing a crime in secret. Takuya would laugh himself silly at me, he thought. Minato and Nawaki were supposed to return soon. Tsunade had said so. Takuya hadn't paid attention to the exact date. He figured they'd come looking for him as soon as they got back to Konoha. But who could have predicted that Minato's first action after returning to the village would be to find his sweetheart, only to run into Kushina? If Nawaki found out, he'd surely call Minato out for not being loyal to his friends. Didn't even say hi, just disappeared. I thought you were too embarrassed, but you were busy chasing romance. You damn animal. Pakura, who had returned after preparing lunch, relayed Kushina's message to Takuya. Kushina said Minato and Nawaki are back. Minato went to the Uzumaki compound, and Nawaki came looking for you but couldn't find you. She asked if you want them to come over. They're back already? Takuya hadn't really paid much attention to what was going on outside lately, having been so focused on keeping Danzo under watch and tormenting the old man every day. He put down his chopsticks and said, "Forget Nawaki. When you go back, tell Kushina to have Minato come here alone. Let Nawaki rest for now." After eating, Pakura went straight to find Kushina. Not long after, Minato arrived. "I really didn't expect Lady Tsunade would assign you to a mission like this," Minato said, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Monitoring Danzo wasn't a surprising mission in itself. Danzo had made enough mistakes to deserve it. But to have Takuya carry out the task? That was a bit odd. Minato wanted to ask, who else does surveillance by sitting openly in someone else's yard? Besides you, Takuya, I don't think there's anyone else in the entire shinobi world who would do such a thing. Poor Danzo, Minato thought. The old man seemed to have lost a lot of weight, almost as if he was malnourished. Is it possible he can't even eat properly under surveillance? Danzo had always had a gaunt face with sharp features, but now, after days of eating only military ration pills and enduring Takuya's torment, he'd grown even thinner. Takuya laughed, not bothering to hide anything from Minato, nor caring if Danzo overheard. That's because Tsunade knew I'd enjoy a mission like this. These past few days have been the most satisfying days of my life. There's just no way to put it into words. Takuya had once thought that killing Danzo would be the simplest solution, ending everything in one swift blow. But now he realized he had been too naive. The most enjoyable way was to openly watch over Danzo, causing him minor annoyances each day. Watching Danzo sustain himself on military ration pills, unable to flip the table in anger, losing weight each day, that was the most satisfying feeling. The more glorious you were once, the more pathetic you are now. Takuya was eager to see just how long Danzo could endure it. As long as Danzo didn't break, Takuya had no intention of letting him have any comfort. You want to hold on? Then just keep drinking tea and eating military rations. Let me see how many days you can last. Let me see how long the people hiding in your secret room can remain hidden. Let me see how long your military rations can last. When you can't take it anymore and break, I'll grab those hidden men of yours and take them straight to Tsunade. You're a devil, Minato thought, though he couldn't deny that Danzo deserved this. To deal with someone so shameless, gentle methods wouldn't work. Is there anything you need me to handle? Minato asked, knowing Takuya wouldn't have summoned him for nothing. Actually, yes. Takuya gestured for Minato to come closer, lowering his voice. After the academy lets out, I want you to pick up Kakashi from the school. Train him a bit for me, focusing specifically on attack and counterattack speed. The kid's got a lot of issues that need sorting out. Also, I need you to do a sweep of the forest around the village, looking for anything unusual, specifically, any small white snakes. If you find anything, don't investigate further. Just wait until I'm done with this mission, and I'll go personally. Everyone knew that Takuya had taken Kakashi under his wing. Minato was a little surprised that Takuya wanted him to train Kakashi for a while, as well as search for some rather secretive stuff. Alright, Minato agreed without hesitation. The primary task was finding those things, with training Kakashi being a side job. Small white snakes, it was easy to guess these were related to Orochimaru. Though this might affect the front lines, given Orochimaru's current position, Minato wouldn't cut corners on Takuya's request. Just make sure not to mention this to anyone, especially Nawaki. You know how he is, Takuya said. Got it, Minato nodded. Nawaki was Orochimaru's student and shared a strong bond with him. If Nawaki found out, it could make things complicated. After all, people are emotional beings, just like how the third Hokage had deliberately protected Danzo and allowed Orochimaru to escape in the original timeline. Nodding in understanding, Minato left Danzo's compound and headed to the academy to wait for Kakashi to get out of class. Orochimaru and Danzo's secret experiments were certainly not above board. Takuya had no intention of exposing these dark secrets right now, but keeping tabs on them in advance was definitely necessary. When the time was right, he would reveal everything and finally end Danzo for good. As for Orochimaru, Takuya could only say sorry. The moment Orochimaru decided to collaborate with Danzo, he set himself on a dark path of no return. Compared to Danzo, Orochimaru still had options. If he chose to repent and take responsibility, Takuya believed both Tsunade and the third Hokage might give him a chance to redeem himself. It all depended on Orochimaru's decision, whether to stay in the village and atone for his actions or to continue his pursuit of immortality and eventually defect, as he did in the original timeline. After classes ended, Kakashi turned down his classmates' invitations and started heading home alone. But as soon as he reached the academy gate, he was intercepted by Minato.
"Minato-senpai," Kakashi greeted.
As Takuya's student, he was no stranger to Minato. With his signature bright smile, Minato waved to Kakashi, "Your teacher is busy with a special mission and can't get away for a while. So he asked me to take over your training for a bit. We'll be leaving the village for a while, and we won't be coming back until it's over. Go get permission from your teachers first." Training with Minato-senpai? Kakashi was momentarily stunned but quickly nodded. "Understood, please wait for me." After getting permission and packing what he needed, Kakashi followed Minato out of the village, beginning a new chapter in his training. Once outside the village, Minato found a quiet place and sat down cross-legged. "Tell me how you usually train," Minato asked, wanting to devise a more tailored regimen. Copying Minato's posture, Kakashi sat on the ground, tilting his head in thought. "I usually train by myself. When there's time, I spar with sensei, and after the sparring, he points out my flaws and tells me to correct them."
Must have gone through quite an ordeal, huh? Minato thought.
Growing up training alongside Takuya, Minato knew very well what Takuya's training habits were like. Not even Kakashi, Takuya's student, escaped from Takuya's tough regimen. And Minato, despite being a prodigy himself, was no exception either. He had been at the receiving end of Takuya's relentless sparring sessions countless times.
"Ah. Ouch. Ah."
Minato often ended up groaning after an intense training session. Though the training was excruciating, it undeniably improved one's combat instincts and honed the needed battle experience.
"Got it.
Let's get started then," Minato nodded after listening to Kakashi's summary of his typical training. With the added instructions from Takuya, Minato had a clear idea of where to begin. His task was to train Kakashi in reaction speed, both in attack and defense, focusing on improving these fundamental skills. The training was about to be harsh, and Kakashi's upcoming days were going to be grueling. Different training methods made Kakashi feel as if he was almost losing his mind. He simply couldn't understand how a human's reflexes could be so terrifyingly sharp. Takuya's training focused mostly on sparring. He had Pakura help out to give Kakashi the experience of facing an overwhelming opponent, teaching him to adapt to high-stakes situations. Since becoming Takuya's student, Kakashi's path diverged completely from that of his peers. His strength, combat experience, and ability to withstand pressure far surpassed those of his fellow classmates. While others were still grappling with the basics, Kakashi was already growing into a formidable young shinobi. When most kids were still learning how to refine chakra or struggling with basic jutsu like the substitution technique, Kakashi was receiving targeted training and instruction. When others had yet to meet graduation requirements, Kakashi was already battling strong opponents to hone his skills, accumulating experience, and sharpening himself. His starting point was entirely different from that of his peers. "Class, Kakashi has taken a leave of absence," the teacher announced. "Recently, he'll be training under Minato Namake's, the village's Yellow Flash, and that's why he won't be attending classes." Kakashi's absence didn't go unnoticed, and the students were curious about why he hadn't shown up. Upon hearing the teacher's explanation, many students groaned in frustration. "Teacher, that's so unfair!" shouted Obito Uchiha in frustration. "Why does Kakashi get to train with the teacher and we don't? We're all still in school too." Obito envied Kakashi deeply. First, Kakashi had Takuya as his teacher, and now he was learning under Minato Namake's? How could that be fair? It wasn't just Obito, many classmates were jealous of Kakashi's extraordinary opportunities. Kakashi's father was a well-known figure in the village, and his teacher was Takuya, the strongest genius of their generation. The chance to train with a famous shinobi like Minato was something the rest of them could only dream of. Even Asuma Sarutobi, the Hokage's son, didn't get that kind of privilege.
Yeah, teacher. A few more students chimed in.
We also want to train with Jonin Minato Namikaze.
That's enough.
Everyone be quiet. The teacher roared, veins bulging on his forehead. He slammed the desk with a resounding bang. Obito, Asuma, if you don't want to be in class, then stand outside in the hallway and let others study. Of course Kakashi got picked. He's got a famous dad, the teacher thought.
Do you?
Even if you do, it doesn't mean Takuya would accept you. Kakashi was getting this special training from Minato because Takuya asked him to help. Do you have a teacher like that? The teacher's scolding silenced the rowdy students, but as he looked at their sulky faces, the teacher couldn't help but feel helpless himself. Kakashi's absence had disrupted the class atmosphere, and now it was his job to manage it. Sigh, the teacher thought, I'll report this to the Hokage's office later. If this continues, it's going to be a problem for the other students. The teacher is so biased. Obito muttered on his way out, backpack slung over his shoulders. He was completely unaware that someone was covertly following him, eyes hidden, watching his every move. Black Zetsu was doing everything it could to manipulate events in its favor, searching for a successor to replace Madara Uchiha and identifying a gullible young Uchiha. Obito seemed like the perfect candidate. But while Zetsu had found its target, it still needed to figure out how to manipulate Obito effectively. Meanwhile, Kakashi's teacher wasn't the only one taking notice. After classes, the teacher immediately went to the Hokage's office to lodge his complaints and concerns. Lord Hokage, Lady Tsunade, the teacher began, while it may be Takuya's private matter that he accepted Kakashi as his student, it's now causing a significant disruption for the other students. The kids are all jealous of Kakashi, envying him for having such a great teacher and even getting the chance to train with other elite shinobi in the village. I don't even know how to explain things to these kids anymore.
TCH.
What kind of nonsense is this? Tsunade thought to herself, visibly unimpressed. So what if some kids have better teachers than others?
If you want a strong teacher, find one.
What's this got to do with the academy instructors? It wasn't like any of this was their doing. Having grown up benefiting from the privileges of being a senju herself, Tsunade felt no sympathy for the situation. This was not going to be an easy problem to solve. After coughing lightly, the third Hokage turned to the teacher. Kakashi became Takuya's student because of a private request made by Tsukumo Hatake. That's what facilitated it. As for Minato training Kakashi, I wasn't aware. Tsunade, do you know anything about this? Yes, Jiraiya's student Kushina mentioned it to me, Tsunade replied, narrowing her eyes at the third Hokage. Minato and Nawaki just returned to the village, and since Takuya was occupied, he entrusted Minato with Kakashi's training. But teacher, didn't you also arrange for elite Jonin to mentor Asuma back when he was younger? And now Asuma's here causing a commotion. Obito and Asuma were the last two who had any right to complain. Obito was from the Uchiha clan. Was there a shortage of Jonin in the Uchiha clan? The Uchiha made up almost a tenth of Konoha's Jonin. If none of them had offered to train Obito, maybe that was an indication of his own limitations. After all, Obito's reputation as the class dunce had spread far and wide. What self-respecting Uchiha Jonin would want to take him on?
And then there was Asuma.
There was no shortage of capable Jonin from the Sarutobi clan either. The kid had already received special mentoring, but despite all the opportunities, he just wasn't living up to expectations. Instead of improving himself, he was more interested in acting like some sort of gang leader or delinquent, and now seeing someone else get a good opportunity, he couldn't handle it?
Cough cough.
The third Hokage forced a cough, hurriedly signaling Tsunade to drop the subject. Enough, don't say any more, his expression seemed to plead. It was embarrassing enough. He had arranged the best possible education for Asuma, and yet all it had led to was a delinquent son. Something that was a slap in the face to Hiruzen Sarutobi's reputation. From a young age, receiving the best education, yet growing up to become a street delinquent, such a result would be unacceptable to anyone. It was a direct slap in the face for Hiruzen Sarutobi. After Tsunade's interruption, the matter was simply dropped. Some issues even the third Hokage couldn't directly intervene to solve. All the teacher could do was try to enlighten the students and prevent them from developing a sense of envy towards others. As for other measures, there wasn't much anyone could do. Not even the Hokage could order someone to not take on a student or prohibit them from training their disciple. Especially not Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had also enjoyed a privileged education since childhood. It wasn't his place to restrict such opportunities. Ultimately, the matter ended inconclusively, with only Tsunade grumbling, "Sensei, Asuma has some serious issues. No matter how busy you are, you should make time to care about his upbringing. The third Hokage's old face flushed with embarrassment, and while puffing on his pipe, he vowed, I will talk to Asuma. The boy has indeed been overly indulgent lately. Being dealt this metaphorical blow while in the office and losing face, the third Hokage decided to clock out early that day and headed home to have a heart-to-heart with his son. That very night, Asuma experienced his father's loving attention, in the form of a good scolding. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Danzo would never have imagined that Takuya had already assigned Minato to start investigating their secret underground research facility. The facility couldn't be too far from the village. With enough effort, they would eventually locate it. Takuya didn't believe for a moment that a younger, less experienced Kakashi could find it in the original timeline, but someone like Minato, with his Flying Thunder God technique, couldn't. As long as they discovered the trail of the White Serpents, they could be sure that the location they were searching for was nearby. The war wouldn't stop just because of a few unexpected turns. Once the war drew to a close, the Sand Village forces withdrew back to the Land of Wind, returning to their village. With Chiyo's backing, Raza quickly rose to become the village's fourth Kazekage in the shortest time possible. The relatively brief war had completely doused Sand Village's fighting spirit. Even Raza himself had lost his former edge. Worse still, he had just taken office but already had to leave village affairs behind, and even before he could stabilize his own position, he was forced to venture into the desert in search of precious minerals. Even though the Leaf Village had waived the war reparations for the Sand Village, they still owed significant debts. Debts that Raza, as Kazekage, had to repay. With the village's financial troubles, Raza found himself following in the footsteps of the third Kazekage, becoming a professional miner. Thankfully, Raza had learned well from the third Kazekage's endeavors, and becoming a skilled miner was only a matter of time. While Raza busied himself with mining, Chiyo led a 1,000-strong unit to the Land of Fire to aid the Leaf Village against the Mist Village. The third Hokage had his own considerations, but these actions left Orochimaru caught in an awkward situation. The reinforcements did not enter the Leaf Village but were instead escorted across the Land of Fire directly to the front lines by a squad of umbus sent by the third Hokage. The reinforcements had arrived, and now Orochimaru faced the headache of where to position these troops. The most troubling aspect was that Chiyo herself was leading the reinforcements, and she wasn't someone that Orochimaru could easily manipulate. This war with the Mist Village looks like it's going to be hard to win, Chiyo muttered as soon as she arrived at the coastal camp. After gaining a general understanding of the current situation, she was able to analyze the state of the war. The battle was chaotic, with the Mist Village acting like rabid dogs, mindlessly wearing down the Leaf forces. There was no strategy involved, no coherent battle plan, just endless waves of attacks. Has the third Mizukage lost his mind? Chiyo wondered. Who fights a war like this? Her doubts didn't last long as Orochimaru sent someone to invite her to the command post for a strategic meeting. Since she had brought the Sand Village's elite troops to aid the Leaf, Chiyo had no intention of causing trouble. However, as soon as she entered the command post, she felt that something was off. Aside from Orochimaru and Jiraiya, there were only a handful of Jonin in attendance. The number of participants seemed especially small. Please have a seat, Orochimaru invited, and Chiyo took her seat opposite Jiraiya. Without waiting for Orochimaru to speak, Jiraiya took the initiative to explain, I apologize if this seems unimpressive, but the situation on the battlefield is rather chaotic. The Mist Village's combat strategy is very peculiar, forcing us to send out many of our available shinobi to engage. Hence, only a few could attend this meeting. Chiyo nodded, showing her understanding. Although she had just arrived and hadn't gathered much information yet, she decided to offer her insight. The war between the Leaf and the Mist is indeed a mess. The battlefield stretches across the entire coastline, with no discernible structure. Exactly as you said, the war has devolved into chaos, Orochimaru said with a smile, picking up the conversation. This is all because of the Mist Village's tactics. We of the Leaf were forced into this mess. Please have a look, Orochimaru continued, spreading out a recent map on the table. Chiyo was stunned as she saw the numerous red circles representing enemy positions drawn all over the map.
This is complete chaos.
Even someone as seasoned as Chiyo couldn't help but marvel. Has the situation been this disorganized for the entire time? She asked. She had seen chaotic battlefields before, but this level of disarray was a first. For a moment, Chiyo didn't even know how to strategize. With the Mist Village's unpredictable tactics, any plan would be pointless since the Mist forces simply wouldn't engage. Things have been like this ever since the third Mizukage personally came to the front lines, Orochimaru lamented. He missed Yagura. When Yagura was in command, there were tactics and counter-tactics, clever maneuvers, and genuine strategic contests. But after the third Mizukage took charge? There was nothing, no strategies, just endless waves of attacks. It was as if the mist forces were determined to grind them down through sheer brute force. Orochimaru gestured towards the map, continuing, "We attempted to sever the mist supply lines, making transportation difficult for them. Even if they have numerous warships, logistics remain a challenge, and we've destroyed a significant amount of their supplies. Still, the mist hasn't changed their approach. It's almost as if..." Chiyo began. "They are dead set on taking this all the way," Orochimaru finished her thought. Chiyo was reluctant to accept it, but it was the reality, and Orochimaru nodded in frustration. "So, about our Sand Village shinobi?" Chiyo cautiously inquired. Orochimaru spread his hands wide. "They'll have to be deployed just like our forces, positioned throughout the various battle zones." It was impossible to keep the reinforcements at the camp. Not only was there a risk of intelligence leaks, but if the Sand Village betrayed them and teamed up with the Mist, it would spell disaster for Orochimaru. Deploying them all in one place wasn't feasible either. Since all options were problematic, Orochimaru decided not to overthink it. He left the decision to Chiyo. "Our deployment is as it is. Our own forces are fighting scattered and uncoordinated. Your reinforcements from the Sand Village will face the same. See if you can work with that." Kirigakure was fighting wildly, throwing themselves recklessly into battle as though bent on mutual destruction with Konoha. Konoha had no choice but to respond in kind, matching their relentlessness. And now Tsunade had arrived. But what difference could they make? Could a mere 1,000 ninjas really change the outcome of this war? It was impossible, no matter how one looked at it. The initiative was entirely in Kirigakure's hands. Neither Konoha nor Tsunade had many warships at their disposal, leaving them helpless in securing dominance over the battlefield. In this regard, only Kumogakure could compete with Kirigakure. Unlike the other villages, Kumogakure had invested heavily in naval development over the years. As a result, they frequently clashed with Kirigakure. Without significant support from Kumogakure, neither Konoha nor Tsunade stood a chance of regaining control. "What nonsense is this? Like I have a choice." Orochimaru's sharp tone broke the tension. This situation wasn't something Konoha orchestrated intentionally. The war had simply unfolded this way. As reinforcements, it wasn't realistic for Tsunade to sit idly at the rear enjoying safety. "Since you're reinforcements, you'll be treated like everyone else. I, Orochimaru, have done nothing wrong. If you have complaints, take them up with the third Mizukage. It's all his fault this happened." There was even a rare moment where Orochimaru found himself missing Yagura. The frustration had been building within him for days, and he nearly wanted to sing out, "Come back, I can't handle this on my own, come back." Chiyo racked her brain for any solutions, but none seemed promising. In the end, she had no choice but to accept the arrangement. The initiative simply wasn't in their hands. For years, Kirigakure had relied on the sea for its development, while Konoha and Tsunade had been the opposite. When war broke out, this difference in strategy meant that Kirigakure held the upper hand. Coupled with the unpredictable, unorthodox behavior of the third Mizukage, the battlefield had devolved into utter chaos. Chiyo frowned deeply, her graying eyebrows furrowing together as she said, "Something is very wrong with Kirigakure. More precisely, there's something wrong with the third Mizukage. Kirigakure is fighting like they're desperate to destroy Konoha at all costs. No rational person would behave this way. The problem must lie with the third Mizukage. Has Konoha gathered any intelligence on this?" Orochimaru nodded slightly. "Yes. Ever since the war began, I've sent people to collect intelligence. But Kirigakure is isolated in the middle of the ocean, and their strict policies make it difficult to obtain anything valuable." He paused, his expression darkening slightly. However, the third Mizukage had been bedridden for years. Right before the war began, his condition suddenly improved, and his personality became noticeably more extreme. This wasn't normal. An old man, so frail and aged that he could barely move for years, suddenly recovering and acting like this, it was too suspicious. The erratic and disorganized nature of the war only added fuel to Chiyo's doubts. Was the third Mizukage being controlled? Konoha must have been wondering the same thing. "Something is wrong with the third Mizukage," Chiyo said firmly. "Has Konoha gathered any detailed intelligence on this?" Orochimaru and Jiraiya exchanged glances, their expressions turning somewhat awkward. Chiyo blinked in confusion. After a moment of hesitation, Orochimaru pulled out a scroll and handed it to her. "You'll understand better if you read this." Chiyo opened the scroll. It contained a first-hand account from Tsukumo Hatake. The content wasn't lengthy, but it was bizarre. Tsukumo described his encounter with the third Mizukage, how, the moment they crossed paths, Tsukumo had instinctively drawn his blade to attack. But instead of fighting back, the third Mizukage fled. Worse still, Tsukumo noted that the Mizukage's skin appeared unnaturally pale, a stark contrast to his advanced age. This alone was alarming. The third Mizukage's age could be traced back to the era of the first Hokage. For someone so old, merely surviving to this point was miraculous. But not only had he avoided death, he had somehow grown healthier, and even his skin appeared rejuvenated. That alone was suspicious enough. It was no wonder that Kirigakure was fighting so desperately. And it was no surprise that neither Konoha nor Kirigakure wanted to share this information. But the encounter itself. Chiyo's face twitched slightly as she continued reading. Meeting in a bathroom? Could there possibly be a more awkward situation? The moment their eyes met, both parties froze. Tsukumo's reaction was to draw his blade and attack, causing quite a commotion. But the Mizukage didn't fight back. He ran, pulling up his pants as he fled. Was that even normal? The third Mizukage was known for his formidable ice release techniques. If an intruder managed to infiltrate his office, his first instinct should have been to retaliate, not flee. In her mind, Chiyo couldn't help but imagine the scene, a pale, bare backside flashing as the Mizukage dashed away. She quickly shook off the thought. What a ridiculous image. The third Mizukage is definitely not right, Chiyo declared. He's old enough to have served as the first Mizukage's bodyguard and participated in the first 5 Kage summit. The fact that he hasn't died yet is surprising enough. There's no way he could have recovered so miraculously. Back when the third Mizukage was in his prime, I was still just a young girl, she added. It makes no sense for me to be this old while he grows younger. Even so, suspicion won't help, Orochimaru said with a sigh. Without concrete evidence, no one will believe us. Even if we're right, the war won't stop because of our doubts. Their suspicions weren't new. Both he and Jiraiya had been wondering the same thing. But no matter how suspicious the Mizukage's behavior was, Kirigakure wouldn't halt the war for such accusations. Chiyo's eyes narrowed. Have you tried contacting anyone else in Kirigakure? It was a logical thought. If there was something wrong with the third Mizukage, surely others in Kirigakure would have noticed. Kirigakure wasn't entirely under his control. There was still the position of Elder Genji, whose authority rivaled that of the Mizukage. If the elder took action, it could make a significant difference. Jiraiya and Orochimaru exchanged looks, realization dawning on their faces. That's actually a good idea, Jiraiya said. The elder might not have the Mizukage's power, but they still hold influence. If we're suspicious, there's no way they haven't noticed something too. Who should we send to contact them? Jiraiya asked. Experience truly came with age. Chiyo's insight far surpassed theirs in this regard. Use prisoners of war, or carefully select someone to go to Kirigakure, Chiyo suggested. It needs to be someone with enough influence to make a difference. She paused, then added, if possible, contact Yagura directly. He was dismissed for his failures as a commander and sent back to the village. Yagura was once trusted by the third Mizukage and comes from a powerful family within Kirigakure. He would certainly hold some sway. With that, Chiyo fell silent. Who to send to Kirigakure and how to contact Yagura would ultimately depend on Konoha's decision. Her suggestions had already gone as far as she could take them, purely out of goodwill. If the war could end sooner, Tsunade's elite troops could avoid more casualties. Unlike Konoha, Tsunade didn't have the same deep reserves. Preserving whatever strength they could was crucial. We'll consider your advice, Elder. In the meantime, please arrange for your people to leave soon to avoid unnecessary complications. The Tsunade troops couldn't linger in the camp for too long. Sending them off quickly was the best course of action. As for contacting Yagura, the matter needed to be reported back to the village for approval. After some thought, both Orochimaru and Jiraiya silently agreed to shift the responsibility. Instead of handling this troublesome matter themselves, they decided to pass it on to the third Hokage and Tsunade. Let them deal with the headache. There were already enough messes on the battlefield to clean up. They simply didn't have the energy for this. Jiraiya, not wanting to take the blame, was all too happy to hand it off. Orochimaru, buried in work, thought the same. Kicking the problem upstairs was the most convenient solution. Summoning a white snake, Orochimaru handed it the scroll. The snake swallowed the scroll in one gulp and slithered away, disappearing from the command center. In Konoha, Takuya was busy scheming up ways to mess with Danzo when a white snake crawled into his courtyard. It slithered to his feet, opened its mouth,
and spat out a scroll soaked in slimy saliva. Unbelievable. Takuya couldn't help but mutter. Is Orochimaru using me as a delivery service now? This is some next-level freeloading. Staring at the damp, sticky scroll, Takuya grimaced and complained loudly, can't Orochimaru use a hawk or something? This slimy mess is disgusting. Danzo, looking worse than ever, perked up immediately at the mention of a scroll from Orochimaru. But Takuya ignored him completely. Picking up the scroll with visible reluctance, he threw it to Pakura. Clean this up and take it to Tsunade. Pakura caught the scroll, her face twitching in annoyance. She wanted to protest, I don't want to touch this slimy thing either. But she didn't have a choice. Grumbling inwardly, she cleaned the scroll, then headed off to the Hokage's office. Although the third Hokage had returned, he had chosen to station Tsunade in the Hokage office as part of her training, ensuring she had full exposure to the role. It was widely known in the Hokage office that Pakura was one of Takuya's people. Although she was still technically under surveillance, no one dared to cause trouble for her. Arriving at the Hokage office, Pakura knocked on the door and waited for a response.
Come in.
The third Hokage's voice echoed from inside. Pakura entered, making her way toward Tsunade, who was sprawled over the desk, deep in paperwork. The third Hokage froze for a moment, recognizing Pakura as someone from Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, this is from Lord Takuya, Pakura said as she handed over the scroll. Thank you. You can go now. Tsunade accepted the scroll with a nod. Pakura bowed politely to both Tsunade and the third Hokage before leaving. It's a sealed scroll from the battlefield. Looks like Orochimaru's using Takuya as a relay station, Tsunade remarked dryly. Why send the scroll through Takuya instead of the intelligence department? Orochimaru certainly knew how to take shortcuts. Unsealing the scroll using a unique cipher, Tsunade opened it and began reading. The third Hokage, puffing on his pipe, didn't pay it much mind. Can you cut back on the smoking, old man? Cough. Cough. Tsunade's sudden scolding startled him, making him choke on the smoke. What's wrong with me smoking? I'm an old man, this is one of my few remaining pleasures. He considered protesting but stopped himself under Tsunade's sharp glare. Arguing with her would only lead to disaster. If she lost her temper, the furniture in the office would pay the price, and the village's finances were already tight. Replacing expensive office supplies wasn't something he was eager to do. What does Orochimaru say? The third Hokage asked, quickly changing the subject to distract her. See for yourself. Tsunade tossed the scroll to him before walking over to the window to get some fresh air. Fine, I'll read it myself. The third Hokage unrolled the scroll and began reading its contents carefully. What in the... After a few seconds, he shot to his feet, his face a mixture of shock and disbelief. Tsunade, do you think this is possible? What do you think? Crossing her arms, Tsunade frowned. The third Mizukage served as the first Mizukage's bodyguard and even attended the first 5 Kage summit. Based on his age, he shouldn't even be alive, let alone fighting on the front lines. Despite the seemingly exaggerated feats of strength seen in ninja battles, the truth was that ninjas were notoriously fragile. A single kunai to the heart or throat could still end even the strongest of them. What's more, their lives were shortened by years of brutal training, constant battles, and accumulated injuries. In the Warring States period, making it to the age of 30 was considered long-lived. Even in the 5 Great Nations era, where survival conditions had improved, truly long-lived ninjas remained a rarity. The third Mizukage was practically a living relic. This confirms it, something is wrong with the third Mizukage. The third Hokage sighed heavily. He was feeling his own age catching up to him, and no amount of strength could prevent the decline of the human body. For the third Mizukage to not only be alive but seemingly growing younger was beyond unnatural. We need to investigate further and make contact with Kirigakure. Tsunade, you're right, reaching out to Yagura is the best move. If possible, we should also meet with the village elder. Why are you looking at me? Tsunade noticed the third Hokage staring at her with intent and immediately grew wary. Cough? Well, I was thinking we could send Minato and... I doubt he'd agree, Tsunade interrupted firmly. Knowing Takuya well, she was certain he'd refuse the mission outright. First, he hated trouble. Second, he needed rest. Ever since the war started, Takuya had been tirelessly shuttling between battlefields. It was only fair that he got a long break. And on top of that, if the third Hokage requested it personally, Takuya's willingness would probably turn into outright refusal. The third Hokage felt a pang of frustration. This was the bitter fruit of his earlier actions.
Now that he needed reliable people, those same people were turning away from him. Takuya was like that. Tsukumo Hatake was the same. Unfortunately, they were still the most suitable candidates for this mission. Tsunade, however, wasn't going to let it slide. Takuya and the others are resting right now. I suggest sending Orochimaru and Jiraiya instead. After all, this was their idea. Let me think about it, the third Hokage grumbled through gritted teeth. Suit yourself. Satisfied, Tsunade left him to stew in his thoughts. She had her own business to handle, checking in on Takuya and ensuring Danzo was behaving himself. Bonus. To avoid Danzo stirring up trouble, Tsunade didn't go herself but instead sent Pakura to inform Takuya. Behaving? Seriously? Takuya burst into laughter. Tsunade, confused by his reaction, watched as Takuya laughed so hard that he nearly doubled over. You should hurry up and send him some food, Takuya finally said, still grinning. The old man is probably starving by now. He's been eating nothing but ration pills for days. He's close to breaking. Oh, and send plenty of food. He has company, after all. You can't be serious. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief, her lips slightly parted. Are you a devil? How long had she given Takuya this assignment? This guy has been keeping an eye on Danzo and hasn't even given him proper meals? Tsunade could already imagine Danzo looking gaunt and thin from days of eating nothing but ration pills. Ration pills were effective for restoring chakra and staving off hunger, but they came with serious side effects. Constant consumption caused significant damage to the body. No one would willingly eat them for days on end, unless absolutely necessary. Not even the special high-grade ration pills produced by the Akimichi clan were available in abundance. Those were a luxury few could afford. You're not actually worried about starving him to death, are you? Tsunade snapped, rubbing her temples in frustration. She shot him a glare, clearly exasperated. Fine. I'll send someone over with food before things escalate. If he really collapses, it'll only create more problems for us. By the way, I came here to talk to you about something. Tsunade paused mid-sentence as realization hit her. Wait, did you just say Danzo has guests? There are people at his house. Ever since Danzo was stripped of his power, he had become a pariah. Not even Koharu Udatain or Hamura Mitokado, his closest allies, had visited him. As for the third Hokage, he had been far too busy with the war to spare even a glance in Danzo's direction. So the question was, who were these guests? Who would dare approach Danzo during such a precarious time? Two sneaky guys, Takuya replied with a smirk. They've been hiding in Danzo's secret chamber since the day I got the assignment. I guess they were afraid I'd find them, so they've been holed up in there ever since. Just thinking about it made Takuya want to laugh. Those two subordinates had been stuck inside for days, dealing with all their needs, eating, sleeping and relieving themselves, in that cramped space. The smell in Danzo's house must have been unbearable by now, and the stench inside the chamber? Best not to imagine it. Tsunade's expression darkened instantly. I knew it. The old fox was up to something. Of course he couldn't sit still. It made perfect sense now. During the recent protest at the Hokage office, someone had probably slipped out unnoticed. But what were they planning? Hiding for days like this clearly indicated something suspicious. There was no doubt they were Danzo's subordinates. Anyone who followed him would bear the curse mark of the tongue eradication, an effective tool for preventing betrayal. If they captured these people, they could confirm everything. It would be concrete proof that Danzo was still pulling strings in the village. Restrain them first, Tsunade ordered coldly. I'll take them away for interrogation. Don't worry about Danzo, I'll handle him. Your call. Right, you were about to say something earlier. What was it? Tsunade's earlier train of thought had been derailed by this revelation, and she looked back at Takuya expectantly. What a mess, she muttered under her breath. She wasn't even Hokage yet, and there were already endless issues piling up. How chaotic would things get if she officially took the position? Seriously, what's wrong with people who fight to become Hokage? Tsunade let out an exhausted sigh. She couldn't understand those who viewed the position as a prize. For her, this wasn't ambition but duty. She was stepping up because she refused to watch the village descend into chaos under the wrong leadership. Regaining her composure, Tsunade continued, Orochimaru and Jiraiya shared some intelligence with Chiyo. They suspect that the third Mizukage is either being controlled or someone is impersonating him. They want the village to send someone to investigate. Ideally, we should meet with Yagura and if possible, speak with the village elder. Now you realize this? Takuya rolled his eyes dramatically. Even someone as powerful as the Sage of Six Paths couldn't escape mortality. The third Mizukage was already ancient, bedridden for years, and now he was suddenly hale and healthy? That alone was suspicious. Add to that Tsukumo Hataki's report. How could someone on the brink of death suddenly have skin as smooth and youthful as a young man's? And now, after months of pointless war, they were just beginning to suspect something? What's with that look? Do you know something? Tsunade shot him a sharp glance. Of course not, Takuya replied with a casual shrug. Let me ask you this, do you think your great-uncle could have lived this long, let alone jumped back into the battlefield to lead an army? What kind of comparison is that? Tsunade's fists clenched as she glared at him. Relax, it's just an example, Takuya said quickly, gesturing for her to calm down. Don't take it so seriously. Violence won't help either of us. Stupid example, Tsunade muttered under her breath. Of course that wouldn't happen. Ninjas from that era had it much harder than we do. My grandfather, the so-called god of shinobi, was worn down by injuries and illness. My great-uncle wouldn't be any different. Even Tobirama Senju, her great-uncle, was just a man. The god of shinobi couldn't escape mortality. Why would anyone else? Exactly. Takuya shrugged. It's obvious there's something wrong with this situation. Someone in Kirigakure is probably already investigating. They just haven't found any evidence yet. Wait a minute. You're not suggesting I infiltrate Kirigakure to investigate, are you? Takuya's eyes narrowed with suspicion as he realized where this was headed. Not happening. I refuse. I need rest. I've been bouncing between two battlefields for too long. I'm exhausted. There are plenty of other candidates for this mission. Besides, Kirigakure's people probably hate me by now. If I show up, I'll only cause more trouble. Send Orochimaru instead, he added with a grin. He's excellent at escaping sticky situations, and his silver tongue is perfect for this kind of task. Orochimaru rarely showed his persuasive skills, but when he did, he could convince almost anyone. As for the front lines, wasn't Jiraiya already managing things? He just didn't want to get dragged into the mess. Lazy as always, Tsunade thought to herself. She had expected this response. Takuya wasn't the type to shoulder extra burdens willingly. You're right, I won't force you. I'll handle the third Hokage. You just keep an eye on Danzo. But don't starve him too much, okay? Give him at least one meal every 2 days. Ration pills alone won't cut it. Compared to Takuya, Tsunade considered herself merciful. Danzo was an old man. 1 meal every 2 days was surely enough. You call me ruthless, but you're not much better, Takuya said, giving her a strange look. Women really hold grudges, he thought to himself. Fine. I'll go capture those 2 sneaks. You take care of the rest. With that, Takuya turned to leave, already planning his next move. Takuya waved his hand dismissively, gesturing for Tsunade to wait a moment. He turned back toward Danzo's small courtyard and said to Pakura, keep an eye on that old man. I'll grab the people hiding inside and hand them over to Tsunade. She'll take care of the rest. Understood. Pakura nodded, lazily twirling a kunai in her hand as she followed Takuya into the front hall. Danzo, already looking visibly thinner and weaker, sat with a grim expression. The loss of weight only made his features appear harsher and more menacing. Here to humiliate me again? Danzo sneered coldly. No. Takuya smiled faintly. I'm just here to grab some people. Don't worry, someone will bring you food soon. After all, you're not young anymore, and going hungry for too long isn't good. Drinking tea and living off ration pills won't cut it forever. Grab some people? Danzo's heart skipped a beat, and his pupils shrank sharply. How did they find out? He had ensured his men remained hidden in the secret chamber the entire time. They had barely made a sound, eating, drinking, and even relieving themselves quietly to avoid detection. How could they have been discovered? Seeing Danzo's stunned expression, Takuya smiled smugly. He was thoroughly satisfied with the reaction. I've always prided myself on my exceptional sensory abilities, he said casually. I noticed people hiding in your secret chamber on the very first day. Sorry for letting you hide them for so long. This damn brat. Veins bulged on Danzo's forehead as he clenched his fists tightly. He wanted nothing more than to leap forward and throttle Takuya. The realization that this little devil had known about his subordinates all along, only to toy with him, made his blood boil. Thinking back to the humiliation he'd suffered in recent days because of these hidden men, Danzo's eyes burned with fury. Oh, and one more thing, Takuya added with a smirk. Keep your experiments hidden better next time. If I find anything shady, you'll really be done for. I don't know what you're talking about. Danzo barked, nearly jumping out of his seat. Pakura, standing nearby, narrowed her eyes and watched him closely. 2 glowing fireballs floated silently around her, ready to strike at the first sign of trouble. For Pakura, the mission was simple: follow Takuya's orders, and don't take the fall for anyone. Whether it was Danzo or even the third Hokage himself, she would act as commanded. Pakura understood the rules of survival well. She was under Takuya's protection, and betraying his trust meant losing everything. As long as she remained loyal, even if the higher-ups in Konoha resented her, she could live peacefully. Danzo, seemingly aware of his vulnerable state and the futility of resistance, grunted coldly and fell silent. He feigned ignorance, pretending not to understand what Takuya meant. His hidden men had already been discovered. It no longer mattered. Another offense wouldn't make much of a difference. Danzo comforted himself with the knowledge that the third Hokage would never take things too far. No matter what Tsunade did, the actual authority still rested with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Takuya, unfazed by Danzo's theatrics, walked toward the entrance of the secret chamber. Inside, the 2 hidden subordinates had sensed the danger and quietly moved toward the entrance, as though preparing for an escape. But Takuya didn't bother with subtlety. He simply raised his fist and slammed it into the wall. Boom! The entire house shook violently. A loud crash echoed as large sections of the wall collapsed, burying Danzo's 2 subordinates under the rubble. Their muffled screams rang out briefly before silence fell. The sheer force of the blow, amplified by Takuya's monstrous strength and chakra control, was enough to incapacitate the men instantly. Danzo glared at Takuya with hatred, his expression venomous. Pakura, on the other hand, stood there, momentarily stunned. Without sparing Danzo another glance, Takuya walked over and pulled the 2 men out from the rubble. Like helpless chicks, they offered no resistance as he grabbed them by the collar and knocked them out cold. Tilting one man's head back, Takuya pried open his mouth and inspected his tongue. Satisfied, he let the man drop unceremoniously to the floor. Well, Takuya said, clicking his tongue. You're really thorough, Danzo. Every subordinate of yours carries the curse mark of the tongue eradication, so afraid of your secrets being revealed. Too bad for you, this mark can also serve as evidence against you. Humph. Danzo turned his back to them, letting out a low snort. He knew that arguing was pointless at this stage. As long as the third Hokage refrained from drastic action, he could endure. Takuya didn't linger. After dusting off his hands, he turned to Pakura. Pakura, tie them up and take them away. Tsunade will handle the rest. Yes. Pakura dispersed her floating fireballs, tied up the unconscious men, and began dragging them out of the house. As they stepped outside, a group of ANBU operatives arrived. One of them carried a box of food in his hands. Yawning, Takuya waved his hand lazily. Clean up inside and leave the food on the table. You know what you're allowed to do and what you aren't, right? The ANBU members straightened up nervously. The village had already undergone a major purge, but there were always those who might secretly follow Danzo. Takuya's warning ensured no one stepped out of line. Understood, sir. We won't overstep our bounds, one of the ANBU replied immediately. Good. Get to work. The ANBU nodded and entered the house, placing the food on the table before beginning repairs. The damage was significant: 2 collapsed walls and a shattered secret chamber. Fixing the house was far more tedious than sealing up the hidden room, which could be done with a simple earth release jutsu. In less than 2 hours, the repairs were complete. The ANBU also took Danzo's bound subordinates with them as they left, delivering the prisoners directly to Tsunade. Tsunade, wasting no time, dragged the captured men to the Hokage office and unceremoniously dropped them in front of the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi blinked in surprise at the 2 ANBU-clad prisoners. What's going on? After a brief explanation, his face darkened, unable to hide his frustration. How had Danzo still managed to hide people after all the purges? The evidence was undeniable. The curse mark of the tongue eradication on the prisoners' tongues made it clear who they belonged to. At this point, there was no denying Danzo's guilt. Takuya didn't ask about Danzo's final punishment, and Tsunade didn't tell him. However, the faint smirk on Tsunade's face said it all. Hiruzen had been forced to make significant concessions. Whatever the exact outcome, one thing was certain: Danzo's life would only grow more miserable from now on. Takuya didn't care to know the details. The process was irrelevant. He could already picture Tsunade stubbornly pressing the issue, Hiruzen hesitating to take action,
and the resulting compromise to keep the matter quiet. In the end, Hiruzen must have caved under pressure to prevent the situation from escalating further. Tsunade reaped some benefits, but Danzo remained the same. He faced no punishment. The only change was that the surveillance over him was now openly acknowledged rather than carried out in secret, a compromise silently approved by the third Hokage. But for the third Hokage, this was a considerable loss. Backing down meant sacrificing something. It had to be said, Hiruzen Sarutobi's loyalty to Danzo was almost unfathomable. Takuya couldn't help but suspect whether there was something unspeakable between the two men. If not, why would the third Hokage sacrifice so much for Danzo? When it came to his own family, Hiruzen had never made such significant concessions. Yet for Danzo, it was different. Is this what they call bonds? Takuya shook his head. Maybe he didn't read enough books to fully understand this mysterious concept of bonds. First it was Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Then Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura. Later, it's Naruto and Sasuke. Pair after pair. Sensei, are you looking for something? Kakashi, who had been training under Minato for some time, couldn't help but notice that Minato would often wander off after giving him advice, as if searching for something. Minato froze for a moment, then rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Was it that obvious? He had tried to cover his tracks, but it seemed he underestimated Kakashi's observational skills. Very obvious. Kakashi nodded seriously. If their relationship weren't still formal, he would have asked about it long ago. Minato sighed in resignation, smiling as he spoke. It seems I underestimated your perception. You truly are the village's acknowledged genius, Kakashi. Kakashi tilted his head slightly, his gaze drifting upward. He remained indifferent to the compliment. In the past, he would have been delighted by such praise. But ever since his father introduced him to Takuya, Kakashi no longer thought of himself as a genius. Compared to people like Takuya and Minato, he realized how much he still lacked. Praise meant little to him now. What he really sought was Takuya's recognition. This brat. Though Kakashi had merely tilted his head, the slight upward glance gave off the impression of someone rolling their eyes. Minato couldn't help but recall Takuya's words, geniuses always have a certain edge to them. Kakashi was no different. But using those dead fish eyes on someone wasn't exactly polite behavior. If Kakashi knew what Minato was thinking, he'd protest loudly. He had no intention of being rude, looking up was just a habit. Oh well. Since Kakashi had noticed, Minato decided there was no harm in explaining. He trusted Kakashi to keep quiet. Minato sat cross-legged on the ground and gestured for Kakashi to do the same. Once Kakashi was seated, Minato rested his chin in his hand, his expression slightly conflicted. How should I put this? Your teacher asked me to train you while he handles a particular mission. At the same time, he gave me a somewhat special task, to look for something. Minato paused, then added, since you've already noticed, there's no point in hiding it. Just don't go blabbing about it, alright? What are you looking for? Kakashi asked curiously. Minato grinned. Not telling. Kakashi was dumbfounded. What do you mean, not telling? Ha ha ha. Minato burst into laughter, clearly satisfied with Kakashi's confused expression. Honestly, I don't know what your teacher is looking for either, Minato admitted. If you're that curious, go ask him yourself. But I can't guarantee he won't beat you for asking. Minato shot Kakashi a teasing look, raising his brows as if to encourage him to try it. My teacher is a devil, and now you're a devil too. Kakashi's lips twitched as he stared silently at Minato. At first, Kakashi had admired Minato for his sunny demeanor and approachable nature. But as time passed, he began to realize the truth. This smiling good-natured golden flash could be a little mischievous. Beneath that charming exterior was a man with a wicked sense of humor. Seeing Kakashi's signature deadpan gaze again, Minato sighed, rubbing his forehead. Don't look at your teacher like that, either, Minato advised. Otherwise, he might beat you senseless. You don't need to know everything, and curiosity won't get you far here. Takuya had given Kakashi the same warning before. Don't ask questions about things you shouldn't know. Don't pry into matters that don't concern you. If you do, I'll beat you myself, and your father will thank me for it. Suppressing his curiosity, Kakashi shifted topics. Sensei, your reflexes. Over the course of his training, Minato would often spar with Kakashi, and every session left Kakashi completely overwhelmed. Though Kakashi recovered quickly from each defeat, he still couldn't comprehend how Minato moved so fast. Against Takuya, Kakashi had been outclassed in every possible way.
Against Pakura, he got beaten daily. And now, against Minato, he couldn't even keep up with the man's counterattacks. Minato smirked, clearly amused. I was wondering how long you'd hold out. Finally, you cracked. Clapping his hands together, Minato stretched his wrists and held them up in front of Kakashi. My reflexes are unusually strong, faster than your teacher's, in fact. It's one of the few areas where I have an edge over him. Or maybe the only area. As he said this, Minato felt a pang of frustration. Apart from his exceptional reflexes, Minato couldn't think of any other advantage he held over Takuya. As for the flying Raijin technique, it's just a jutsu. There's nothing worth comparing. Is that so? Kakashi's mind wandered back to memories of Takuya training him. Minato continued, because of my reflexes, my counterattacks are exceptionally fast. Once I mastered the flying Raijin, my overall strength improved significantly. That's why your teacher entrusted you to me. He wants me to help you improve your reaction speed. I see. Kakashi finally understood why Takuya had left him with Minato. It was to compensate for his weaknesses. Sensei, how does your strength compare to my teacher's? Can we not talk about that? Minato's handsome face darkened as he smacked Kakashi lightly on the head. Why'd you have to bring that up? I said my strength improved, not that I could beat your teacher, Minato grumbled. Kakashi said nothing, simply staring at Minato silently. Minato sighed in defeat, raising his hands in surrender. Fine. I can't beat him. Even with the flying Raijin and my title as the Yellow Flash, your teacher is a monster. Don't even try to compare yourself to him, you'll just end up frustrated. Minato paused, then added, not even my teacher or the others dare to anger Takuya. Tsunade is the exception, but that's because their relationship is unique. He chuckled, recalling the times Jiraiya had tried teasing Takuya, only to flee the moment Takuya's expression soured. Ruffling Kakashi's hair, Minato sighed. The village has many strong shinobi. Your father, for example, is regarded as one of Konoha's top-tier warriors. But what outsiders don't know is that Takuya is the truly terrifying one. And aside from him, there's Kushina too. You just need to, Mid-sentence, Minato abruptly froze, his sharp senses picking up something unusual. His bright blue eyes scanned the surroundings as two specially marked kunai appeared in his hands in a flash. Kakashi, stay here, Minato instructed in a calm yet firm voice. Don't run around, and don't panic. Something was happening. Kakashi obediently rooted himself in place, though his posture turned rigid with alertness. He nervously scanned the forest around them, but his current abilities weren't sharp enough to perceive what Minato had. Minato's expression darkened slightly as he called out, his voice ringing clear through the trees. This isn't a place you're meant to be. If you're here to launch a surprise attack, I'm afraid you'll be sorely disappointed. The thick canopy of leaves rustled faintly, and from the shadows, several figures emerged into view. The person at the front was noticeably short, about Kakashi's height, and at first glance appeared to be just a child. Yet the air around him was anything but innocent. Impressive, said the voice of the figure, a faint hint of admiration seeping through. No wonder they call you the Yellow Flash of the ninja world. Konoha truly is the cradle of genius talent. As the group stepped further into the sunlight, Kakashi's breath caught in his throat. This is... Minato narrowed his eyes, his brow furrowing slightly. It's just a meaningless title, Minato replied, his voice calm and unruffled, though his body remained poised to move at any moment. Compared to you, Yagura, I'm hardly worth mentioning. Perhaps, Yagura replied softly, shaking his head. Minato didn't lower his guard. I'll ask you to state your purpose. You've come a long way to get here. Though Minato maintained a composed exterior, his mind was already calculating several plans. If things turned hostile, he would prioritize Kakashi's safety and retreat immediately. If it were just him, he wouldn't hesitate to test Yagura and his group in combat, but protecting Kakashi was non-negotiable. The location wasn't far from Konoha, meaning Minato could take Kakashi back to safety, regroup, and return with reinforcements, or with Takuya. After all, Takuya arriving on the scene would render even a group of elites from Kirigakure insignificant. Minato's mind worked quickly, sizing up the unexpected visitors. Yagura, the infamous fourth Mizukage of Kirigakure, wasn't someone who should appear this close to Konoha without reason. Yet here he was, accompanied by a few Jonin-level mist shinobi. If this were a sneak attack, it was far too small of a force, almost laughably so. Unless Yagura had lost his mind, Minato thought dryly. Don't misunderstand, Yagura said, raising a hand in a clear signal of peace. His voice remained calm and sincere. We mean no harm,
nor have we come here to fight. Then why are you here? Minato pressed, though he didn't lower his kunai. Certain sensitive matters have brought us here, Yagura explained carefully. I need to speak with your Hokage or whoever currently makes the decisions in Konoha. The situation is too delicate for us to approach openly, so we chose this route to avoid detection. I hope you can understand. Delicate matters? Minato's expression remained unreadable as he pondered the situation. Finally, he shook his head. This isn't something I can decide on my own, he said. If you truly mean no harm, stay here. I'll inform the appropriate people. In the meantime, I'll ask that you and your men remain calm and do nothing to provoke suspicion. If you make any sudden moves, I can't guarantee you'll leave this forest alive. Minato's words weren't a threat, they were a statement of fact. Yagura nodded in understanding and signaled his men to sit down with him. Their movements were controlled and deliberate, a clear show of restraint. We'll wait here. Please convey my message. Satisfied, Minato gave a quick nod. Stay put, he said once more before grabbing Kakashi's arm. In a flash, Minato teleported them both back to Konoha. The moment they landed, Minato turned to Kakashi. Go home. Don't tell anyone about what you saw today. Kakashi nodded and departed without a word, though his mind buzzed with curiosity. Minato didn't waste a moment. He teleported directly to where Takuya was. Takuya, meanwhile, was lounging in his courtyard, savoring a chilled watermelon under the afternoon sun. It was rare to enjoy simple pleasures during wartime, and he planned to make the most of it. Just as he bit into another piece, Minato materialized in front of him. Startled, Takuya almost flung the watermelon like a weapon, but recognizing Minato's chakra at the last moment, he restrained himself. What the hell? No time to explain. Minato barked, already grabbing Takuya's arm. It's important, and I can't make the decision alone. Before Takuya could protest, Minato teleported them both away. Takuya's courtyard was left with nothing but the faint smell of watermelon. Nearby, Pakura glanced over briefly before returning her attention to a one-man shogi game, where Danzo sat hunched, brooding as he played alone. In the forest, Takuya found himself standing beside Minato, still holding his half-eaten watermelon. Across from him sat Yagura and his entourage of Miss Jonin, their eyes immediately locking onto the newcomer. Takuya looked at Minato, then at Yagura. This is the important matter, he asked, blinking. To his credit, Minato simply turned his head, suppressing a grin. Meanwhile, Yagura and his men stared at Takuya with awkward expressions, clearly unsure how to interpret the man who'd shown up mid-snack. Takuya raised the watermelon. You guys want some? Yagura coughed awkwardly. Thank you, but no. Suit yourselves. Unbothered, Takuya shrugged and resumed eating. Waste not, want not, especially during wartime, when something like watermelon was practically a luxury. Once he'd finished, Takuya wiped his hands clean with a handkerchief Kushina had given him. The watermelon rind? He tossed it aside without hesitation. The handkerchief? That was sacred, no way was he tossing that out. So, he finally said, fixing Yagura with a sharp look. Care to explain what you're doing here? Don't tell me losing your command left you so bored that you decided to vacation in the land of fire. Yagura's face twitched. We're here on matters that concern both our villages. If you're not the one in charge, then I request an audience with your Hokage. How do you know I can't make the call? Takuya shot back. Yagura let out a small sigh of frustration. He dearly wished he could just march into Konoha and speak with the third Hokage directly, but doing so would only escalate tensions. Finally, after repeatedly reassuring Takuya of their peaceful intentions, Yagura signaled his men to remain calm and stepped forward slightly. Both our villages have no reason to continue this meaningless war, Yagura said, his tone sincere. Kirigakure's people are just as weary of this conflict as yours. Yet the war drags on. Takuya snorted, cutting him off. Skip the speech. Your village started this war. Besides, it's not like anyone will forget about the Mizukage running out of a bathroom with his pants down. Yagura visibly winced, clenching his fists. Can we please stop bringing that up? Even if he were here to undermine the third Mizukage, Yagura had no desire to hear that embarrassing incident described again. Is this conversation even going anywhere? Yagura's face turned red with frustration, his neck bulging slightly from the strain. Combined with his boyish features, his expression could almost make one want to say, "Little brother, don't stress yourself too much. You'll hurt yourself if you're not careful." Despite his youthful appearance,
Yagura was actually around the same age as the legendary Sannin and in some aspects, even more accomplished. After all, while the Sannin were still single, Yagura already had kids who were nearly 10 years old. In this alone, Yagura had left the Sannin far behind. If you keep talking like this, you won't have any friends. Minato looked helplessly at Takuya, lightly nudging him as a reminder to stop spouting nonsense. They were supposed to be discussing serious matters. Fine, I won't mock you guys anymore. No point in driving people away. Shrugging, Takuya said, all right, let's put the past behind us. Since you, Yagura, took the huge risk of sneaking into Konoha, you must have something really important to say. So go ahead. If you can convince me, I'll take you to meet Lord Hokage. If Yagura couldn't even convince him, then he might as well go back where he came from. No, wait. Go back? What nonsense. Konoha and the Mist Village were at war. Yagura had walked right into their hands. Did he really think he could leave? Dream on. Since he'd come this far, he might as well stay and be Konoha's guest. Gotcha. Seeing Takuya's amused smirk, Yagura's youthful face darkened. He could tell exactly what Takuya was thinking. They wanted to detain him and keep him in Konoha. While Yagura remained relatively composed, his guards weren't as calm. Their wary gazes locked onto Takuya, prepared to fight at a moment's notice. If Takuya and Minato attacked, the guards were ready to risk their lives to protect Yagura and get him out. Nothing is ever simple, is it? Exhaling heavily, Yagura rubbed his temples, already feeling a headache coming on. With a resigned tone, he explained, this war came out of nowhere. However, the Mizukage was determined to wage it, and no one in the village dared to oppose him. But as the war went on, we started noticing strange behavior from the Mizukage. You should have realized it sooner. Takuya interrupted impatiently. An elderly man on the brink of death suddenly makes a miraculous recovery, that's suspicious enough. Yagura was briefly at a loss for words. Takuya was blunt, but he wasn't wrong. When the third Mizukage had awakened and recovered, the entire Mist Village had been overjoyed. No one had stopped to question it. Everyone had simply assumed that divine intervention was at play, that their village was being blessed by the heavens. Who cared about the details? Even those who had doubts wouldn't dare voice them. After all, the third Mizukage was the founder of the Mist Village's infamous Blood Mist regime. To suspect he was being controlled or replaced was tantamount to courting death. Looking back now, everything seemed suspicious. Yagura shook his head. There's no point dwelling on it. What's done is done. I came here today because of this matter. Meeting Takuya and Minato's gazes head-on, Yagura bit his lip and said, I suspect that the Mizukage has been controlled, or possibly replaced. Now you suspect it? Isn't that a bit late? Takuya didn't know how to respond. Mist ninjas had a remarkable tolerance for strange behavior. If this had happened in Konoha, someone would have sounded the alarm long ago. Who would let things spiral so far out of control, much less gamble their village's future on a pointless war? No way. Minato's eyes widened in disbelief. Unlike Takuya, he wasn't privy to the underlying details. Hearing Yagura's claim that the third Mizukage was potentially being controlled left him stunned. This was shaping up to be a major event. So, what does the Mist Village's Mizukage being controlled or replaced have to do with Konoha? Why are you here, Yagura? You'd better explain yourself quickly. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to invite you to stay as our guest. After all, Konoha's prison still has plenty of room. Here comes the real deal. Yagura knew that if he couldn't convince Takuya, meeting the third Hokage would be out of the question. Heck, he'd be lucky to leave Konoha alive. Just Takuya alone was terrifying enough. Add Minato, the Yellow Flash, and Yagura doubted he could escape unscathed. Grinding his teeth, Yagura finally said, I want to meet your Hokage. I propose an alliance to investigate this matter together. Once the truth comes to light, I believe the war between our villages can end. Surely Konoha has no interest in prolonging a meaningless conflict. The Mist Village was fighting desperately, and Konoha had no choice but to match their efforts. A prolonged war would benefit neither side. Even if one village achieved victory, it would be a hollow, Pyrrhic victory. As for reparations? Forget it. The Mist Village wasn't any richer than the Sand Village. The ultimate result would be two villages drained of resources and with nothing to show for it. What now? Should they take Yagura back to the village? Minato turned to Takuya. From his perspective, ending the war with the Mist Village would benefit Konoha immensely. However, investigating the third Mizukage would undoubtedly complicate matters. This is just.
Minato's expression grew serious as he pondered the situation. To everyone's surprise, Takuya suddenly burst out laughing.
Ah,
Brother, this isn't the time for jokes.
Minato was dumbfounded.
He couldn't understand why Takuya was laughing. Did he find Yagura's proposal ridiculous?
Was it?
It didn't seem like it to Minato. What's the meaning of this? By all rights, Takuya should have been weighing Yagura's words carefully, not laughing. To Yagura, the laughter felt mocking, like a direct insult to him and the Mist Village. His face darkened, his gaze fixed on Takuya with a sharp intensity. Apologies, that wasn't my intention. Takuya rubbed his face, trying to suppress his laughter. I laughed because you big shots always seem to have an uncanny sense of timing. Even strange events like this align perfectly.
What?
Yagura was momentarily stunned, unable to grasp Takuya's meaning. Takuya clarified, not long ago, Lady Chiyo of the Sand Village brought reinforcements to aid Konoha. Upon arriving at the front lines and sharing intelligence with Orochimaru and Jiraiya, she began suspecting your Mizukage was being controlled. She even sent word back to her village to investigate. And as luck would have it, our Hokage had the same suspicions. He wanted me to take on this mission, ideally meeting you or even Genji to discuss the matter. But I turned it down. And here you are, Yagura, showing up in Konoha. Isn't that a bit too coincidental? Quite the coincidence indeed. Realizing it was a misunderstanding, Yagura felt a bit embarrassed. Even his guards, who had been treating Takuya like a mortal enemy moments earlier, gradually lowered their hostility. After all, it wasn't mockery, it was just the absurdity of the situation that had amused Takuya. So that's what it was. Minato sighed in relief, thinking he had misread Takuya's laughter as something malicious. Then why did you refuse the mission? Isn't it obvious? Takuya rolled his eyes at Minato. This kind of mission is off limits for both of us.
Why? Minato asked, puzzled.
Takuya couldn't help but laugh in exasperation, his irritation bubbling beneath the surface. He felt a strong urge to kick someone across the room.
What do you think? He began.
You and I nearly blew Kirigakure to pieces. The people there hate us with a passion. What do you think will happen if we just waltz into the village? Best case scenario, they don't accuse us of an assassination attempt. Do you seriously think they'd sit down and have a calm, rational conversation with us? Do you think that's even remotely possible?
Pakura. The group of bodyguards.
They all had to admit, Takuya had a point. Given his history with Kirigakure, even if they managed to meet with Yagura, the Mizukage would undoubtedly suspect Takuya of being there to cause trouble, perhaps even to assassinate someone. As for discussing a potential alliance,
not a chance.
Cough cough, Yagura cleared his throat, awkwardly scratching his nose. He wisely chose not to respond. Some things were better left unsaid. Minato, standing nearby, mimed zipping his lips shut, signaling that he would say no more on the matter. Enough with the mime act, Takuya snapped, giving Minato a light shove. Go notify Tsunade. I'll bring Yagura and the others back to the village myself.
Got it.
Minato disappeared in a flash, heading off to deliver the message to Tsunade. As for why he didn't go to the third Hokage instead, the reason was simple. Neither he nor Nawaki had much fondness for the aging leader. Both preferred to avoid the man whenever possible, lest their inner thoughts slip out and make things awkward. Going to Tsunade was the more practical choice. Activating the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato vanished into the forest, reappearing moments later in Konoha. He made a beeline for the Hokage's office. The ENBU guards at the door recognized Minato and didn't stop him. Knocking politely, Minato waited.
Come in, came the third Hokage's voice.
Opening the door, Minato stepped inside. However, upon realizing Tsunade wasn't present, a flicker of disappointment crossed his face. The third Hokage looked up from his paperwork with a warm smile. Minato, is there something you need from me? Apologies, Hokage-sama, Minato said, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Takuya asked me to inform Tsunade of an important matter, but... You can report to me. The third Hokage began instinctively but stopped short when he noticed Minato's hesitant expression and the way he specifically mentioned Takuya's name.
Cough, cough.
Tsunade is at the logistics division. You can find her there. Understood, Hokage-sama. Relieved, Minato quickly excused himself, making sure to close the door behind him. As Minato left, the third Hokage put down his documents, leaning back in his chair with a heavy sigh. There was a time when Minato had been one of his most devoted admirers, looking up to him with unshakable reverence. Now, the younger man could barely stand to be in the same room.
Was I truly in the wrong? Minato, oblivious to the third Hokage's inner turmoil, headed straight for the logistics division. Upon finding Tsunade, he explained the situation with Yagura. Tsunade was taken aback. Konoha had been planning to send someone to investigate the third Mizukage, yet here Yagura was, walking straight into their hands. No wonder Takuya couldn't keep a straight face during the conversation, Tsunade thought. Yagura must have misinterpreted Takuya's laughter as mockery, thinking he was ridiculing Kirigakure. That brat. Tsunade muttered, shaking her head with a mix of exasperation and amusement. I'll handle this. Tell Takuya to bring them directly to the conference room at the Hokage's office, she instructed. This situation called for a formal meeting with key individuals. After Minato left, Tsunade sent ANBU operatives to summon Tsukumo Hatake, Nara Shikashige, who had recently come out of retirement, and even Choza Akimichi, who had been living a quiet life. This was shaping up to be a high-level meeting. Everyone who still held influence, except for the now-disgraced Danzo, was expected to attend. Those notified by the ANBU, even if perplexed, immediately dropped what they were doing and made their way to the Hokage's office. Even the supposedly retired Nara Shikashige and Choza Akimichi complied without hesitation. As they walked to the meeting, the burly bearded Choza grumbled, "Shikashige, what's this all about? Why is Tsunade summoning us old-timers for a high-level meeting? We're supposed to be retired." "You're one to talk," Shikashige thought, rolling his eyes. "I barely had time to settle in after being dragged out of retirement, and here we are again. Maybe I'm just destined to work until I drop dead," he muttered. "High-level meetings mean something big is happening," Shikashige finally said aloud. "Big or not, why involve me? I'm not even in charge anymore," Choza grumbled. Shikashige sighed and chose to ignore him. Among their old group, Choza had always been the most carefree. Despite his strength and high rank, he had retired early, dedicating his days to culinary experiments rather than politics. Unlike Jiraiya, who pursued research of a different sort, Choza's retreat from the public was largely for the sake of his clan. When they arrived at the conference room, most of the attendees were already seated. The third Hokage, Tsunade, the elders Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado, and Tsukumo Hatake were all present. "Long time no see, Tsukumo," Choza greeted warmly, slapping Tsukumo on the back as he sat beside him. Completely ignoring the room's tense atmosphere, Choza chuckled, "I hear your son's quite the prodigy. By the way, don't take Hiruzen too seriously. He can be a bit indecisive at times, but you shouldn't hold it against him. And make sure to support Tsunade, she's carrying a heavy burden." The third Hokage. Did he really just say that in front of me? Though Choza's words were intended to smooth over the strained relationship between Tsukumo and the third Hokage, they still stung. "By the way, where's Danzo?" Choza asked, changing the subject when Tsukumo responded with a polite smile but said nothing. "This is not the time for small talk, Choza." Tsunade snapped, slamming her hands on the table. "If you're here to reminisce, leave. This is a critical matter, and Danzo has no place in it. You know full well why he's not here." Choza chuckled nervously, scratching his head. All right. No need to get worked up. I was just curious." He's still a walking minefield, Tsunade thought, glaring at Choza. As much as she appreciated his casual demeanor, there was no denying that handling him, or any of his generation, was no small feat. "Hiruzen, what's the purpose of calling us all together today?" Sensing the tense atmosphere growing heavier by the moment, Hamura Mitokado deftly changed the subject. If Choza Akimichi and Tsunade kept bickering, the situation would only worsen. Troublesome, Nara Shikashige thought. With his eyes half closed and his demeanor calm, he adopted the policy of staying silent unless absolutely necessary. As for Choza Akimichi's attempts to mediate, Shikashige had no intention of intervening. "There is something of importance to discuss," the third Hokage said enigmatically. "The person in question will arrive shortly. Please be patient." Taking his cue, everyone settled into their seats. Some sipped tea, others exchanged quiet words. Choza, undeterred, leaned toward Tsukumo Hatake, speaking in hushed tones, while Tsukumo responded with a strained smile and resigned nods. Moments later, the doors to the conference room opened. Takuya and Minato entered, leading Yagura into the room. Yagura's guards, however, were denied entry. "Yagura. What's he doing in Konoha? Is this emergency meeting about him?" Except for the third Hokage and Tsunade, the others present reacted with visible surprise. Having delivered Yagura, Takuya gave Minato a meaningful glance and prepared to leave. "You two stay as well," Tsunade said, gesturing for them to take a seat. Are we even supposed to be part of this kind of meeting? While Takuya appeared nonchalant, Minato stiffened, his nervousness evident. Just sit down, Takuya thought. If I'm not worried, what are you afraid of? Since Tsunade had invited them to stay, Takuya saw no reason to refuse. He was, however, wary of Choza Akimichi, whose eyes had been following him ever since he entered the room, brimming with a disconcerting friendliness. That guy's definitely up to something, Takuya mused. Once everyone was seated, the third Hokage spoke. Yagura, since you've come to Konoha of your own accord, perhaps you could share your intentions. Rest assured, we take your arrival very seriously. No kidding. Yagura himself felt a bit overwhelmed. All of Konoha's top brass were gathered in one room. If this wasn't serious, what was? Everyone, Yagura began, standing up. He repeated the story he had shared with Takuya, centering on his suspicions that the third Mizukage was under someone's control and his hope for Konoha's cooperation in investigating the matter. What? The third Mizukage is being controlled? Although Orochimaru and others had speculated about this before, the third Hokage had kept it under wraps, considering the matter too sensitive. Revealing such a possibility could cause mass panic. However, with Yagura himself seeking aid, there was no longer any point in keeping secrets, at least not from Konoha's leadership. Tsunade had therefore wasted no time organizing this high-level meeting. The revelation left everyone in the room stunned. While it was still just a suspicion, it wasn't baseless. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Yagura wouldn't have come all the way to Konoha if he didn't have some level of evidence. How boring, Takuya thought. These kinds of meetings never held his interest. He had a hunch Tsunade wanted him and Minato to stay so she could cultivate her own trusted circle, ensuring she wasn't overly reliant on the third Hokage's old allies when she ascended to the position of fourth Hokage. The third Hokage's team could be used but never truly trusted. If not for Nawaki's unreliability and the need to avoid accusations of favoritism, Tsunade might have included her younger brother in this meeting as well. Bored already? While others were still processing the shocking news, Choza Akimichi, smiling jovially, scooted his chair closer to Takuya. Unbothered by the formal atmosphere, he started a casual conversation. Relieved to see Choza's attention shift, Tsukumo Hatake finally relaxed. Tsukumo had been on the receiving end of Choza's relentless chatter just moments ago, and while his polite demeanor prevented him from saying anything, the experience had been draining. Now that Choza had targeted Takuya instead, Tsukumo could only watch in amusement, curious to see if the young man could handle the larger-than-life elder. Yeah, this meeting's a snooze, Takuya replied bluntly, lowering his voice so only Choza could hear. Minato, seated nearby, tried to suppress a grimace. Is this really appropriate? This is a high-level meeting, for crying out loud. But Takuya didn't care. If Choza wanted to chat, why not humor him? By the way, Choza-senpai, have you been working on any new recipes? I've always admired your culinary skills, Takuya said, shifting the conversation to food. Choza blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Wait, I wasn't planning to talk about food. What was this kid playing at? Still, faced with Takuya's enthusiasm, Choza had no choice but to go along. Ahaha, well, I've been dabbling here and there. If you're interested, we could brainstorm some ideas together sometime, Choza said, trying to steer the discussion back to his original agenda. Absolutely. I'd love to visit you and learn a thing or two. I can't resist a good meal, Takuya replied, leaning in eagerly. What followed was a rapid-fire exchange of culinary tips, with Takuya rattling off a series of detailed ideas. Choza, flustered, struggled to keep up. I wasn't trying to discuss recipes, damn it. He had approached Takuya with the intention of softening him up for a favor. Instead, Takuya had led him into a conversational cul-de-sac, leaving Choza stuck and floundering. As Takuya's enthusiasm grew, Choza's smile became increasingly strained. Meanwhile, Tsukumo, watching the scene unfold, couldn't hold back his laughter. Serves you right. Now you know how I felt earlier. Enjoy the ride, Choza. Cough cough. Desperate to escape, Choza faked a coughing fit, hoping someone would intervene. But no one paid him any mind. The rest of the room was focused on Yagura, discussing the logistics of a joint investigation into the third Mizukage. You got yourself into this mess. Don't expect us to bail you out, was the unspoken sentiment. Eventually, Tsunade, unable to take any more of Choza's antics, shot Takuya a warning glare. Only then did Takuya back down, allowing Choza a moment of reprieve. Takuya knew full well what Choza's true intentions were. Earlier, he had seen the older man pestering Tsukumo about speaking up for the third Hokage and Danzo. What a waste of effort. If you're going to play dirty, don't expect me to play along. You came to me, so you'll have to deal with the consequences. Everyone, once this matter is thoroughly investigated, the war between our villages can come to an end. I trust none of you wish to see more of our comrades sacrificed on the battlefield, Yagura said earnestly, addressing the room. Though misunderstandings exist between our villages, I believe this incident provides an opportunity to strengthen our bond and secure lasting peace. Surely, that's a goal we all share. Convincing Konoha's leadership to cooperate with Kirigakure would not be easy.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.